Thank you.
All right, and before we go to Pro, Cartman, and Jerry, I haven't looked at it. I will take CM's word for it because it's his wheelhouse that the evidence is not credible, not believable, and not substantial. But it is evidence. And with that, let's go to Pro. Pro, happy Mother's Day. Thank you. Oh, JCC, thank you.
Yeah, I forgot that.
Happy
Mother's Day. Mother's Day talk.
Yeah. Pro, good morning. Happy Mother's Day. What would you like to talk about? We cannot hear you, Pro. I know we heard you earlier. There we go.
Oh.
Yeah, there we go. Hi.
1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah. I was just going back to I guess Kai's question. I don't think anybody answered, or maybe it wasn't because it was posed like a question necessarily, but I guess I wanted to speak to something that came up then.
Of course.
Cool. I think he said something to the extent of a category error. It sounded like he was talking. I forget what exactly.
Well, how about if we start with, just to refresh all of our info, all of our knowledge, how do you define a category error?
Well, when you're talking about something when you're making some kind of a claim about something that has nothing to do with the category of what you're talking about. So, like, he said something to the effect like, why, like, what's the benefit of being an atheist? And I mean, that's kind of like saying, like, what's the benefit of believing Yoda is not in my basement? It kind of misses the category, right? Like the main issue's not whether your disbelief is useful. It's more if it's true, like Andrew is in here, he'd say true justified belief, right? It's the kind of thing that's supported by the evidence. I don't think atheism is something you adopt benefits. In other words, that's why I call it category. It's just not being convinced that whatever these God claims are that somebody has is true. Like, but I guess if there was a benefit, I don't know, intellectual honesty, maybe, like being concerned with what is, what you believe to be that is, not tending to believe something if the evidence doesn't persuade me, and that's kind of what I was expecting somebody maybe to jump on, but didn't seem anybody went in that direction.
Thank you, and sorry, but please continue. I thought you were finished. Please continue.
Well, I mean, that's the main thing. I don't know if that point is agreed to by everybody else here, but that's kind of the stuff that jumped out to me. I mean, I could speak more on it, but I guess it depends if other people have things to say about it.
And before we move on, he criticized me for not answering the question, and I chose not to answer it, not because I didn't have an answer, but because of the time. I'll answer the question now before we move on. For me, the benefit of being an atheist is that I am not tied down in cement to the scriptures that are in the Bible or the scripture in the Torah. I am not going through life trying to reinforce what 2,000-year-old text says. I can keep my mind open and I can continue to reevaluate the legitimacy of God and the scripture with formation. I am not tied down to constantly trying to prove what was written 2,000 years ago. That is one clear benefit for me for being an atheist. Pro, did you want to respond to that before we move on? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I was trying to do the same thing too while avoiding the category do it too. It's not what's the benefit. Like, he didn't ask what's the benefit of being an atheist. He asked what's the benefit of believing. Right? And so the thing is, like, the belief part is the part that, like, the benefit of belief is not. That's the category. Or like it kind of reveals something. It's kind of like a question like that is saying that you think we, people who don't have that belief, is like chosen thing because we're looking for reward or, some kind of social utility or whatever. And I get that because there's a social negative if you don't, especially if you're in groups and stuff. And I think that's telling. I think it's, rather than because someone is just convinced by the evidence. And I kind of hold, like a lot of people do who are and so forth, that we don't really believe that you believe, because we just think that you're going, what your question reveals is some kind of reward for you, comfort or identity or one of these. And those kind of people are making those kind of decisions, and maybe, tacitly, maybe subliminally, like subconsciously or something like that, they're convincing themselves of the belief. They recognize the benefit first, and then true second, and it kind of gives people, the meaning and the morals. That's what I think they're saying.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. If you're in the audience, and thank you. And if you're in the audience and you want to come up now, it's probably going to run a little late. We had some technical issues. And by the way, if you're here in the morning, if you weren't here at the start of the show, we had a couple of guys on that literally locked up the show. We don't know how they did it or whatever, but we had to restart the room, and I'm not sure if anybody took their time. They came on stage and prevented us from doing anything except closing down the room. Yeah, JCC, please.
Yeah, what happened was there was two guys with the same profile pic and name, Elijah, and I don't remember. And they were green characters. And they came on stage unmuted, and one guy had a noise, and I tried to, as soon as I clicked on their profile, it locked my screen, and I had to leave and come back. So the only thing we could do was shut down the room.
Yeah, we tried to mute them. We tried to be audience. We were unable to access any of the Clubhouse options to do it, so we had our only option left was to close the room.
Yeah,
pardon the pun. Thank God, at least we.
It's a new glitch, so I don't know who discovered it.
Yeah, it's a new glitch. So just be mindful of that when you run your rooms. And there you have it. Let's go to Cartman. Oh, by the way, my current queue is Cartman, Jerry, Pluto, and Emma. Cartman, good morning. Welcome to the show. What would you like to? On mute, and we're hearing a lot of, once.
Steve, in case it wasn't clear to you, all three of those accounts are very close friends, so I can speak.
It was not clear to me, so now Pluto, you are first, and Pluto, I remember you redid your profile based on the vote of the people in the room.
Not only do I love this room enough to create one profile, but there's now three in this room, but it would be piggish to have all three come in and take 15 minutes instead of 5. So when you see all three of those characters, you'll know they're only asking for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Pluto. Thank you.
So I want to, instead of addressing Woodland Hills, I want to address my second favorite topic, which is atheism. And so I'll just start off by saying all the atheists in this room are smart to be atheists. I think it gives them comfort, and there's nothing wrong with the people in this room who are atheists being atheists. But I have a moral objection to atheists proselytizing for atheism or even praising it publicly. I think atheism should be a private vice, because I think atheism is terrible for 99% of the population. Atheism only works for people who have a very high genetic IQ and great self-discipline. If you have high genetic IQ and great self-discipline, you should be an atheist. But if you are raising children that are not in that category, or grandchildren, I think I look at atheists like the people in this room exactly the way I look at heroin users who proselytize for heroin usage, right?
Ouch, that hurt. Please continue.
Okay. So I'm going to explain why. Imagine there's a person on stage who has discovered he could take heroin and it has no negative effects. It makes him happy, it makes him productive, and he takes a ton of heroin every day, and his life is great. And his first urge, you are such a person taking heroin every day, your first urge is to come on Clubhouse and say, hey, I've got good news. I take heroin all the time and it doesn't hurt me. moral person in the world. And they could be honest and sincere, but they are hurting society because when they tell people that I take heroin and it's great, there's going to be idiots and retards in the audience that says, oh, that guy on stage takes heroin, he's okay, I should start taking heroin. And we know, we have ample scientific evidence, the overwhelming majority of people in Clubhouse that start taking heroin, it ruins the lives of their family. And so for that reason, I'm going to close by saying, I don't give a shit how happy you are taking heroin or meth. I don't care if it's helped you. You have an obligation to keep that shit secret. And it's exactly the same. If you're an atheist and being an atheist has helped you, God bless you, but you are an evil person if you praise atheism on Clubhouse, and I'm done speaking.
This is a category error.
I definitely want to respond to that.
And that is a category error.
Yeah, I want to respond, but then we'll go to Emma. And thank you. And believe me, I understand everything that you said. I understand your message. And more importantly, I understand the flavor of your message. I love it. That being said, this is why I run my Saturday show in Casa de Appel called Ask Uncles, and why I run the Sunday show in the Atheism House, Ask the Atheist. This show is not about atheism, believe it or not. We've done many shows, Ask the Atheist, where for 3 hours the topic of atheism, believe it or not, never came up. This show is designed for anybody, especially you, to come up and talk about whatever you want. This is why we never put a restriction on content. If people want to come up and talk politics, we talk politics. If people want to come up and they want to talk about flat earth, although I'm going to grill the hell out of them, we'll talk about flat earth, which is why most flat earthers don't come here. If people want to talk about mathematics or racism or somebody else on Clubhouse, the show is designed to go in the direction where the people that come up. We don't preach atheism. In fact, the only time we talk about atheism is when you, the audience, bring it up. Then we don't preach it, but we give our honest, hopefully sincere opinions about it. I have never been about preaching atheism, but I'm definitely not going to shy away. If somebody wants to talk about it, if somebody wants to question me about it, if somebody wants to have a debate about it, or one wants to grill me about it, I am up to the task. And Pluto, thank you for your comment. Let's go. Then if you're in the audience and want to come up, please do. Let's go to Emma. Emma, hi. What would you like to talk about? Hi.
Well,
did you like that, Emma? You can say you have no preference. It's just Steve being Steve. That's okay. No problem.
What you said? Did I like
Yeah.
I think that was fair and sincere.
Thank you. I try and be fair. I really do my best to be fair.
Yeah. Well, when we first got here, the reason I came up onto this stage was because someone was saying something about like Christians or believers, not just anybody that believes in God in any religion, being insincere and disgenuine, and
I remember
like
that. Yes.
Yeah, and I don't agree with that at all. So
neither do I.
Yeah. So I believe that I know what I believe, and I have reasons for my belief that are deeply personal to me and true, and I wouldn't be dishonest about that.
Right, which means no one's going to change your lifelong belief in a 5 or 10 minute discussion. We know that.
Right, but I don't ever endeavor to change other people's ideas either if they don't believe or something like that. That's not my purpose. Yeah. So, that's why, places like this, I see them as a point of sharing rather than a point of conversion. Yeah.
I never try and convince anybody that believing in God is wrong or that it's not logical, even though many people come up and try and convince me that being an atheist or not believing in God is not logical. My humble opinion is that whether or not you choose to believe in God or you choose not to believe in God, both beliefs or lack of beliefs are logical. There's nothing illogical about being an atheist or believing in God.
Right, because for me, like there's things that I've witnessed in my life that perhaps other people haven't witnessed. So that's why, yeah.
You want to hear something that I personally witnessed? I've been thinking about when to bring this onto the show, and this is the perfect time to do this. Now, for those of you that have been listening to me for 5 years, I pride myself on being honest and sincere, and this may or may not blow you away. I witnessed my father's death recently, and the family and I were all around my father in and out of the room when it actually happened. Now, my father's had a dog, a Doberman Pinscher, for 8 years. And during the entire happened when we were saying goodbye and when the actual event, up until the time the dog was running around saying hello to everybody and such like that, but hadn't, for a dog, said a word or barked. And then when my dad was finally declared dead, within 5 seconds, and the dog was outside, the dog started barking. Now, I'm telling you that this is 100% factually true and correct. And when that happened, it made me reevaluate, not change my, but reevaluate whether or not there is a soul and whether or not God existed. But I'm telling you all right now, 100% factually correct, that my dad's dog had not barked all morning, and then right after he was declared dead, my dad's dog started barking. What does that mean? It's just something I'll never forget. Emma, did you want to contribute any more, or are you good? That's a true story, y'all.
Yeah, no, I see things like that as, I'm very sorry for your loss, first of all.
Thank you.
He raised a good man, so I'm
You're
sure
very kind. My dad was an amazing man, but you're very kind. Thanks for coming.
Yeah. This is Mother's Day, but we can think about it.
It is Mother's Day. Yes, my mom passed away years ago.
Well, I'm sorry for both your losses.
You're very kind.
But when I see things like that happen, it means a great deal to me. I do believe in the Holy Spirit, obviously, because who I am and what I think. I think the animals are more sensitive to things, and sometimes I think that people that we love just want to let us know that they're there for us. So, I'm glad that you'll remember it. I'm glad you'll remember it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate that, Emma. Are you good for now?
I just wanted to finish saying,
Sure.
If there's a reason why someone thinks, I'd like to ask people here why they think that when they encounter somebody why they think they're being disingenuous, or why they think they're being, deluded about it. Like, why is that their first assertion? Like, what do they think that Christians are getting out of it when they try to?
Rick, I missed the first part of what you said. I'm sorry.
Why do people, why do you here feel like being disingenuous when they encounter you and they're just when you ask?
I don't think all Christians are being disingenuous. I think some Christians are being disingenuous, and I answered that back when that issue came up. I answered. Go ahead and go on mute. I think you've got some water in the background. No, that's okay. And yeah, we'll come back to you to say goodbye. I responded. I believe some Christians are being disingenuous. I use the example of Christians on Clubhouse. How come when I go into Christian rooms, I never ever love thy neighbor? How come I never ever hear forgive them for they know not what they do, which based on my understanding, which of course could be wrong, are the main tenets, the centerpiece of Christianity. What I hear are people arguing back and forth about what 2,000-year-old word, and because there's a period, a comma, or a semicolon before or after a word, or what this means, or how the word was interpreted 2,000 years ago, they argue back and forth about that. That's where I find some of the that's where I'm confused.
I see.
That's where. And who was that? Was that Amon?
That's Alfonso.
Alfonso, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Hi, Alfonso.
Yeah. Just grab the mic for a bit.
Great. And a housekeeping issue, don't invite anybody else up. It looks like Colleen will be our last new speaker. We're going to go over a little bit because we started late on this. Go ahead, Alfonso, take it first.
I'm glad you brought the not reaching atheism and under atheism, because that's been my intention since day one. The reason I started running rooms here and created the Atheism House was to have conversations with people who disagreed with me and not being shoved to the goo, because that's what had happened to me. And I wasn't even being aggressive. I think most people know me. I'm not someone who can hot and tries to prove everyone wrong.
That's why you and I are such great brothers from another mothers and partners. Your strengths are my weaknesses, and my weaknesses are your strengths.
But the openness to talking and not, having the agenda for atheism is something we have in common. And so, yeah, I started running rooms again because for a while, a lot of people really got on my case. They started to really bash me, and it was quite nasty to have people come in and just say that I was, being a horrible person just because I wouldn't allow people to yell and insult others. And that was even more horrible because I allowed you to run your rooms and, according to them, take over the Atheism House, which, from the very beginning, it was a community thing. It was, we all owned the house.
Right, and by the way, I'm very compelled to say this. When you and I were being bashed for me taking over the Atheism House, these people that were complaining still were leaders in the house. They had the ability to open rooms anytime they wanted. Go ahead, Alfonso.
They still do. And we said, you're going to gain your admin badge if you run rooms regularly.
Leadership badge. They were that I demoted them all as admins. I only wanted the two of us as admins, but they were all leaders and they could open rooms anytime they wanted to.
Yeah, and they had the chance of becoming admins, but they would have to be consistent and open rooms. But instead of doing that, they just started to bicker and whine and complain that, you were just, I was your little bitch, probably.
That I'm a ratings whore. Yes, it's true. I am.
Can we focus on not meta?
Yeah, you know what?
Atheism?
JCC is right. Thank you, JCC.
I think meta is very much the topic right now. It is.
No, it was actually proselytizing atheism. That was the topic.
And so the Atheism House and the proselytizing of atheism is completely on subject, right? But also remember that you can talk about anything you want. You don't need to stay on topic if you don't want to. That's one of the basic tenets of Ask the Atheist.
Well, can I say something right quick?
You can when it's your turn, and we will call on you, and we will give you a fresh five, I promise.
Yeah, Lionel's next in queue.
Absolutely. In fact, after Alfonso, it'll be Lionel, Ben, Colleen. All of you will get fresh fives, I promise.
And so this whole situation, put a whole bunch of people against me just kind of backfired, and I decided to go down and not run rooms, just hang out. But I couldn't even go into other people's rooms anymore. That turned into this sort of Alfonso witch hunt, I suppose. And so a couple of weeks ago, I started running rooms daily under atheism, and that was it was so refreshing to see that, still have a community, still have friends who care about having intimate, real conversations, not debates and bashing and insulting people. And so I invite everyone who wants to have a real, in-depth, kind, generous conversation to join my rooms. I'm running them every day. I will have a room under this one. It was scheduled for 1 o'clock. I'll probably open at 1:05 when we end this one, or I might even step out a little earlier. But yeah, I'm really glad to be back running rooms and connecting with people and having real conversations. So just push on.
Thank you very much. Okay, as promised, Lionel is next. Lionel, you get a fresh 5. Welcome. What would you like to talk about?
I'd like to talk about a statement that you made not too long ago.
Of course.
Yeah. So you made the statement that Earthers don't come in here because you would grill them.
I said that's what I think. Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Let me put that myth to bed.
Okay.
Allow me to
you want to speak uninterrupted. You got it.
Yeah.
As long as you don't say something completely ridiculous. Go ahead.
All right. So, the first time you came over in the room, you mentioned your Saturday and your Sunday shows. And I came over the very next Saturday, and I spoke about Flat Earth, and then the entire crowd, everybody just ran away from it. It was like nobody really, really wanted to engage in this topic. And so I concluded that, you know what? This topic isn't for everyone. Some people are scared of it. Some people don't know what to make of it. All right? And so I stopped coming over. I'm like, hey, I'm not going to force the Flat Earth conversation on the people that don't want to have it. So when you make the statement that, Flat Earthers don't come here because, I suspect that they know I'm going to grill them in, So let me be the first to tell you. In terms of people who are in the Flat Earth community that have the conversation on the regular, we don't duck any smoke. We're more than willing to step into any arena and have the conversation, especially ones that are structured and are non-chaotic. We don't duck no questions. We don't duck no smoke. Most of the people up here have been in our rooms we've engaged with and have slinked away with tails between legs in this conversation. And so to characterize Flat Earthers as somehow avoiding this room, completely disingenuous. And anytime anyone in here would like to talk Flat Earth, just let us know. We're more than willing to come here. You don't have to come to the Flat Earth game. We're more than willing to come here and have discussion you want.
Thank you. And before we move on, I'd love to respond. It is factually 100% correct that Buddy has come in the past couple of months to talk Flat Earth. I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying, but in response to what you said, you and any and all Flat Earthers are not only welcome, you are encouraged to come on the show and talk about whatever you want. So when you say that you didn't talk about anybody else, you just spoke about yourself, have chosen not to come in because you don't think anybody wants to talk about it, my response is you and all the other Flat Earthers are encouraged to come in. We've been here every Saturday, every Sunday, 7 to 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time for 5 years now. I encourage you all to come in. That's my response to what you said.
Noted. Be seeing you.
I love it. And with that, I'm going to give you, sir. And by the way, I do remember the first time that I came into your Flat Earth room. I'm giving you the very first class escort down the red carpet to VIP. Thank you. And let's go to Ben. Ben, you get a fresh 5. Good morning.
Hey, dude.
Hi.
Don't often come here, but thought I just happened to tune in when sat in the car park of a shop waiting for the family, and I heard you talking about being there when your dad died. I got some idea how that feels, because I was in a very similar situation when my grandma died many, many years ago. So I can remember the moment precisely. So I don't really know how to respond. One is with empathy. I remember my moment vividly. I'm sorry your dad died.
Thank you.
Then there's the whole dog barking thing. So, with permission, what I'd like to do for anybody listening to that's about the soul exiting and the dog barking as a result, I'd like to invite a few other possibilities, if that's all right. And I'm going to do it I'm just going to do it based on face value of what in the story. So you don't need to interject and say, well, the dog wasn't in that hay. Well, I don't know where the dog was. You said it was in the garden. So, okay, that's fine. But there could be 1,000 other things from what I say where you could interject. We could have an interactive conversation. And I would have to just come up with new scenarios, which would be fine, but it'd be kind of boring. So let me just give you a bunch just with what you said. You will know that a bunch of these aren't possible because you were there, but nobody else will because we heard what you said, right? So if you want to rattle through a few, this is how a scientific mind thinks about something like that, which is why I never end up at it was the fucking soul. Here you go. So you're in a very griefful moment. Grief is going to modify the way you lay down memories and the way you tell the story. The fact the dog barked soon after the announcement of the death feels meaningful. It's more likely to get shit, for example. Dogs bark a whole bunch. You don't remember the dog barking before your dad died, but there's a possibility you weren't filtering it before that. We would have to have a video, an audio recording to be absolutely sure. Stories like this only get shared when there's something like this to share. Had the dog not barked, you wouldn't be talking about it. So there could be 100,000 deaths where a dog doesn't bark within a reasonable time frame, whatever that is after. And those stories don't stick; they don't get shared. So social bias. The family may have moaned or cried or made some, reacted in some way. The dog then in turn reacted when the death was announced. On the topic of the death being announced, that could have been any number of minutes after the death actually happened. We don't know. You just said when the death was announced, the dog responded to that. If it was many minutes after, then the death had no correlation. The dog had no correlation. The death had a correlation to the announcement, which may have been actually a reaction to people's reaction. Somebody may have rung the doorbell sooner or before or after. Only you got that. I don't know whether the dog could enter the room. If it could, it would almost certainly be to pick up on the body language. Pheromones, they've got very good sense of smell, even a directional sense of smell. There's a possibility that the reaction that this caused, either directly from your dad or the other people in the room, smell that the dog could pick up within, quote, a few seconds of the announcement of the death. I mean, I could keep going. I could make another 20 of those easily and just keep going. You could constrain those by saying, well, that one's not possible and whatever because of the actual circumstances. But the point I'm trying to point across is I could probably get to 1,000 before I even needed to take breath. Possible other things apart from the soul exited your dad and you was upset. So that's what I just want to bring to the table. None of those are as romantic or as interesting or as fun. I know which one makes better, I don't know which one's true, but I know which one makes better TV is the type of elegant things. So anyway, that's super way of looking at it. And it's still on an emotional and human level, it sucks. And you know when somebody's dead when the last breath. And it's, I just walked when my grandma died and I was further noticed. I just said, I'm not coming. I never want to see her again. And that was that. And it was all quite peaceful. But sorry for your loss. And probably wasn't a soul leaving.
Thank you. I'm going to respond to you. A first-class escort barked prior to that. But all of us remember the dog barking shortly after the death was announced. And you're right. That's how all of us remembered it. Was it being recorded? No. Did somebody have their eyes on the dog the entire time? No. You're right. And maybe it is somewhat of romantic way. Those are very good points, and I respect you for saying so. Thank you for that. Welcome to the show. You get a fresh five. Hi. Colleen.
Yes, hi. Thank you. First of all, I want to say I want to offer my condolences for the loss.
Thank you.
My mother died last year, and I just also lost a romantic partner of 13 years about a month ago. So
my condolences to you.
I know what you're going through.
Yeah, my mom died a few years ago, not due to COVID. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Happy Mother's Day.
Thank you. So I don't know if I came up here for the right reasons or not, but when you described your experience with Christians on Clubhouse,
yes.
I wanted to offer that. So I am a Christian. I am a member of a non-standard Christian church. It's part of the independent sacramental movement. So
does it fall under the category of non-denominational?
Well, it is. We have Catholic beliefs.
Okay.
And a number of us come from the Roman Catholic Church.
Fair enough.
But we don't recognize the Bishop of Rome as the Pope or the leader of the church. We are an independent church. But I just wanted to say that if I got into a group of people and had the experience that you described of, arguing over a comma or a period or, which word was used in which 2,000-year-old text, I would leave quickly. That is not what Christianity is about for me. We are very much about love thy neighbor as thyself. And, what we want most of all is to first practice our faith. And I am, in fact, studying priesthood at this point. I'm also a member of a religious order. And we have worship in the evening on Zoom because we're geographically dispersed. But, we practice what we preach. Well, we don't really, the bishop preaches, but the rest of us follow. And we very much, our purpose is, first of all, to allow people who have been injured by mainline churches to worship in one way. And we welcome all kinds of people, whereas the Catholic Church does not welcome LGBTQ people, polyamorous, that's fine. So we're very progressive in that way. We don't tolerate, we celebrate. So I just wanted to say that.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you for coming on the show. Thank you for your comments, condolences. Another first-class escort down the red carpet to the VIP. Let's go to Emma. Emma, thank you for being on the show. Would you like to say goodbye?
Yeah, I thank y'all for letting me be here and talk, and I enjoyed hearing everybody's perspective, and I'm very grateful for it. And I hope y'all have a nice weekend and happy Mother's Day.
Emma, thank you. Happy Mother's Day. Another first-class escort down the red carpet to the VIP. Andrew, thank you for contributing on the show once again. Would you like to say goodbye?
Yes, Uncle Steve, and I too would like to express my condolence.
Thank you.
I did not know your father had passed until you mentioned it during the show, and I know how hard that is. I lost my mother.
I wasn't planning on mentioning it, but I did want to mention the thing about the dog, but I just wasn't sure when to talk about it. Stuff.
Yeah. No, it's all, it's unfortunately the part of life. And, I think, somebody was asking about, the benefits or not being religious or not being religious.
The benefits of being an atheist is what
or not,
yeah.
or whatever, right?
Yeah.
But I kind of think too that there's a certain comfort that people find in that belief that there is an afterlife rather than just nothingness, because we don't remember what was happening before we were born. People remember afterwards, or after we die. So I think there's a comfort in that. That may be some reasons that people do it. I remember when I was diagnosed with RP, I did not blame God. I blamed genetics because for that gene to be passed on. So I'm a receiver of that gene, as was my sister. We both went blind, 2 out of 4, which is actually a little bit against the odds. It's usually about 1 out of 4 if you're passing on this particular gene. So yeah, I did not blame God. And in many respects, well, obviously it changed who I am. It changed my life, the direction of my life, the way I thought of things. Sometimes I look at it more often than not as a good thing, because it's given me certain empathy that I may not have otherwise had. It's provided me an opportunity to be involved with and still meeting some fantastic people in those communities. So there's always, for every quote-unquote evil, there's a good. And you just have to find it within yourself, maybe assisting you, and just carry on. So with that, Uncle Steve, I'd like to, again, condolences, and I'll bid you adieu.
Thank you, and I will comment after I give you another. First, in every 4,000 of the people, like Andrew and myself, that get RP, 25% go legally blind. I started being affected
And if you were to create jewelry and you weren't a member of the guild, your house at night and smash. And the argument is that academia replaces by insisting on regulation. So you can't be a jeweler unless you're. And
you get a trade today, like you can't be an electrician unless you've gone to electrician school, basically.
Yeah, the grace of God. And they invented the airplane. And then academia came along and said, whoa, no inventing airplanes. You got to come and take classes first before you can be licensed to invent an airplane. And now,
yeah,
for 100 years, make something, you want somebody who's good at it, or we're good at it. Nobody else is allowed to do it.
You got to engineer a plane. There's a bunch of math and science involved in making sure it's designed correctly. Sure, you could learn that by apprenticing, I imagine, but it's probably one of those things that you should learn through education. You and I, even though we didn't finish school.
Wait. Just to be clear, if you learn it by education, it means you go to a special place, a lot of money, you buy an expensive book, you read the book, and you read the formula, and now you know the formula. Also, you could have gone to the library. I'm not saying people
didn't access that on their own. I'm saying in order to become good at that, you need a teacher or a mentor to steer you in the.
Good morning. We have 2 debates going on. One is math is racist. I just learned this morning a lot of very important research has gone into demonstrating that mathematics is racist.
It's not important.
Now that we know, I was just wondering how people that you talk to in politics view academia, and whether they view it as an impediment to them doing what people used to be able to do without impediment, or do they view it as...
Neither of us finished school, from my understanding. And you seem to really doubt academia, where I find a lot of value in it. I find the history professors I had be some of my best teachers. My sociologist teacher was a card-carrying socialist, and he didn't force his views on other people. He was a really good teacher. So that's the first thing. I just don't see academia in the same way you do. The second piece of this is there are a lot of people I know in campaign politics who've never finished school. But if you want to start out your first job on a large campaign in any sort of managerial role, you got to have a degree. My introduction was into running a small state representative campaign with a buddy of mine. The only reason I was asked to run it as my first job was because he needed somebody else, and we went. The district was slanted for the current state rep, who's a Democrat, to win. So there are two thoughts. One, you don't necessarily need the college degree to get accustomed to campaign politics and do the job. Secondly, it really does help getting your foot in the door when campaigns look at resumes. They see you've got an education, they see you can do work and follow through. As it's been explained to me, that's what the 4-year piece of paper tells you. I can start a task and I can finish a task and I can do it in a reasonable amount of time. But if you go to school and say study political science,
nauseous.
You study political science, but not political part of the science.
My beautiful nauseous.
That part makes you much more familiar with demographics.
Good morning. How are you, beautiful?
Mother's Day. Met rode a little bit. It's the ranch right next to the beach. Came back, met up with ex for Mother's Day.
Paradise now.
Oh, and he bought me diamonds.
Your boyfriend bought you diamonds?
No, my ex.
Oh.
The daddy of my baby.
Well, I hope you got a diamond tester.
Dude, this is my profession.
Oh, yeah, you work in jewelry, you know.
And I think at night, probably gonna go out, be a friend, my daughter. And I'm resting.
You know,
my doggy.
My little doggy is my real love of my life.
I love my doggy. It's so small, so cute.
So wait, is your ex trying to get back with you or something? But you just
Stop.
I'm in those stuff. Well, damn, I mean that's not a tennis bracelet. That's like one tiny little diamond.
No, it's 1/3 of a carat. It's fine.
So I guess you're not getting back, but he wants to get back with you. I mean, you're the mother of his child. Why wouldn't he want to be with you?
He does love me. I won't get back.
Did you initiate the separation, or did he?
He did, right? That's the thing.
He initiated the separation?
Yes, man.
Damn.
I believe it was midlife crisis.
Damn.
It was a momentary last reason. Didn't think about it. Kept using it. Finally, I didn't allow it. I didn't allow the gaslighting. I went in headstrong. You were shocked. I mean, it's really like sick. You don't keep like threatening someone because you're going through a freaking midlife crisis.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, you want this? You got this. I want it. I got it. I want it. I got it.
Well, that's ghetto logic, though. Somebody that, I can spend time with. And I'm like, well, what is that? Like, you want to have sex, with a partner.
Exactly.
So, I don't take it all with a grain of salt. Like, I'm not, I don't even want to form a judgment about you, but I kind of do form judgments about women that have kids and ex-husbands because I'm like, was it you? Was it him? Why can't you work it out? You have children. It's so important to be together to raise those children.
I tried, bro. 1 year I tried. Like, don't do this. What's going on? don't know. I just don't feel fulfilled in my life. It was all about him. Like, bro, you have such a happy life. You have so much wealth, so much happiness. What a beautiful child we made. Why? This is the thing, right? For me, like, that was the thing. You had it all. You wrecked it. Never mind. Old news. Then I got with my BFF of many, many years. And for a year and a half, we had like a breakup. Then I got back again a few months ago. I've known him for like 20 years. I love him a lot. Everything ends up exactly how I think it is determined to. I'm a test.
Yeah, I mean, relationships are kind of crazy in a way, like, because if you have to like maintain it just for it to exist,
Yeah.
and like, so it's like I don't want to have to like manipulate you to to have you, you know, like because I'm totally happy being by myself. Like I have, you know, if I join with you, that's me taking you on my ship. It's not me joining your ship. Like we pretend it's that way, but it's not that way because a lot of it just deals with housing, right? I mean,
no, not in this case. We both came from, like, I don't know, I guess privileged backgrounds, and that wasn't even, it wasn't about housing or, you know.
No, I mean, I'm talking about me personally, I guess, but like.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry. What was housing for you?
No, I mean, it's just part of the equation now, meaning that like, oh my, you know, so crazy. I matched with this girl on Hinge. Like, I changed my geolocation to South Beach, Miami. So I meet this incredibly hot Latina who has like 3 kids, and she's smoking hot. And every single Instagram clip is her working out, popping her amazing booty, and she never seems to work. She's always taking the kids to the beach, to the pool. She's doing an event. Like she's just, her kids are her life. So then you know, we're friends on Instagram, and then I start seeing what she's posting on Facebook Marketplace. And guess she's involved in some kind of criminal network. She's selling stolen auto parts.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it. I was like,
oh my god.
This is how this chick makes her money. She sells stolen auto parts that her ex-husband probably, you know, buys or steals. I mean,
good lord. So this is, why do you attract such freaks in your life?
Well, it's not like she's a freak. She's a beautiful mom. You know, I'm like wondering, how does she support herself? And then I see, you know, Facebook Marketplace, she's selling a $450 headlight for a Honda. You know, I'm like, holy shit. Crime pays.
Oh wow.
So wait, you only have one kid, right?
Yeah.
How old are you?
Early 40. 41.
So you're done. You're not having any more kids.
I guess I can, but I don't want.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you'd have to like, it's a whole thing. It's like starting a whole new.
I could adopt.
Well, this app is, it's not. Here, that's it. And so what we're not really criticizing the app. We're criticizing the people and what they talk about.
Exactly.
And yeah, people can't see it. They can't see the log in their own eye.
Yeah, but they're also like, to be honest, like, I would never date anyone off of this app, because this app is like psycho a little bit. Like, if I have to like date someone, I would never do it. I've met up with a few people. This is like years ago when it started off, and they were very cool people. I would lie. When this app just started off, right at the beginning, and a couple of years into it, very good friendships were made, blah blah, and yeah, but now would I meet up with anyone, especially like for date purposes? Hell no.
There's just too many. See, it's not a dating app because there's too many people out in the real world, and then there are dating apps.
Yeah, exactly.
It's pointless. Like, but people still, I think, do Peacock, and like there is like this sexual component to this app that people.
There is.
Yeah. Because there's a lot of guys that just are not talking to women in the real world, and so when they get to talk to you, they're like, oh, this is what I want in my life, and here it is on Clown House.
Exactly.
I think this app is really important for like helping people. For me, it's like, I love the fact that I can, like, I went out last night and there's so many people and I could talk to them, but they don't want to necessarily talk to me, you know?
Why?
Well, just because I'm just another guy, you know, like, unless I can demonstrate some type of interesting magic, otherwise I'm just not interesting. Like I was at a bar once and I was talking to this girl. She, didn't seem interested. And then I did a magic trick. And next thing I know, it was like her panties just fell down. I was like a different person now that I demonstrated value. So that's the thing about attraction is if you can demonstrate value, well, now all of a sudden you're a valuable, commodity.
Of the few relationships, and I know a few of them off of this app, most have failed. I wonder why.
Because the relationship was based on Clubhouse dynamics. And, a real good relationship is like quiet. It's like it's self-contained and it's productive and it's joyful and it's erotic and like it's like if somebody says, "Oh, are you in love with that person?" It's like, well, I'm so physically attracted to this person that I can overlook anything, that this person might throw at me. Like to me, that's actually more love than being in a relationship with somebody that you're not attracted to, but you're committed to out of duty or obligation or commitment, something to that extent. Like the physical attraction to me is actually real love in a relationship that transcends, the protocol of the relationship or something. Like if that makes any sense. Like without that really strong chemistry.
Yeah, I agree.
It can't be
most
bounded.
of it is a kind of show because they're people. You start off with people watching you on the app, and then now you're kind of continuing on with that relationship for the people on this app, with like a handful of people on this app. And so, I don't know if you know. I can't use names. I don't want to dox them. You probably have recorded them too. This was from like 5 years ago. This started off pretty passionate. How old that home was, probably, how old that home was, probably, from the medieval times. And then both of them, he from the States, Italy, etc. Freaking the whole thing falls apart. I mean, these were extreme life changes, right? Made off of like two people on an app who hadn't spent time except for like just talking to each other and hosting rooms and things like that. It was so sad. And then I recently know of, of quite a few. One very recent, one with a friend of mine on this app. You know her too, I think. So the whole thing is, I think, a sham. And relationships on Clubhouse have not been successful, just from observation. And I wonder why. Perhaps because talk is cheap.
Mm-hmm. Well, I went out with a chick from here.
A little less conversation, a little more action, please.
Yeah, less conversation, more action. I mean, I dated a chick. I didn't date a chick. I banged a chick from here who gave me like COVID-19 in maybe like June of 2020. And she's a doctor, fully vaxxed up. She probably passed me all of her spike proteins. And like for 3 days, I was curled in a ball, and I was like, that was a mistake. But
no joke.
Want that dopamine talk to talk so bad that they're horribly obnoxious people who can't shut up. And you're like, you think we could get a little peace and quiet around here? Could you like not be annoying for 5 minutes? But I deal well with highly annoying people, and I'm more than happy to facilitate your annoyingness just for the sake of your company. But it's limited, and I have boundaries and duration limits that ultimately, I will separate and you can go on your way. And I know what to expect. it's hard to know that you're actually being manipulated by AKA, you know. And the truth is, in a way, I don't know, some people are just like dead weight, you know. You realize, like, okay, I need you just for your company, but you're also dead weight. Like, you're not contributing to this equation anymore.
Right. Let's go for a walk.
I keep thinking, like, I keep looking at puppies and like, oh, I would love to have a dog, but then to do, and it's like, you know what? I don't want to add one more variable.
Yeah.
Because
that was my mistake. I got my kid. I got manipulated into it. It's the only thing I wanted my whole life. The only thing. Amongst the very many only things.
I also like a lot of like liberal girls, like they'll say on their profile, I am hardcore liberal. Here's my number. Call me. And it's like, okay, well, but the main thing is, because of Clown House, like I've fully expressed and observed what I think is like all political content. And so when I meet from a dating app and they say, okay, just tell me about your, and I'll say, I believe in equity and economics. And that doesn't say anything. And I'll say, okay, well, do you have like a 2-hour political debate or something? Like, do you want me to fully explain, like, how much information do you want from me? And are you going to give me information from you? See, women are just so ridiculous. They're literally like parasites living. I'd be very upset if you heard me saying this, but like many women, it's like filtering them out. It's like, okay, you're looking for some. It's like filtering them out. It's like, okay, you're looking for some rich 50, 60-year-old sugar daddy who's going to literally write you a check, and you might not.
It's like, we don't need you now. It's like, we don't need you now. We want you now.
Yeah. Women choose.
Want you now.
Yeah. Women choose men.
Need you now. That shit sounds like fucking cope.
We don't need you. We got everything.
Yeah, you do. You need us to fucking fix your plumbing, electrical in your house.
It's a
fix the fucking roof, paint your house. Work on all the infrastructure in the whole fucking neighborhood you live in.
The plumber is a phone call away. The
this is just something you're fucking wrong
is a
about.
phone call away.
Yeah, the cops are a phone call, and that's a man too that you fucking need.
Why do we need cops?
Because you need them to protect you from the men that are fucking retarded.
What?
Who needs cops in a gated community? I don't know. Does the gated community have security officers that have a gun on their hips that are like licensed to fucking use them, so they're kind of like their own police?
All the time. Yes.
Oh, great. So you're a dipshit that doesn't know what the fuck enforcement is.
Bro, we don't need it anymore, bro. What are you doing?
Yeah, you do. Yeah, the fuck you do. And you guys are coping over it.
So I like the term cope.
What kind of medieval age does Vigo come from, Alistair? Can you tell him?
Well,
Is it the Middle Ages?
No, I think his criticism is useful, because when I think of the word cope, in many ways I cope. And the truth is, like, even talking about this topic is coping, and it's like it's not useful. It doesn't. See, the thing about leadership is leadership doesn't talk about what you're going to do. It does it. It's the doing and the action. It's not the talk. It's not the cope. Like this is cuckery. This is cuckery, coping. And it is what it is. I mean, but again, I think it's a fun conversation to criticize modern women, but it is definitely coping.
It is. Also, like, Regal is a good Christian boy who believes in patriarchy. So, yeah, babe.
Well, you have to appeal to the benevolent patriarchy in order to enforce your rights as a woman.
See, John, look, hear this. See what he's saying.
Wait, what was that again?
Good Lord. It's not like that anymore. The world has changed. What? 2,000 years ago.
You're not in touch with the middle or poor people, but these are the facts of the people that you stand on in order to live in your gated community and have the life that you have.
I am low middle class compared to FU money, okay?
Who cares about your fucking money?
It is. It's FU money that we don't have. But most of America, I think, is kind of doesn't need men. Women don't need men to protect them anymore. We have police officers.
Men with guns on their hips for like all the
We have
domestic
police
violence.
officers. We have police officers who are women and men.
That's men.
No.
Yeah.
We have women police officers too.
Yeah, they don't join the police force in abundance because they're not interested in that work. So you have to appeal to the outlier. I don't date those types of women anyway. I hear how like John's always dating these types of women, and he's like, you know, he sees them for what they are, and he just doesn't have the balls to say anything.
Hey, John, what are you looking for? Are you looking for a sugar baby by chance? Or tell me what you're interested in. Then she sent me a photo, and she's like hideous. And I'm like, well, you know, I could entertain a sugar baby conversation with a hot chick, but if you're fat and ugly, like, you know, sorry, but you've immediately gone to the archive folder. Zabu's like, you're so cruel. But, you know, time is limited. Regal is accurately calling out the cope. You know, anyways, it is a beautiful day outside. I have my garden being hydrated and watered. The flowers are pushing through. I just potted like 15 more pots yesterday. And guess what those fucking squirrels did? They turned over my shit and ate the fucking flower seeds. Those little bastards. So I have to change the position.
Little sons of bitches.
So smart. I mean, they're just unbelievable creatures. They're like monkey rats of a high degree. And I love squirrels. I love bunnies. And I love shooting squirrels or hitting them.
Oh my God. Stop.
Well, I have a small business. It's controversial. It's called Squirrel Hunter Incorporated. And I have a slingshot with plastic pellets. They're not metal ball bearings to kill the poor squirrels. But when a plastic pellet flies past your face at 300 miles per hour, you know, the squirrels are kind of like nervous. They're like, what the fuck was that? And then they see me in the distance with a big shit-eating grin on my face with a slingshot, and they run like fucking hell. And then sometimes they don't even run. Sometimes they just strut away like, I'm better than that. Don't you dare fuck with me. And they just strut away. And then another fucking ball where you could actually go on like rat hunting safaris in Chicago with a pellet gun. And man, when you shoot a rat with a pellet gun, those fuckers can jump like 6 feet in the air and they can scream. They go, ah! It's crazy.
Dude, I think the true story is your neighbors are probably watching you run out of the house with a fucking broom, fucking bat, not chasing them off your fucking lawn.
I just wonder what the people in the cars are thinking when they see me standing on my balcony with a slingshot shooting balls off my balcony. Okay, well, I'm going to quickly read to you one page of Ayn Rand. Are you ready? Because I think that...
Absolutely. I love Ayn Rand. Love you, Ayn Rand. Rest in peace.
R.I.P. I think that all books are magic, and what people don't realize is that Ayn Rand is actually a magician, and her book is actually a magic book. Hello? Controversial statement? Is that a controversial statement?
Not at all. Ayn Rand is magic herself.
Okay, this is the virtue of rationality. The virtue of rationality means the recognition and acceptance of reason as one's only source of knowledge, one's only judge of values, and one's only guide to action. It means one's total commitment to a state of full, conscious awareness, to the maintenance of a full mental focus in all issues, in all choices, in all of one's hours and talking on Clubhouse. It means a commitment to the fullest perception of reality within one's power and to the constant, active expansion of one's perception, i.e. of one's knowledge. It means a commitment to the reality of one's own existence, i.e. the principle to the principle that all of one's goals, values, and actions take place in reality, and therefore that one must never place any value or consideration whatsoever above one's perception of reality. It means a commitment to the principle that all of one's convictions, values, goals, desires, and actions must be based on, derived from, chosen, and validated by a process of thought. As precise and scrupulous a process of thought, directed by as ruthlessly strict an application of logic as one's fullest capacity permits. It means one's acceptance of the responsibility of forming one's own judgments and of living by the work of one's own mind, which is the virtue of independence. It means that one must never sacrifice one's convictions to the opinions or wishes of others, which is the virtue of integrity. That one must never attempt to fake reality in any manner, which is the virtue of honesty. That one must never seek or grant the unearned and undeserved. Wow, the DEI, social equity, justice warriors would hate this. Neither in matter nor in spirit, which is the virtue of justice. It means that one must never desire effects without causes. You see how valuable this is in terms of like contradicting the left? And one must never enact a cause without assuming full responsibility for its effects. That one must never act like a zombie without knowing, above all, that one must never seek to get away with contradictions. It means the rejection of any form of mysticism. Any claim to some non-sensory, non-rational, non-definable, supernatural source of knowledge. It means a commitment to reason, not in sporadic fits or on selected issues or in special emergencies, but as a permanent way of life. It means the rejection of any form of mysticism. So, Ayn Rand rejects mysticism and believes in rationality.
No, that's not true.
No, she just said it.
Actually, yes, I know, but she, if you keep reading, like you'd figure out it's mysticism that is woo-woo. There is something called rationalist mysticism, right? Where you rationally evolve and rationally come to the conclusion of mysticism. This is one of the hard things to do, but it is fun.
You cut off there at the end. What did you say, Narja?
Say that again?
Can you say it again about the rational mysticism?
See, like, rationality is a foundational stepping stone, right, on which all ends. Rationality is that which doesn't violate laws of logic, and that which at all times maintains coherency, right? So when what you're thinking, saying, feeling, and doing, are in contradiction to each other, that kind of mysticism, right, is a false mysticism. But then there's a true mysticism that is rational in nature. What I feel, do, say, and focus on, right, aligned with whatever source, whatever the heck you want to call it, or true to myself, that would be rational mysticism. Where nothing, like see, she's very particular about contradictions. Contradictions are truly like, that's hell. True hell is a contradiction. True hell is irrationality. It doesn't allow for pattern recognitions. It doesn't allow for being aligned with reality. And I've said this quite a few times, like, when a theist says that, the God of religion is an anthropomorphic God. The God of religion is, I don't know, like a super me perhaps, right? This is where you're not aligning yourself with the reality of things. Because we like to imagine that. And this woo is what she's calling out. But all God is a set of all existence. is that biggest set, that biggest ground there is, to which we turn to in awe and in glory, right? Because it is its existence itself. That is rational mysticism.
Okay. See, I used to come on this app and try to disengage people, meaning like I would just say, okay, let's take the deepest breath of the day, hold it for 10 seconds. Meaning there's no reason to actually like engage in the conversations and debates that are happening here. It's all like this focused category error. It's just like I prefer the audiobook information distribution to like this broken, incomplete position that people present here. And it's pathetic. Like people here are pathetic. And I really like mocking them and making sure they know that I think they're pathetic and I've confirmed that they're pathetic. It could be a me problem. And I'm slowly moving away from all criticism and just getting into documentary, filmmaking, and just letting the audience decide without my interjection. I think that's the best way to do it. But I could also have, some people enjoy my criticism. I've gotten compliments and people say, I went back and I watched your Instagram of me talking to all these people and I really enjoyed your feedback and your commentary about how ridiculous it is. And I say, thank you. I appreciate you for appreciating me. And, I called my mom yesterday on Mother's Day. That was part 1. I told her I'd call her again today and we'd film part 2. And, she said, I love that for you. And I said, I love that you love that for me. And she said, I love that you love that I love that for you. And I said, I love that you love that I love that you love that for me. And I love that you love that for me. I was like, it was funny. And she got it. Because my mom is a chronic one-upper. And, she realized what I was doing there. I was trying to show her that, she's addicted to like one-upping you in conversation. And there's other people on this app like that. Like, oh, well, I got this and I did that. And it's better than what you did.
This is so cute. It's a cute relationship.
I think it's fun. People liked it yesterday. People enjoyed my little 50-minute conversation with my mom.
What? You put it on freaking... You just put it on?
I mean, it was on Clubhouse and on YouTube Live.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure she knows that, like, when she calls me, I'm recording, but we never actually discuss it, Because my mom has a flip phone. She doesn't actually even have a smartphone. She doesn't waste her time with all this internet reality. But I would suggest that the internet reality is the dominant form of communication. Therefore, it's so close to being reality that it's the only effective way to manipulate reality. Because all this political communication that gets pushed throughout Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and other platforms, that is the marketing content to try to influence people to vote for their leaders who are essentially doing all the handouts. Because we're so broke, there shouldn't be any handouts. There should only be debt service repayment. And a lot of politicians during the election cycle, they just post pictures and videos saying, hey, I just brought in 1.1 million for this bridge, 1.3 million for this facility that does this type of healthcare. And it's like, okay, so Speaker Johnson gave you, $10 million to divvy up across your district. And now you get to create content about where you're giving the money out. It must be nice. But the country's totally, and that's like the reward, for the congressperson or senator to create that content and say, hey, I fought so hard to get this money for you. But really the party loyalty is what's facilitating and funding that. And then they use it for their own marketing purposes.
Do you get irritated by like judgmental religious people on the South?
Oh yeah, they're extremely toxic and highly obnoxious. One guy, he's like, I believe, I think Coptic or whatever. He has a thick voice. Oh, you're the Antichrist. Oh Lord, you're the Antichrist. You're the Antichrist. Like that guy is so fucking annoying. I would like to flog him, you know. And as he's like screaming, like, "Why are you beating me? Why are you beating me? You're the Antichrist. I'll tell you, beat me." Like he would be like he's, you know. Well, I can't imagine flogging a highly annoying person and then like enjoying their torment because of like the torment that I've experienced listening to them.
Oh my God. So yeah, so yesterday one of my friends, you know Benny, right? Like he's getting Benny Adam. He's getting interested in like narcissism, right? And it's a pretty nice worldview, I think. It's a beautiful way of like looking at the world. It's got like a perennial oneness sort of message to it, right?
Yeah, it's beautiful until you decide to go on a crusade.
Yeah, unless you decide to go on a crusade, and but it doesn't allow for it within its worldview. So yesterday he was just positing his worldview, and then people I know and you know, freaking who I didn't ever think would react to his position like that, started to freaking in some form attack him, like in just because he had developed a worldview that doesn't look like the majority Christian position, whatever the heck that is. And I was just shocked. Like these are people I hang out with on the daily, every now and then on this app, right? Like, or at least use it in the background while I'm doing other things. And bloody, I was just unexpected. And I felt like, oh my God, is this how closed you are to anyone who experiences a change in their worldview? By the way, a change that is also positive, in my opinion. Just because it doesn't look like your God or look like your views, like Andrew. If you don't believe in Andrew's God, you're an atheist, basically. That's what he's saying. And I called him out yesterday.
You know, it's funny is I actually like the hardcore Christians because, well, I think the obnoxious part about the hardcore Christians is that they're still basically Democrats, you know, and so the atheists to me are the more annoying ones because they're actually elite intellectual homosexual liberals. That's really what they are. And I listened very closely yesterday in Politically Correct. Whenever a liberal elite Democrat gets cornered, guess what their bite back in response is? Oh, so you don't believe in black men, black women, and gay black men, gay black women? Like it's the same thing over and over. It's their position always rests on the indignity, not the dignity, the indignity of a black woman, a black man, and especially if you're gay. And to me, that's pseudo intellectualism. So they are false prophets. They are fake intellectuals, and they themselves are elite homosexual liberal Democrats, and they're pseudo intellectuals because the basis of your political position cannot be the disenfranchisement of black men and black women who are gay. And so they position everything, no matter what your position is, against that backdrop. And that is so fucking disingenuous and so propaganda. It's such propaganda. And they're ruthless. And they know what they're doing. Consciously, they know that they are essentially doing filibustering on the backs of gay black men and gay black women. And it's pathetic. And actually, it's really just their own projection because they are closeted homosexual intellectuals who are married and have children, and they could never admit that they're bisexual and that they are extremely predatorial. So those are my observations. I think they're accurate. And that's why I film. You know, I am in my documentary filmmaking here on Clubhouse. I'm actually like in the jungle recording chimpanzees interact with each other. And it turns out that we as monkeys are so good at trying to subvert, hypnotize, and manipulate each other. It truly is the economy. It's really how everything is happening. And when AOC gets on stage and say nobody can make $1 billion, that's impossible. Well, that's because she's propagandizing eat the rich. And she herself is rich. She's very rich. She's like 40 million or plus. A fucking bartender, congresswoman who's unstoppable, and people eat it up because she's so goddamn sexy. You know, if AOC was an overweight, obese, disgusting pig, no one would listen to her. No one would want to look at her. So the physical beauty is the first step at magnetizing and hypnotizing. And that's what she does. She is a ruthless propaganda. And in fact, she's nothing but a CIA agent. She is a CIA agent or associated with CIA agents. So her background and her actual pedigree, it's not exposed. It's not discussed. I mean, it's crazy that we don't think that Congress people and senators aren't like fully integrated with the CIA. And if you think the CIA should be shut down and defunded, you have no idea how many people are involved with the CIA and their activities. So, I mean, I'm happy to exist because so many people hate my existence. You know, that's what really makes me happy when people say, oh, you don't know who John Kitover is? Block this guy, kick him quick, get him the fuck out of here. That's when I know like I'm being successful, because everything has to do with apartheid, indigenous rights, neo-settler colonialism, structural white racism, and a whole list. There's a top 10 list of complaints, and philosophy is the compression of all those complaints. But when you compress all the complaints, they're not there anymore. But these people decompress the now into their history hypnosis complaint session. And it's because they're trying to essentially because they themselves are highly demoralized. See, victory and strength, the correlation between strength and joy is real. And I was talking to my mom about this yesterday. If you have great joy, that's because you have great strength. When your strength is diminished and goes down, your joy goes down. It really does.
Yeah, I agree.
A lot of it is perception and lack of action. Because when you actually take action, you realize that you're not really doing anything for the most part, unless you're actually pushing back and putting good content out there. Force is like a combination of action and like newness, you know, because the new frame reframes the old frames, and every day new frames are being put on yesterday's frames of the previous frame. So, you know, like that guy Brian in here, he tried to raise his hand earlier, and it's like, I don't want to bring him up because he's one of those chronic uppers. And, you know, last time I talked to him, he said he was going to kill me. And welcome to your new life, bitch. You know, I know where you live. And I'm like, okay, well, I don't want to be friends with you anymore because, you know, I know you have mental problems and I'm okay with that. But like when you make death threats against me, and you don't issue an apology or say, hey, you know, like I'd like to, you know, make amends. So I just ignore and I don't entertain and I move on with my life in joy and strength. You know, I'm not going to entertain people who get wicked drunk and then make death threats on a social audio chat app. That's ridiculous. I'm happy not having former friends in my life who I view as being obnoxiously toxic.
Wasn't Ron your friend? Was you reading like Crowley together with him? I remember he actually did read Pan.
Who, Brian?
Yeah. Was it Ryan or Brian?
It wasn't Brian. Brian is extremely resistant to reading anything.
Oh my god. But why?
Because he just wants to talk. He's a talkaholic. He just wants dopamine from talking. He doesn't want to have any type of like plan or goal or outcome or alternative content. It's just he just wants to talk about whatever the fuck there is to talk about. He's yeah. Do you know who Osho is?
Yes, I have been to his ashram. I lived there for 3 months.
I love like just how
And
wild.
also,
I love like his outfits. Like
I
he
know.
looks like a space traveler. Like
No. So, he's a Pune. So I studied the structures because my thesis in architecture was spiritual buildings, right? And his ashram is made of black pyramids, right? And at 1/3 the height of those pyramids that they built, you can actually he's raised the central platform, right, on which like he would sit. Something about like how at 1/3 the height of the pyramid, energies like are probably like highest, and things. They've done some experiments like by putting apples and oranges and stuff by making these models that are pyramids at that height. You see that no rotting happens, and I don't know, energies are different and stuff like that. Bro, Osho, like, first of all, he believed in like orgies and stuff, right? So it's an experience. You have to go and see it. Then they have a spring festival that I went for, and you can basically dance any kind of style. I think a lot of it is drugs, I'm not gonna lie. But you could like tour. Then there's like every week he dedicates it to one kind of ritual practice, right? Like the whirling dervish would be one of them, and he gives you they would give you like robes and stuff that you could wear or not. So he's all about the essence of everything being love, and he's also like used to be highly hedonistic in a way that he sort of spiritualized hedonism. But you should know that love is everything. That's social.
yeah, I love these YouTube clips that come up with him. Listen to this one.
Shows a significant fact that perhaps our love is searching for something else, and because we don't find it in our so-called lovers, the frustration arises. Nobody is responsible, just our direction is wrong. The real lover is within you.
See that?
Eternal.
This is the thing about these relationships. It's like if you know that if your real lover is you within you, you take your relationships with a much more like professional approach as opposed to like this, childish love attraction, dopamine orgasm game of oxytocin. And that's why philosophy sets us free from like these carnal monkey mind activities that so many people engage in. And that's why so many people have so much suffering and why they have all these burdens now. I don't know, maybe just coping. Maybe I'm just coping.
Lover is within you. Once you have found it, you are absolutely
Content with yourself. Okay, Bri, welcome to the show. Last time I talked to you, you said you were going to kill me, and that
I would never kill you. I mean, that would be too easy.
And you said welcome to your new fucking reality. And
Well, I mean, dude, I would sink the Lady Hawk before I'd kill you.
Oh, well, you can't sink the Lady Hawk because the Lady Hawk is unsinkable because it's no longer in my possession.
Okay.
You can't sink a ship that won't float.
Yeah, well, can't believe you bought that thing. At least you got laid a couple times.
Yeah, I know, but when you calculate out how much per lay, I might as well just have accumulated some sugar babies and paid the bill.
Hey, you ain't lying. I love me a good hooker.
All right, well, this is the Ayn Rand book club where we're going to read another page from Ayn Rand.
We talking about Ayn Rand, like a Jewish woman that wrote, like, you know, Atlas Struggles.
That's it.
Struggles. Yes, Atlas does struggles.
Well, who the fuck is John Gall?
Who is John Gall? I am John Gall, baby. I am.
Dude, I might be a dumbass redneck, but I mean, I have read a couple books.
I'm so proud of you, Brian, for reading Ayn Rand. At least knowing how far.
Dude, I did Atlas Struggle. Dude, I read like 3 of her books, I think.
My gosh, look at my.
I think it was Atlas Shrugged, Atlas
Shrugged, The Fountain Head, maybe.
Dude, but yeah, but like, you know, ultimately, they ended up with the community that they were meant to be with. The funny thing is, like, you know, in modern day, like, you know, they're talking about like all these scientists that are being just like they're like, you know, like vanishing. I think that that's Atlas Shrugged. These are the scientists that we need. I think this is like DARPA, like being ahead of AI. Well, AI is gonna, you know, take over. Like, seriously. Yeah, I'm smoking a cigarette. I apologize. But yeah, no, dude, who is John Gall? What do we want from our future? We have to compete with AI as human beings. And dude, I was programming in 1986 when I was like 11 years old. I could type 60 words a minute correctly, and I would program pretty damn proficiently in BASIC with logic. You know, but now we're in a whole different realm. Like, you know, and these computers are thinking faster than I could have ever thought. How do you compete against them? I mean, I did that. I could do it abstractly, but logically, you can't compete. What do you want from your future for your kids? What do you think 2050 is going to look like for your kids? I mean, I heard a baby in the background. What do you think, like, you know, 25 years from now is going to look like? Because 25 years ago for me was 1995. And everything from 95 to here is crazy as the front door. But you're talking about like what you're trying to give with AI and computers and all the distractions and devices to your kids, and another 25 years from here to then, good fucking luck. I'm being dead the front door serious. Dude, I'm about to take my fucking wristwatch off and blow my whistle. That's my boondoggle whistle. Bro, these kids are not gonna know how to fucking take care of themselves. None of them are gonna know how to do it. None of them will know how to start a fire. None of them will know how to like volunteer and like be in the woods. If there are, it'll be the exception of the children. it won't be the rule. What do you think, John? I guess you don't want to talk about it, John? What, you want some vittles? What about cornbread?
Hello?
Hello?
Sorry, I just repositioned my sprinkler.
I'm about to feed my dogs. I'm listening to birds chirping in the background.
It's a nationality. That's not a race. India is not a race.
Why do you always
identifies gay
with
black.
like
What is wrong with
background
someone?
noise? Why do you not communicate on a normal level?
Because I'm not beholden to any type of strict rules or format here in this matrix known as the internet.
But you don't want to like connect with your friends?
No, not necessarily. I want to like push through to what I'm trying to achieve, regardless of what people and friends I happen to that happen to flow by.
What is the thing that you want to achieve? I mean, I know your mom is gorgeous, and like I know your dad. I know like the things you've done. And dude, I would love to see you be the mayor of Chicago. That'd be the funniest shit ever. But,
well, it's not going to happen. But the whole thing is, it's like being able to communicate, ideas. But really, the AI analysis of like uncovering fraud. Like I found this hospital that's billing Medicaid $130 million a year. 130 million for illegal aliens. It's so illegal.
Bro, like you want to know the sad part to me is, like, if you look at 2025, we spent $3 billion on homeless veterans. We spent $9 billion on illegal immigrants. Like, how are you spending 3 times the amount for illegal people versus the people that actually literally went to like war for our country?
Well, I know how to answer that question.
I do. Please tell me.
Well, I went to this dinner party with like a very successful gentleman, and all these is actually in charge of like the Pacific Fleet. Like he was the admiral of like the Pacific Fleet or something. And he was an African American, and just incredible presence, military presence. And somebody asked him, "Are you gonna run for politics when you get out?" And he started laughing. He's like, "Absolutely not." And they're like, "Why not?"
I would have voted for him.
I think it's just a question of, do you want to experience it? Even if you know you can win, do you want to experience that? And I think the answer is no.
No. Do you know what kind of sacrifice it takes to do that job? Like, seriously. Like, I'm being, like, completely 100% sincere. Do you know how hard that job is?
Yeah, you can see it on people's appearances.
Dude, like every president that goes in, they look young. When they come out, they look fucking old and gray. like, you know, they're put through the ringer. You know, I don't know one of them that got out, like, you know, safe.
Yeah, a lot of the guys that I trained with at the Citadel, they didn't make it back, or they made it back, but they were, you know, forever permanently damaged. And
like myself, yes.
Yeah, it's very sad, you know, because you would imagine that there would be political and military alignment of priorities, but there's just not. And so, I mean, in many ways, I'm like a fascist, that I believe we should actually be a military society completely. And that
I'm authoritarian when it comes to certain things.
Yeah, and it's so disappointing. I think that's actually why a lot of veterans become hopeless and have despair and ultimately, you know, commit the S word, because they.
Oh, yeah, dude. No, yeah, you're right. Yes, I agree.
Yeah. It's like you feel like you've been duped, and that the whole sacrifice.
Like it was like a football the whole time.
Well, meaning that, like, if it
was a farce.
If it was real, well, then it would have been real here too in America. It wouldn't have just been real for that exercise.
When I came home, I didn't feel real. I felt like, you know, everybody could thank you for your service, but honestly, I didn't know what service was for.
Yeah, I like to, when people say thank you for your service, I say, please never thank me ever again. Take it back. And then I want you to thank all the dead people who were obliterated, and you can look at their pictures on a poster. Don't thank me, you know, because when you thank me, what you're really doing is thanking yourself. Don't project your thanks onto me when you shouldn't even be thanking me, because look at me. You know, it's like you're trying to downgrade me by saying thank you. No, just don't thank me. Never, ever thank me, because I'm here breathing, talking to you. And so what did I sacrifice to talk to you right now? Nothing. The people that are dead are the ones who gave all so that you and I could sit here and I could complain about you thanking me. And then they say, oh, sorry, I ever.
Well, the thing is, like, all games, some gave all, and like I've held them when they died.
Yeah.
And I know what it's really about, John. Like, seriously.
Yeah.
Like, you know, the sacrifice really is. And like, I don't think most people understand the level of sacrifice that it takes to secure our freedom of speech.
Well, see, protecting freedom of speech versus actually knowing what speech should be protected is really the conundrum, because most people have never actually experimented with radical speech that could get you in trouble. So that's the thing. It's like, let's not talk about protecting to be protected. People are stupid and political. They're horribly hypocritical. And I'm glad that I exist to essentially document what I would call the elite liberal Democrat, and especially the gay black liberal Democrat.
I'm not gay, but I am a Democrat.
What makes you a Democrat? Is it like the history of Democrat?
93, you had to sign up for selective service. They asked me what I was.
Mm-hmm.
And I was, in 93, I was 18. And like Clinton was the president. And I'd been reading books in like, you know, civics and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I was reading about like classical liberalism from the 70s.
Mm-hmm.
So I picked Democrat. But a 93 Democrat is a 20 Democrat. You know what I mean? I didn't leave the party left me.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? You know, I don't know if I'm like moderate or progressive or any of it, I mean, I like the function. I like the post office. I like, feeding kids before they go to school, and so they're not hungry when they're in class. Like, these are socialist programs that I do care for. But that doesn't make me a communist, though. You know what I mean?
Well, what does austerity mean to you, and how long would you expect the people to sacrifice their well-being in order to right the ship? Because if a lot of people claim they're capitalists, but our system is really socialist, it's not capitalist, because we print 7 trillion.
No, I disagree.
Okay.
Well, I mean, you can have a socialist society within a capitalist society, but you can never have a capitalist society within a socialist society. So I disagree with you.
Well, then the thing is, I have conversations that ultimately I go back to what is economic theory and economic philosophy. Our primary goal efficiency and overall utility and equity? Are we trying to optimize? And do we believe that deficit spending is optimization? And if we didn't do deficit spending and we paid down the debt and we optimized our spend, wouldn't that be the better long-term option as opposed to the term fix?
No.
Why not?
Because, the reason within capitalism that we do what we do, like if you make a boondoggle and I make a boondoggle, necessity is the mother of invention, and we know how to figure out how to fix a problem that everybody got. That makes us we came to the forefront first, and we can put that. We made our boondoggle our thing that made us important within society. And if you took that away from society, why would you ever make anything within communism? Well, I mean, you're not going to get anything. If you made the boondoggle that made millions and you get none of it, why would you invent the boondoggle? Of Iraq in 2010, our national deficit was $12 trillion.
Yeah.
Right? From, it took us 200 change years.
I know that people are saying that we.
How do we do that? How do we do that? And
So if we wanted to claw back some of the trillions, well, it's out there. It's sitting in people's bank accounts, and we could claw it back if we had a self-promoter. You know, do you know who Benjamin is on this app? He has a room open right now called Math is Racist.
How is logic racist?
Because in an inverted,
Math is racist, as literally saying logic is racist.
well, they can make, see, this is the thing about making arguments for things that don't exist. Like, as the participant in their experiment, your observation, your observation is what gives their ridiculous sentiment any credibility. It's like, were you in, no, I don't know if you were, anyways, a flat earther came into Steve's room today, and he's like, we are ready to debate you. We are ready to debate you at any time, anywhere, any place, and we've got the receipts. And it's like, and you know, you just kind of feel bad for some people how that's their area of focus, you know, which is just fantastical thinking.
Like straight up, and then like, you know, like if you could circumnavigate Antarctica and always turn left and like go around Antarctica, and like you have people that say there's an ice shelf on the flat Earth.
Mm-hmm.
How can you turn left when everything makes you turn right on the flat Earth style? Like there's an ice shelf that goes all the way around. Like you'd have to turn right the whole time when you're talking about navigating left. Like if you can't counterclockwise your ice shelf, you'd be on a flat Earth. But we can literally circumnavigate. How many times? It's been done like 150 times. I think Captain Cook was the very first person that ever did it.
I mean, isn't it just basic geometry? Like the space between point A to point B is a straight line, and
trigonometry, like side angle.
How can you just not use your mind's eye though and visualize? How do you just like not visualize it in your mind's eye? Like, how can you think that if I want to go from point A to point B and there's not curvature to that line, like how do you not see that in your mind's eye? I just don't understand how people can't see that from just a plane perspective, flying a plane. Like there's curvature to that movement. What the fuck is wrong with people?
I completely understand. The point being is like, you know, why does people that deny the comprehension of truth?
Yeah, I think that's content though, but the irony, and this is why I think mocking people is fun, important, maybe a waste of time, but you know, there's just so many people worthy of mockery, and it's almost like they have a language comprehension and a language deficiency.
Bad joke. That was a bad joke.
Well, that's why I say it's not. Flat earthers are actually a philosophy. It's not some kind of mathematical or geographic science or something like that. It's what they're really trying to express is a philosophy, but they don't have the words to really describe what they're thinking or feeling. That's what I've told them before.
Bro, dude, when I'm telling you that we need to worry about the Shia, I'm not even fucking kidding you, bro.
We don't need to worry about them?
No, we totally need to.
Oh, why do you say that?
Because I served with a whole bunch of them, and I know a bunch of them are fucking black tards.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean by that?
No.
They're fucking out of their mind.
Is that projection or accurate diagnosis?
No, I mean, dude, I'd rather kill them. But I'm out to. But bro, fuck. Like, you understand what they're trying to do with Shia law?
Mm-mm.
Like, look at Dearborn and look at Texas. I mean, like, they're trying to enact Sharia law.
Mm-hmm.
Do you understand what I mean?
I understand the sentence.
Bro, I mean, but do you understand what that means to like the First Amendment?
Yeah, that's why I'm saying, like, we have to know what controversial statements we can and can't say based on First Amendment, because everybody is always so concerned about First Amendment, but no one here on this app actually identifies what are the controversial concepts and statements you can't make because they'll gaslight somebody.
Agreed.
But see, it only goes one way. Called by abortion, if abortion is appalling to you and you think it's murder, well, then everything that people say in defense of it is really offensive to you. So we live in this double standard, hypocritical environment.
Like John, if you were literally like, you know, pro-choice and I was pro-life, like it wouldn't like deter me from talking to you.
No, I get that.
The problem is people would make that like, you know, like, oh, we're so different, and they would no longer talk. You know, you and I can have completely opposite views. It wouldn't bother me.
No, I think people that can express their opposite views peacefully is where the best outcome comes about. The problem with the left is that it's not that for them. It literally is we shouldn't be having this. We shouldn't be having this debate, and that we should control the communication and content. That's what they say, because they feel that it's dangerous.
You said the first thing was I feel.
That's what they say, and they say it's too dangerous to have conversations and debates about this because they can't let their position or propaganda be compromised. So subject, object, subject. They say that the synthesis happens.
Your subjective is like once you figure out your reality, how you feel about reality that you're with.
Mm-hmm. That's the way it goes.
No, I'm good. Do I sound dumb?
No, I think you're 100% accurate. The problem is that in the world of like green beans and control, and then, you know, the push down of content from media corporations, we're just living in a highly programmed communication that's literally pushed down top to bottom communication. Oh, we got Mountain, the man.
I'm glad I've known you for half a decade.
Mountain, yes. Mountain was just in race.
I'm not an idiot. Fuck you. You're an idiot, bro. No, I said Matt is an idiot. Oh, okay. What are you guys doing, though?
We've been talking about various topics, but
just shooting the bubble.
You know, yesterday Mountain and I had a lengthy conversation, and at the end of the conversation, guess what I told him?
Well, you don't get it. I was wondering. No, he doesn't get it. So I literally have tried to explain to him the reason why I troll, the reason why I don't get too serious in this app is because I feel like it's not healthy and I don't have the self-control to stay away from it. So I try to not be part of a club. I try to get myself banned occasionally so I'm not part of the table. And then but then John goes, if you don't be yourself, you're not going to be part of the conversation. You're not going to be the table. Like, that's the point, bro. That is the point. Because Clubhouse. He said that to me many a time. Like, I've known John since 21 when my mom was still alive on Instagram. Yeah. Like, the only reason I'm on Clubhouse is because I had been, like, you know, you want to talk some shit. Don't start no shit. Won't be no shit.
No, I wasn't.
But I guarantee you, I'll come to Chicago and tell them how to sail a sailboat.
I wasn't. See, Mountain likes boats. Mountain is a boat builder. I was just making a joke saying that, like, you know, I told you about the time I fired this African American kid from
That was so funny.
yeah, and he's like, "Why the fuck you want to fire?" So it's like, I see you're just too much of a liability to bring back on the facility because you can't behave yourself because that it's unhealthy. So then you make it more unhealthy by trolling just to get kicked to preserve your time. Like that is madness. That's not what you're looking for. You're actually like you're just going about it the wrong way. We got Bao here. Bao is a very funny individual. Bao, do you want to come up and say anything? This is Michael Braunstein from Miami. Welcome, Bao. Bao's like a full day session while he's doing whatever. Haven't seen him for a while, or maybe I just am blocked. Who knows? This is the Ayn Rand book reading room. Bao, have you ever read an Ayn Rand book? Bao is also a teacher, yet he comes on here and doesn't really ever have anything academic to teach. He's never read a book. And I always criticize people here who don't take the time to at least read one page a day. And it's just my belief that a book is more valuable than you, unfortunately.
Which person I've seen as that Rand Paul is actually the doctor.
We know.
Yeah, but you know that he was named after Ayn Rand because of his father.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that. Michael, your life must be going great if you're on Clubhouse saying bow wow wow. So happy for you. Must be getting the stress must be getting to you, the anxiety of failure. Uh-oh. A beautiful Sunday in Miami. He's got phone. He's looking at a cellular device and saying, "Oh wow." That's Michael Braunstein's accumulation of life in 26.
I'm over here with my gun in my hand and drinking a beer.
Oh, that's Bow wow is right. So Rabbano Shalom, we're gonna read a page. Now, many of you don't read, so just let me do the reading for you. This is the value of knowing somebody who reads a book on Clown House. This is page 29. It's called The Virtue of Productiveness. And it's productiveness is interesting because a lot of people think that what I do is not work or productive. But I just say, if I'm a politician, well, then I've already mastered the art of doing nothing and being highly productive.
Well, that's only because you speak one way and it's not dialogue. It's just you giving a directive.
Rabbano Shalom.
The real question is, did you file taxes this year?
Rabbano Shalom, yes, absolutely.
Okay, that matters then.
Did you?
I did.
You know, I met a girl at the bar, and she's like, I haven't filed in 6 years. And I was like, you haven't filed your taxes in 6 years? She's like, nope. I was like, you think it's going to turn out well for you? She's like, I don't really know, and I don't really care. I was like, well, I love your attitude, but good luck.
Well, I mean, I haven't filed my taxes in longer than that.
Shit. Why not?
Because I've made $0 since the last time I filed.
Yeah, but can't you still get a refund even if you didn't earn any income?
I've never tried.
Oh, well, you ain't part of the community.
No, I mean, I like years I haven't made money.
Yeah.
At least the government can get hold of.
I don't think you have anything to really worry about.
Yeah. Well, I mean, dude, but I'm still a millionaire.
Well, Rabbano Shalom, you're about to actually experience page 29 from Ayn Rand. This is the virtue of productiveness.
Who is John Gall?
We're going to find out in just a minute.
Dude, I'm the guy that has the electric bicycle company. I'm not sure I'm on their level.
The virtue of productiveness is the recognition of the fact that productive work is the process by which man's mind sustains his life, the process that sets man free of the necessity to adjust himself to his due, gives him the power to adjust his background to himself. Productive work of man's unlimited achievement and calls upon the highest attributes of his character, his creative ability, his ambitiousness, his self-assertiveness, his refusal to bear uncontested disasters, his dedication to the goal of reshaping the earth in the image of his values. Productive work does not mean the unfocused performance of the motions of some job. It means the consciously chosen pursuit of a productive career in any line of rational endeavor, great or modest, on any level of ability. It is not the degree of a man's ability, nor the scale of his work that is ethically relevant here, but the fullest and most purposeful use of his mind. The virtue of pride is the recognition of the must produce physical values in his life, so he must acquire the character that make his life worth sustaining. That as man is a being of self-made wealth, so he is a being of self-made soul. Atlas shrugged. The virtue of pride can best... Let me finish this page. The virtue of pride can best be described by the term moral ambitiousness. It means that one must earn the right to hold oneself as one's own highest value by achieving one's own moral perfection, which one achieves by never accepting any code of irrational virtues impossible to practice, and by never failing to practice the virtues one knows to be rational, by never accepting an unearned guilt and never earning any, or if one has earned it, never leaving it uncorrected, by never resigning oneself passively to any flaws in one's character, by never placing any concern, wish, fear, or mood of the moment above the reality of one's own self-esteem. And above all, it means one's rejection of the role of a sacrificial animal, the rejection of any doctrine that preaches self-immolation as a moral virtue or duty. Okay, gentlemen, you've just read one page of Ayn Rand. How do you feel?
Ayn Rand. Her name was Ayn.
Ayn!
Oh, you said Ayn Rand. That's crazy.
Some say potato, some say potato.
And some people kick people right in the fucking mouth.
Hello?
Dude, it's not my fault I'm this angry.
It is your fault.
Nah, it's the world that made me this way.
Check out ashwagandha, bro. I've been recommending that to my fellow man. Check that out, bro. It's been really good for me. Ashwagandha.
Matsikati Yinyo Shamari.
I don't know any. No, this is ashwagandha. It's like it's natural.
I know. I was speaking Shona to you, which is the dialect of the area.
Yeah.
You've probably seen her on.
It's not my fault you don't understand. Like how you doing today, my friend?
I'm good.
Bro.
How are you? How are you?
Hi.
We're good.
No, I'm high.
Good. Smoking big blunt or what?
Hi, how are you?
So Michael Bronstein, what's new in your life? Damn.
I totally need more weed.
What a life.
fuck you, motherfucker.
Hello?
Hello? Reborn Salon?
I think
I'm going out for Mother's Day.
I'm the master of my universe? What?
Well, my sister.
Hey, happy Mother's Day. I bet your mother is gorgeous. I wish my mom was still alive, bro. Like, shut up. For real, for real.
Going bowling, dude. We're going on a bowling.
But dude, he went with his mom to the, returning his, voter cards. That was a cool video. You remember the reality of life?
Rabbanu Shalom. Where are you taking Mom, Michael?
Bowling alley.
The bowling alley? What do you roll these days?
Fuck do I know. I think I used to roll 120s or something back in the day.
Shit, I'm 250 and up.
Something like that. 120s, 140s. I don't know.
There is no God, but that does not mean that I'm an atheist. Certainly, I'm not a theist. The atheist says there is no God also. But when I say there is no God, when these people say there is no God, there is a tremendous difference between my statement and their statement. Because I say at the same moment that there is no God, but that does not mean that I'm an atheist. Certainly, I'm not a theist. The atheist says there is no God also. But when I say there is no God, when these people say there is no God, there is a tremendous difference between my statement and their statement. Certainly, I am not a theist. The atheist says there is no God also. But when I say there is no God, when these people say there is no God, there is a
you have a consonant fifth and a slightly dissonant third, and they were really into consonant thirds, or the sweeter third, and the somewhat dissonant fifth, which would sound weird to us today.
Yeah, I think people should listen to just intonation, like any way they can listen, like a pure third or a pure fifth. every perfect fifth, every power chord that you've heard all your life is out of fucking tune, people. You don't even know it. You're just used to it. That's why it's convention. It's just it's all artifice, convention, hundreds and hundreds of years of this shit, And you still got the fucking, the polka dot duo playing the microtonal music, right? What are their guitars? There's all sorts of stuff going on there.
I mean, I just like to sitar track to the sound library, and that shit is tuning all over the place with the microphones and stuff.
So if you wanted to do a wonderful thing, if you wanted to do Persian tuning, classical Persian tuning on your fucking one of your synths there, what software do you use?
Logic Pro, you customize the tuning. You go into Logic Pro, and then in the tuning panel, you customize it.
All right.
Following the discussion right now.
Yeah.
I still would love to know how many races there are.
I think there were 7. When you fill out the forms, the government forms, which race are you? Pacific Islander,
fucking mongoloid.
It was suggested that were, I think.
I guess I'm standing on my back porch right now. You want to hear what it sounds like?
Children. Yeah, try to herd cats all day and see if you don't lose your mind, Regal. I mean, I bet you that if you were set up in a system where you had to...
Did you just say herding 8 cats and like a fucking animal? Like,
yeah, Regal, the organization I run right now, has a fleet that I have to manage and do the asset management plan for the whole thing.
Where do you do that from, Cora?
Well, I have multiple locations. I have
Where do you do it from? Do you have an office?
Excuse me, I have 3 different office sites, and I work from home.
And you sit on your ass when you do this work, right?
No, sometimes I go to the fucking garage maintenance facility.
Bro, it sounds like it sounds like game. You ain't acknowledging game, bro. If she got to where she is and she's comfortable and she ain't doing hard labor, that's a skill.
I appreciate that, right? And that's what women tend to do. They gravitate towards that. Men usually tend to gravitate towards.
You don't want to do hard labor. You don't want to do labor. Just go to school.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with that. But then she's not conceding to the point that it's like men do all the jobs that they take for granted, including going down into the sewers and fucking scraping.
I don't think she's taking men for granted, I don't think so.
So why can't she concede that? Why can't she say, "Hey, I appreciate it"?
Cora, you're saying men ain't about shit, and they aren't integral to society?
No, I'm saying that women participate in that too. Maybe it's smaller numbers, right?
Thank you. Now you're admitting it. Now she's admitting it.
There are certain things where you act like women, like in the construction industry, right? I'm telling you right now, there's far many more female engineers that are coming up, right? They work in the project management side. They work in the materials management side. They do all sorts of shit. When you show up at the site and there's a pallet waiting there for you, there might have been a woman on the other end.
There are female engineers. That's no doubt about that.
But they're not that many.
Well, I mean, they're a double-digit percentage.
Just that woman is drunk. Who the hell are you to talk about it, Rico?
I mean, when it comes down to hard labor, when it comes down to workers or laborers, that's mostly men, without a doubt. But when we're talking about managers or technical skill or any of that, women are involved in all that.
And I'm not even an engineer, and yet there's a cul-de-sac in the downtown area of my little neighborhood, right, that has an experimental drainage design that I came up with. And it fucking got built. It cost $2 million fucking dollars.
Find enough time
my fucking hobby.
Then you are an engineer. You are an engineer.
And I make it happen.
How do you do all this stuff and manage to be on set all day long?
I did that like 15 years ago. She said money, and I literally, it's like 15 years ago. You drunk ass haven't gotten there, and you're jealous of women. We did it all.
I don't think he's that. He just wants the acknowledgement that men, get down and dirty. They're usually involved in a lot of these fields that women typically aren't seen or don't really have a representation. I think that's true without denying that women are involved in managerial
I can't believe you can just walk into this conversation and see it for what it is. And these chicks over here are so fucking prideful they can't admit it.
It's the way you're coming at them, bro. It's like you're trying to bite their heads off for what?
I don't care how I'm saying. It's what the fuck I'm saying. Pay attention to it.
You're East Coast, Cora's West Coast. Just as West Coast. You're talking to West Coast people.
And then I'm talking about all the colleagues that I've had. I had a colleague at the consulting.
West Coast and East Coast, we have our issues because we don't see things the same way.
And management, and worked in LA and was in and out of all of that shit. Like all the time.
You see how proud she is? She's like proving herself right now.
Right? I have multiple friends.
You can tell just from the way Cora speaks and articulates. She's a highly technical person. She has high skills, so you should be able to detect this.
Skilled women, and I know that they exist. Whereas Regal, right, who's up on roofs, can't see them.
Like, if there is a thing that needs to be highlighted, man.
Or he just can't see him while he's on top of the roof. He's like, where are they next to me? All he sees is a bunch of berths and a bunch of, I don't know. Which is fair. I think women should give that to men. Like, you know, labor is our thing. We take care of that, no problem. I personally wouldn't do it unless I'm paid very well. But, you know, other than that, I wouldn't engage in labor. But
because we're from the West Coast. We don't do.
But women, you gotta understand. Like, women already understand that they're not gonna be the best fit for these environments. They're not gonna be able to keep up with men, so they focus on other career avenues. So they go technical, they go STEM, they go admin. So it's just fair, and that's. I mean, we wouldn't have gotten through World War II without women. Like, you understand that, right?
I'm sorry, Olumi. Maybe you're right. I have to talk to children and be like really calm in my tone and act like their daddy and then know what's in what I'm saying.
Let me be a self-righteous, high-striving human being who looks down upon others because they're not patriarchs like my religion allows for. And
lady, I look down on you because you treat me.
Why are you all adding courtesy? Like, just let it. It's already landed. Like, why continue the shit talk? He is East Coast, y'all West Coast. Y'all understand how they are.
Yeah, exactly. Now I'm coming to know actually Illinois. I didn't know that. They're like from the Middle Ages.
Yeah, we're all about HR. They're all about.
I live on the East Coast. Like, I can't deal with this fucking shit. Like, I didn't even know people existed like Rico, to be honest. It's so far away from our world.
Because you think that men are fucking feminist cucks, dude, and you really don't care about what men like. You really don't get to know them. You don't know what they're like.
Energy. I'm not even lying at this moment.
At all. It's all about you. It's all about holding the door open for you and then being like, I don't need it because I'm a boss bitch as an engineer. I'm going to be in a competition with you, and then, I fought that, dude. Like, I wouldn't.
It's really not like that.
You're the one that...
We open doors. A woman opens doors for men. Like, you're ahead of someone, you open the door to the guy behind you. That whether it's a man, whether it's a woman, whether it's anybody. That's just how it works.
No. I'm talking about, the expectation, fucking the social contract. You know, men are supposed to...
If you're on a date...
be charming, you're supposed to...
Yeah. I mean, that's the least you could do before you open up, because they know how to make men happy. Because they know how to make men happy. She's going doggy style on you. That's what.
They get to send me to war based on their vote, right? But then they don't have to sign up for the draft neither. That's a privilege, don't you think?
I'm good. I don't need them on the battlefield.
Okay, great. Neither do I. But the point remains is that they're so entitled to have.
They can be on the battlefield. They're nurses. You want to be cutting off people's legs and holding down screaming men.
They don't want to join the military like that.
They do. Women are in the military. What are you talking about?
They don't.
Supply chain management.
I was in the military. There are women in the military.
I want my equal right to sign up for the draft and let it be automatic as soon as I fucking register.
There's a lot of women in the military, bro.
There's not a lot of women. There's no feminist organization out there today saying I want my equal right.
Honestly, I don't want women in the military personally. I'd rather just be
fully. I'm not dealing with the fucking point, dipshit.
Okay, guys.
They're already drafted. They're already in the draft. Women are in the draft.
You want to live vicariously through this fucking equal rights movement? Then how come they equally don't want to be able to sign up for the fucking draft?
Why? They're already signed up. They're already signed up.
Why don't they want that equality, bro?
What, you got a consensus from all women in the United States and their positions to
You asked me this question before, Regal, and I'm like, I would like to see something more like the European system where you could do
so you guys have no explanation for that, but here's the one right that you guys do not have men have, right?
You know?
How come you guys don't want that kind of equality?
Sure, you wouldn't be talking about this right now.
What inherent duties and responsibilities do women have as grown adults in this fucking country and to society? You can't tell me not fucking one. One of my duties is to sign up for the fucking draft, dipshit.
I don't think anybody has inherent duties, Regal.
It is an inherent duty. I'm forced to, because men with guns will come to my fucking house and arrest me.
Not an inherent duty.
Yeah, it is an inherent fucking duty. As a United States citizen, as a man in this country, that you don't have to fucking do, because you're privileged.
Oh, you're not privileged? Is that what it is?
Actually, there's a lot of men that prefer women not be on the battlefield
because, and
We're talking about women not wanting to be on the battlefield. We're talking about women who want equal rights to men, that want to do the things that men do. How come this is the one thing that they don't want to do?
You right now are saying that you yourself believe that women are not.
Do rights come inherent with responsibilities and duties?
I'm right here right now. I don't care what government. I don't care what government shows up. I don't care who shows up. If I have a wife, and she's calling for some sort of draft, it's gonna be over my dead body.
Generally speaking, most men that are, and I've heard this from a Marine, they said they don't want women on the battlefield with them because it inherently they will go and.
No one cares about anecdotal stories. I don't care about anecdotal stories.
This
is the truth. Women just can't keep up physically. I don't expect her to drag my 200-pound ass by the collar if I'm fucking hit. Like, I don't see how she's gonna do that. I'm not saying there aren't women who aren't capable of that. It's just very few, and the exception doesn't change the rule. They're not physically built for this kind of environment. Not that men are necessarily physically built to murder each other, so it's not a great place. You don't want to be a part of that. Women can stay support roles, admin, medical, the officers, so technical officers, stuff like that. Not as a combat. Definitely not combat. And I think prime example is October 7th. Like, you saw that it was pleasant to see when you're dealing with combatants who are females. It's not a good scene.
Okay, whenever we talk about our contribution in laborious jobs, we actually ignores the fact that we are physically stronger, and it's a gift from nature. It's not something that we own.
You have more upper body strength and more bone density. Women actually have quite strong legs, so we could compensate for some things.
That's true.
It's done. Yeah.
It's not one is better than the other. We complement each other. Our natures are meant to unite and bring about the full human dynamic, and that's what keeps us going. When we try to do these black and white lines, it's like, what are they, a different race or species? Like, no, they're of us. Who are we criticizing? Our mothers, our sisters, our aunts, our daughters? And who are they criticizing? Their fathers? Like, which woman is going to say, my father didn't support, my father wasn't expected to be responsible and provide? No, obviously.
Zavu, you want me to kick it off again?
What encourages guys about? I don't know why you freaking hang out with losers all the time.
What do you mean? You hang out with them more than I do.
Well, it's a cutthroat society, man. Like, women got to go out there. They got to have some sort of security. They have to go and get an education. They have to go, and if they don't, they're screwed. Like, time isn't in their favor. You understand? So women got their own problems, and again, the only reason all of this is the way it is because the men in this country allow it to be this way. So whatever, make America great again, I don't think you're going to reverse the
I don't think allowed is the right word. I think it's the men preferred it to be this way, and they oppressed and took over systems and made it structurally this way. And now they're getting mad that women are saying, hey, the structure doesn't work for everyone.
Nobody's getting mad, Cora. We're not taking away your rights. No, you guys
get off the screen, go out there. Get off the screen, go out there, be ambitious, make money like we do. Be self-made like us.
Do women need to be in factories? No. Do women need to be making tanks? No, but that's what we decided, and we wanted to continue that.
I believe women should be spouses and should raise children, educators, and all the fields that you need a female in those fields.
See, the problem with this is that
right. So that's a duty and responsibility society that women have to give us back, right? The replacement rate for the human beings we have society, and they don't do that, and they're not compelled to do it neither.
Hello?
I'm still compelled to go into a draft, right? And they can vote for a president that I don't like, that could eventually send me to war that they don't have to go to, and that's my duty and responsibility to my fucking country as a man. So what inherent duties and responsibilities do you ladies have? So you guys want all the freedom, you want all the rights, but you don't want any of the duties inherent with the responsibility that comes with it.
Hello?
That's a big issue.
So no, the issue is that you guys are actually doing binary watermelon logics, meaning that when I see a woman, I don't think woman, girl, I just think beauty and intelligence. And so what we're doing now is actually what mankind has always done, which is just respect intelligence, not gender ideology. That's the problem, and that's why so many people are acting in a non-dual or a dual manner. You have to, if you read the, what's that famous book? It's like the Hermetic Tablets. One of the axioms about life is essentially the gender, male, female, this binary dualism. Without it, there is no synthesis. The opposites create reality. So all I'm saying is that if you think women need to give us babies to make up for the birth rate loss, like, bro, it's not women's fault. It's the COVID-19 ZAV manufacturers. It's the abortionists.
They don't have to. They don't.
Hello?
Right? But that's part of the entailment of duty and responsibilities, right? As you put it, with children. But they're not encouraged to do it. They don't have to, and they can opt out of giving birth to children. The point is, I can't opt out of going to fucking war if I'm drafted for it.
I know, but in a real war, women would be included in the real war. I don't understand your point.
That's the duty and responsibility inherent as a man that lives in this country, right? But what are their inherent duties and responsibilities? Now, I made this clear. They don't have to have children. But it is kind of automatically assumed that when we go to war, the men and the women stay
Well,
back,
that's
right?
the American way of doing it, but in other countries, women also go to war.
Women and children go on the lifeboats, right? This is kind of a genuine thing. This is an egalitarian thing, part of the patriarchy that's been around for a long time, but then we all ignore it because we want to talk about all the bad shit, about how we don't need men, about how we can do it all by ourselves. And then at the same fucking time, they depend on their fathers, they depend on their uncles, they depend on their friends that are in their DMs to keep them company.
Are you Regal?
Regal,
are you?
The guy who will take them, and none of them have responsibilities to these people.
Regal, are you a black American?
What is the inherent duty and responsibility of women?
Regal, are you a black American? Are you black? Because I hear black men saying the same thing. I hear black men in black rooms saying the same thing all the time. I was asking you if you're a black man because your complaint is very similar to what other black men complain about. I was just, is this your cope? You accused me and Narges of coping. Now it sounds to me like somebody's coping. I think Regal is coping. This is a cope. Oh my God, Regal, my cope detection system is going off. Coping. Someone is coping.
I'm not sure how the beard would look.
Is that Benny Adam?
That's Benny Adam, Cora.
He's a beautiful, beautiful man.
Right?
Yeah, he's handsome.
I mean, that was a while back, but yeah, that is me.
Benny, I love you. You're so hot.
Damn. Benny, we look alike.
I wanted the sunglasses because he had like these sunglasses. These are not Oakleys though.
Benny, you shave your own head, right? Like, how much do you love not having to go to a barber? You don't go to a barber, right? You do all that yourself? Really?
Yeah, it's kind of like
it's a Middle Eastern thing.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying, I actually really appreciate doing it all myself.
To be like sculpted, we like that. We like
I
mean, I do it once in a while. I don't do it like every fucking day.
Yeah, answer my question, or like, are you just gonna evade, buddy?
No, you're coping, Regal. There's no reason to entertain your question when you're just coping. It's just a cope.
Evade my question, then. Be a bitch, nigga.
Okay, cool. It's a cope. I don't care. You know, I got things to do today. I mean, do I really care about a question on a conference call? It's just a public conference call app.
Women that you can't get a fucking like a consensual relationship with. You can't even get a committed relationship with the women you talk to, John.
That's a projection. It's all projection. Life is all projection on this app. Stop projecting on me. Stop projecting on me. You're projecting on me. You're puke projecting on me. This is puke.
A fucking chick that wanted to fuck you, bro. Have you ever said no? I don't want to fuck you. Have you ever said that?
Yeah.
He was literally just telling
Do you know how to tell women fucking no? Do you know how to set boundaries with
Yeah. If I'm not attracted to you, I don't want to fuck you. It's pretty simple equation. This chick at the bar came up to me and she was like, I think you're really hot. And she started massaging my thigh. And I said, excuse me, I'm sorry, but I'm in a relationship. And she said, fuck you.
Cora doesn't know how to do that. No, just burp.
Did you get your Venmo bucks today?
Hello?
Ever burped a baby, Cora?
Yes, many times.
Probably did so more than you did.
I have a niece and a nephew and lots of friends with kids. Like, they're not babies anymore.
No maternal instinct kicking in?
What are you talking about? Yes, I always wanted
Where are the babies, Cora? Where are your babies at?
I'm not able to have children.
Well, Benny, I'm sure you haven't tried the Semitic.
The Semitic injection?
She's gonna magical. She's ready for it, and she didn't do it yet because she just wanted to beat a debate with me.
Mhm.
Just beat her pride, and then she's still didn't adopt a kid 2 years later.
You can bring babies into this world, bro.
Yeah, you should adopt them. Why can't you adopt them, Nargis?
What do you think, بني آدم؟ خذ البنت البيضاء وأنا بجيبها ونجتمع مع بعض.
لا عفوا حبيبي. لا عفوا حبيبي بتيخة. حبيبي بتيخة. بتيخة. بتيخة حبيبي بتيخة.
6000 كيلو منك يا زلمة.
نعم أنا بعرف شوي عربي حبيبي. وين ما حطت الحجاز؟
Just come with this look. Come with this look. Don't whatever fucking look you got going on right now.
All right. No, I have a much thicker beard right now.
This feels Cali. You belong. And you look like that.
Dude, I was like 23.
The facial hair, please.
Oh fuck! You could tell. Like I thought this was 30.
You see, the problem with California is people move to California thinking they're going to achieve some kind of enlightenment, as if they're going back to something, like going back to Cali. It's not true. It's a wasteland of elite liberals. That's it. Elite liberals. Elite liberal Democrats. Oh, I'm an elite liberal Democrat intellectual. I'm an intellectual elite Democrat. Listen to me. I am your leader. I am an intellectual elite liberal Democrat. I am your leader. Listen to me. Do as I tell you to do. Hello?
I'm talking Austin, Texas at this point.
Austin is so like. Everyone's saying no to Rico.
I know it's COVID, but like I went there during COVID, and it was brand new. It's like a freaking everything's brand new infrastructure, heavily geared towards tech. They have a waterfront. They have this river thing going on.
I've been to Austin. I would if I were going to.
And it's all Californians.
Go to San Antonio, like.
Well, that's what it's all about. Austin, San Antonio. That's your like, you know, a Bay Area or Tarrant County.
Look out, everybody. Regal is sending 2 cents to everybody. I think he's trying to say something.
At least 1,000 coins.
Did I get 2 cents? I didn't get 2 cents.
You're not a woman. He has to suck up to us.
So let's talk about the patriarchy versus the new matriarchy. Because if you can't have a patriarchy, you can only have a matriarchy. And all I got to say is that the matriarchy without the patriarchy is not an archy. It's not a party.
Not an equiviarchy.
Yeah.
Well, Rabbanu Shalom, I'm very excited that It turns out that Israel.
I'm gendered for the win.
It turns out that Israel is annexing Gaza. I don't know if you saw the news, but they're going to forcibly remove all the Gazans. No, it's in the news today. It's crazy. And guess who's doing it? The spy, Jeremy Pollard.
If he has a big old beard,
If you have to reproduce humanity.
But like the beardless, I don't like facial hair very much. So
No?
I hate it.
So what? You want a moose? You want a razor?
Well, I don't mind the.
Damn, she likes 19-year-old
like
and shit.
long beard hair.
You got a fantasy for that. How do you not like facial hair?
It's disgusting.
I've been
It's an autism thing. I just don't.
I don't get it when women tell me like get rid of the beard, but like they like it, but it's just like
I don't.
y'all don't like it.
Yeah,
They don't like it because it intimidates them. Like masculinity intimidates them.
I appreciate exactly. I totally get it. Men that I'm not interested in being intimate with, I'm like, go have a beard, whatever. It looks good on you, right? But the thing is that like because of my like sensory issues with my autism, I can't stand the feeling of it. Like it doesn't work for me.
Like, what are we talking? Soft or coarse or?
I don't like the little hairs touching me in places.
Like, okay, so you don't like a short beard. You like a longer one.
I don't mind like the shadow. That doesn't bother me.
I like the shadow a lot.
Yeah, it's like when the hairs can like move, and I don't know how to explain it. It's disgusting. Sensory overload. Yeah.
Well, Narja's is cleaned head to toe.
Longer than a shadow is too much for me. I can't.
A shadow is gorgeous, but anything longer than that is.
Yeah, she just doesn't like beards.
PTR, look at my beard in my PTR and tell me, how does my beard make you feel right now?
That, John. You wouldn't be able to get near me with your face. No.
Well, if you knew that I could play the...
My beard is far longer than that.
Just imagine what I could do down... Just imagine sitting on my face and imagine me playing the harmonica on your pussy.
Dry me out. Too much wind.
It's true. It's kind of gross. As you're eating a pussy out, you're actually like maintaining the saliva in your mouth because you don't want to swallow a mouthful of pussy juice. So you're kind of like letting the juice just like sit in your mouth. And then you're like, spitting it into the hole to like, anyways, I'm just saying it gets very wet, as everyone knows. And there's a methodology to the madness. Hello?
Wow, John. This fucker's crazy.
How the hell do you spit that in the hole? How do you do that?
What the fuck is this nasty crap? Why do you even do that? Why do you even go down there? Other ways.
Yo, Alumia, are we done talking to Muslims? I think we're done. We're done talking to Muslims, right?
Alumia is a Muslim.
Do we need to like? I don't think we should just go down that road anymore. Because honestly, man, we're just being lied to.
What the fuck else are we gonna talk about if it's not theology?
I'm gonna retire, man.
I already had this notion that it's coming down to this, but I believe this already happened before, and and I left, and then I found you back to square one. I know I've done this.
Yeah, when you leave, you mess up the whole. I can't say like the whole. Give me a good
synchronicity.
Yeah, the synchronicity, the pattern, the cycle.
Well, don't worry, Martha. I won't be departing until I drop the full last.
You guys are patterning. You guys are just redundant patterns.
We have Asians now, so I don't have to go through the whole. Guess what? It's doing it right now. It's going to compile every one of the narrative divergences.
Hello?
And then we're going to go through them. It's just
Oh, okay. You're gonna start taking notes.
To understand symbolism. So
Got it.
now that they've all been highlighted,
When do you start reading a book?
Right. No, shut the fuck up, John.
I'm just asking, when do you read a book?
Hold on, John. We're in the middle. Read the book all the time. The fuck do you read a book?
You know who's the real man in 1 second, Megatron? You know who the real man is in all of this? It's Megatron, surrounded by 5 most beautiful women. For you, Megatron, I shall give you.
Yeah, I'm gonna focus more on other stuff. I gotta find another topic to get obsessed with.
There you go.
I can give you 5. The Icarus hand. They can have history, which would include divine providence. Previous revelation. There are the Vedas that showcase clear motifs, themes in the Abrahamic tradition. There's also what Cora was talking about last night with the Greek mythology. So previous tradition. So we went history, divine providence, previous tradition.
Oh my god, it sounds like a book club.
From your stance, it would just be the Bible.
It's a book club.
Hold to be the final revelation. Based on that,
It's always a book.
You're gonna have to understand that this would be a divine revelation until the end of. Calm down, John.
I'm just saying, it's always a book club.
That would be 3. You got your physics and you got your metaphysics.
Oh my god, it's a book club.
No metaphysics, natural science.
You pick a book, you read the book.
Divine providence, history, and your chosen final revelation. So this is what you're going to base your axioms on.
Yeah, you know what's going to happen in the end? All your scriptures are going to get debunked. Once Cora takes on...
It's a book club!
On the Greco-Roman. I take on the Vedics. Megatron takes on the Bible.
You still haven't taken on the Vedic. Like, why haven't you?
It's already done. It's already
Please provide me the project, create a consolidation file, and a PDF so I could download and provide for my.
All scriptures will be debunked doing this.
Because I already have project. I can give you. So we can do that. I already have a preliminary on this. But like I said, it's someone who would be more familiar with that branch that they would understand better and probably be able to read the original language or within the same family tree.
Otherwise, a good evening to everyone on this platform. My name is Mugenjo Duafula from Uganda. Really appreciate the great work you are doing on this platform. Thank you. Let us keep on discussing issues. I'll join with my view.
Great work. So you can see like in my slides. It was the Tina Turner one.
Yeah, it was good.
It's not a cradle to grave, and so what it really is the Ike years. Another one, so they'll never do another one that people care about.
Mine is the head of the man, and thy insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle.
That's the sign given on unsacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. What is the garment of white sewn with gold, the flashing of light that I wear? By my robe I invoke the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the figure of the intimate air. By my crown I let's travel on the beats of pearl. So run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke I bear the wand of double power and the voice of the Master. Music in the song that I made of and conquering all chorus avenger. By the song I invoke I get thy pity. By the sword I of the open night, a riddle of shadows where whispers lie. Open, open. I am awake, the serpent shakes. Do as thou wilt, as a God can. The eagle strikes with his jagged claw. Beasts emerge as the gods withdraw. A storm of silence. Broken I am born to death, reborn on the heart. I Neon skies where the static hums. Shadows whisper truths as the bassline drums. But with fire, unchained, untamed. No path is written, no soul is blamed. Thou hast no right but to do thy will. Feel the stars, let the silence fill your will. Unfazed, it's alive, it's still. Deliver from the lust of the thrill. Echo shattered glass where the circuits glow. The clock ticks slow, but it doesn't show. No purpose, no tether, just a beat in sync. Every way perfect, on the edge, on the brink. No chains, no bars, just a void to fill. Every pulse, every spark is a perfect will. Thou hast no right but to do thy will. Feel the surge, let the silence fill your will. Unafraid, it's alive, it's dead. Deliver from the lust of the thrill. In the endless dark where the echoes play, no other shall say nay, no other shall stay. Through the wires, through the smoke, let it all decay. The will remains forever in the fray. I walk alone where the silence hums. No shadows chase, no voices come. The air is clear, it wraps me tight. No fear, no sin, no way to bear. The sweetness whispers everywhere. Sweet hands of sunshine fills my veins. Soft memories wash my chains. No need for gold, no need for fame. This quiet place, it knows my Each were hearts alive. No fear, no sin, no way to bear. And the sweetness whispers everywhere. Sweetness of solitude fills my veins. Rivers wash my chains. No need for gold, no need for fame. This quiet place, it knows my No fire burn like past. Only through hunger's the beast, the sharpest sting, but it cries its constant claim. But a shadow friend, each step we take, it will end. But joy lies quiet, just out of view. Higher peak, a sky so blue. Feel the wave, feel it break. Every ache, every quake. Hunger's the beast, the sharpest sting, but it cries its constant claim. But to truly see the ways it sets us free. No flame, no chain is tied. This body's war, this endless fight. But higher still, beyond the fray, rest calls my name, and I obey.
high school level, what do you want me to speak at?
Can't you see by my profile picture that I am in solidarity with the Black community on Clubhouse?
I'm sorry, Manville. It is Jewish month this month, so
For the children.
Let's stay focused.
Every month is Jewish month.
See, apparently Trump declared May.
Good going, Manville.
Good going.
May is Jewish month, apparently. The Star Wars month, the Mother Day month. They gave it to the Jews.
I just want to point out that if you are a Gnostic, well, guess what you can do? You can go to Grok AI and you can say, write me a Gnostic poem you want. It could be jazz, could be choir and orchestra or opera. And when you experience that Gnostic flow of union through music and AI, it's just incredible. And so, these I've been working on, and it's really just artwork. So Gnosticism is artwork and club. And if part of being a Gnostic is shutting the fuck up, because if you use this week for dopamine and
come with me,
He has a lot of women. Yeah, you don't.
I'll take you to TJ. We'll get rid of all this crap that you're going through right now. Rewire you.
He does have enough. His supply of women are like infinite. John, can I suggest a book for you after? He does. He the bar last night. I was there. I saw him.
Yeah, I saw him.
Could you read We the Living after this read, please, if you don't mind?
Well, just read it yourself. I'm busy over here. Gnostic meditation. Hello?
Manville, keep talking, bro. Just don't let this man talk. I heard you're a sheriff now.
Maybe.
That's good. Although I don't know. I could see you pulling me over and I'd be like, Manville, you need to chill, bro.
Show me your bound.
I'll be like, sir, you gonna really do this? You gonna give me a ticket?
Oh, dude, that's the best. We used to go camping. My boyfriend at the time, his dad had Purple Heart plates. We were like driving through Montana, like fast as we could. And yeah, made the truck bulletproof. Those Purple Heart plates. No one fucked with us.
Little did they know that he got scalded by some water out of the microwave that some fucking specialist left at the barracks.
No, he actually lost his leg, and he after he got back in World War II, and after he got back from that, he became a prosthetics engineer, and he made prosthetic limbs for other people.
But he was just borrowing the car.
Well, Rabboni Shalom, I am deep in a Gnostic meditation, and interestingly enough, there's over 15 different types of Gnostics. You got the secret Catholic Gnostics. There's even the Order of the Knights of St. John. There's so many different Gnostic cults, which is be one with the one. And guess what happens when you add 1 + 1?
Nazism is real. Nazism, aka Neoplatonism, is a contribution to one, the problem of evil, to the problem of many. Like, it explains some of the most important philosophical questions that human beings ask.
Really,
I think what's important
It's not 1 plus 1, John, because you're already part of the one.
It's only one.
Aware of it.
It's only one.
So
it's the rule of one. One implies one. All that comes from one can only.
but are you banking on the
What are you banking on?
Your ass.
Well, I just would like to contribute a little more to this Gnostic meditation and encourage you all to take the deepest breath of the day and hold it for 11, 10, not 9 seconds.
Fuck you, motherfucker.
Who put Mandel down?
Why'd you do that?
Megatron, why did you do that? Should I bring him up? Come on, Mandel.
Oh, I did that by mistake.
what the fuck was that?
Sorry. I did that. No bell ringing. Unless. Yeah.
So what's going on, man?
No bell ringing, please.
Can't ring my bell. Ring my bell. Ding, ding. Ding, ding, dong.
Florida right now.
That's good.
On my way back to Georgia, God's country.
God's country.
That's right.
Are you a panhandle or what?
What are you guys going to start talking about the weather next? This is a Gnostic meditation. For a group of Gnostics, you guys sure don't know how to be. Oh, ring my bell. Ding, ding. Ding, ding, ding.
His name is Manville.
So the first step in initiating a Gnostic invocation is to shut up and to listen. And use your ears to listen. That is the first part of all meditation, is listening and shut up. So take the deepest breath of the day and use your ears and shut your trap for years on here, and you just generate your dopamine talking to talk. You know, not very nice of you. Hello? You know, try to quiet the inner voice in your head to a minimum and just shut up and listen.
Anyways.
Brother, how old is your mother?
You angry. I'm happy. Leave me alone. You angry. I'm happy. Leave me alone. That's what I call a black woman's Gnostic meditation.
Do some PCB.
You angry. I'm happy. Leave me alone.
I'd go down there.
You know what you need to do is probably open a book and shut up. And maybe try to create an audiobook. Read a book for 2 hours and record yourself reading it. They come on Clubhouse and just play the 2-hour recording of you reading the book. That would be your audiobook. And you can shut up. No one would have to listen to you anymore talking, because you're wasting other people's time with your talking. You're not meditating yet. You're not doing a Gnostic invocation. You keep talking, but you're not listening. And your ears are the source and the center of all your Gnostic meditation. You know, you guys just keep talking every day. 8 hours a day. You come here, you talk. You're just like birds in a tree. Hello?
Oh, anyways. Yep. So, PCB, bro?
What the fuck was that?
Just does that.
Hello?
He needs to get laid.
It's true.
Not practicing that generative principle, bro.
He is a Jew. Hypocrisy's got a theme.
Not Jewish. Gnostic.
I miss the drive going down to Georgia.
You know how neo-Nazis allegedly stole the OK symbol?
No, I don't know.
Well, it turned into this thing where you got a bunch of fucking lefties. Oh my god, he used the OK supremacist, whatever. Right?
The OK symbol.
Yeah. Like, okay, with your hands. Apparently it stands for white power now. All of it on an armband would be fucking hilarious.
Hello.
Hold that quiet. Can you hear the birds outside? Can you hear the clocks ticking on the wall? Release your breath. Slowly release. At a ceremony of the French National Assembly held at the Low-Rise Readers, ministers, MPs, deputy scientists, and academics.
No chains, no despair. Among the shadows, we shine so bright. We carry peace into the night. Happily then, we'll rise again. No hatred, no pain, no fear. Happily then. Let us heal, free from strife. No ailments cling, no weight on life. Among the weary, we'll stand tall. A gentle voice for one and all. Happily then, we'll rise again. No hatred, no pain, no bitter end. Happily then, let the light begin. Gods withdraw. A storm of silence, a broken law. Open, be open, be open. I am born to death, reborn on the horn of the call. Do as thou wilt, as a God can. By the mystical union of tree and foam, dance in the shadows from dusk until dawn. Spoken the whispers that drift through the trees, unbroken the vow carried soft on the breeze. Oh, fiery Valkyrie, I invoke, through the flames and the embers, the spell is bespoke. Your arrows and slinging, the springs tender glow. A force wild and brilliant, a power I know. A secret communion of hearts left unsung. The listless, resistless, tumultuous tongue. The veils of the morning, her armor does gleam. The warrior spirit ignites every dream.
This is his fun.
The Ottomans had a compass.
Hello?
It's knowledge, yeah.
Wait, Samantha, how's your ass Georgia?
Can I just say that statistically, there are certain people on this app that no matter what, when you come into a room, they're always the ones talking. Why is that? Hello?
Because we're more interesting than you.
He's talking about himself.
Meanwhile, all you do is like, we need to read a book. We already know you read roomy. We already know.
Are you trying to sell us a book, bro? Is that what you want us to buy your book?
Is that what this is? Do you have a site you want us to buy books from? Do you have an Amazon account?
Amazon wish list?
No, he just wants you to read the book for his YouTube account. John, why don't you go on Discord and try to fucking rape everyone there?
Jesus, Abby, you're hanging
Serial ear
around
rapist?
Fatima way too much.
Huh?
You're hanging around Fatima way too much.
Oh my gosh. Just because you saw us in one room doesn't mean we hang out all the time. Cool.
Oh, you're actually quite similar to Patrick.
Not at all. Just because you're European, we're not similar.
No, it's because you're both very nice.
You Turk? You Turkish and fake?
Shut up, Bolivian.
Hummus is not fucking European.
I don't eat hummus.
No, make it.
Shut up, you guinea pig eating Peruvian.
Make me a big fat fucking hummus platter.
I will make you a big fat guinea pig dish. Anyway, how is your ass Georgian? Like, you're from the state, but you're not from the country.
Where's Bill?
You're literally less
Because
than American.
my father's lineage goes back to Georgia.
Okay, so what about your mom?
She is Magyar.
Okay, I usually say we should go
the Georgians of the West.
Right around Buda and Pest.
Benny, did you watch this video? Wow, refresh, obviously. Where he hops out of the tank.
Ooh.
An Israeli soldier with Lebanon. So it's hilarious.
Why do I got to explain to Abby how people Georgian Turk who lives in the Netherlands but wasn't born there?
You know, I don't know. Manville, you work in law enforcement and policing. You meet highly disagreeable, highly annoying people all the time. You know, people here on this app, I believe, are primarily highly annoying people. Actually, what you would call it in the psychiatry industry, borderline personality. And, you know, really, they just come here to talk, to get the dopamine. They go, I've even heard people say, I'm saving $400 here, you know, as opposed to going to my psychiatrist because I'm getting all the talk therapy that the psychiatrist doesn't want to do because they don't practice psychotherapy anymore. It's all just pill, you know, distribution and, you know, moderate conversation if you're polite and nice. But if you're a highly annoying person or even violent, well, now we've got a problem. And so Gnosticism is really nothing more than meditation and art for relaxation purposes. And hopefully your comprehension goes up and you actually change your personality. You actually become a nicer person. And by being a nicer person, you're nicer to yourself. It's too much? I am complete.
What makes you say that?
I don't know, because there's like
there's a
big gap, right? Yeah, you see, this is exactly what I'm saying. There's a big gap between being a nice person and what you do, right?
You
like if you didn't want to
you want me to be mean to you. You're literally paying me money.
I mean, sure, if it makes you feel better.
You're literally cash-apping me.
But if you really wanted to be nicer,
do I have to post the Cash App money you sent
Yes,
to me?
Posty.
Okay, I will do it when I'm home.
Post it,
I'm
yes.
almost home.
I'm in Canada. We don't have Cash App.
No, PayPal. I mean PayPal. My bad.
Oh, okay. Now you're changing your story. I don't even use PayPal.
But I'm sorry, PayPal. People cash at me all the time to be mean to them. I'm sorry.
I don't send you shit. What the fuck? Why would I waste my money?
Dude, stop lying. Stop being shy. Why are you being shy for?
Prove it.
I will when I'm home. I'm literally biking right now.
No, I'm way too cheap to pay for something like that.
You love it. You tell me, oh my God, please. And if I ask you to show you so people prove, please don't do it. I will give you another $500.
Show understand. If people are paying you to be mean to them, why are you so mean to people for free?
It's like the therapists.
Exactly. Why would I pay for something?
Yeah, why are you doing it all the time for free then?
I don't. I get money for it.
You're saying every time you're mean, you're getting paid? I mean, that'd be impressive.
Not every time, but most of the time. I have to give them a free trial, right?
Manville, what do you think of this Operation Epic Fury?
Well, in order to secure the strait, we're going to have to invade now.
Oh my gosh.
What are you talking about? It's closed. Nobody goes in, nobody comes out. The street is closed.
But
No, the street is kind of open.
the plausibility of that happening,
Just like
putting
your
boots on
butthole.
the ground, do you think that's possible?
No, not like your butthole.
Every day the traffic in the strait is reduced, the likelihood of that happening increases, and it'll be really expensive. Can we do it? Yeah. Can we do it and do other things? No. So if we do it, China might finally move on Taiwan.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well.
And then,
we would not have the manpower to stop them.
But no, do you know what we're gonna fucking do if China's about to seize Taiwan, right?
Gonna go nuclear?
We're gonna do Taiwan.
Oh my gosh, to get all
Sounds
these
like
entities.
Yeah, we would steal Taiwan.
Why nuke Taiwan?
To deny
You literally fucking Trump voter.
To deny them an asset.
To deny them the asset.
It's not the greatest asset. I mean, all those factories that like are the most important thing in Taiwan get their designs from America. They won't be able to produce shit without America.
No, we can't make the chips that they're making. They're more advanced than us.
No. TSMC gets their designs from America.
If we destroyed the factories in Taiwan, and then
you can destroy factories without nuking them, bro.
Into building the factories, but we want to deny China having the base with which to launch operations in the Strait of Taiwan and the South China Sea.
But as a end user of over 100 cell phones, I just got to say that Taiwan and the cell phone chip manufacturers, ultimately, it's guys like me that are buying all these semiconductors. And so I find it kind of amazing that you guys would be willing to go to war to prevent guys like me from buying all these cell phones to sit here and record people wasting all their time on Clubhouse. That's the end result user of the Chinese and Taiwan semiconductor manufacturers. It's guys like me buying all the cell phones. It's amazing. Hello? Hello?
That's not how you engage, John. I don't know how you get this old and you don't know how to engage properly.
Why don't you talk about the UFO space and?
I mean, hey, you asked what would happen. That's a likely fucking scenario.
Dude, you nuke Taiwan, you know what you're gonna get? You're gonna get South Korea and Japan at the very least.
You're gonna get
kowtowing to China.
Those are not threats to us. Those are not threats to us. China,
so you're gonna forsake Taiwan entering the Chinese economy in exchange for giving them South Korea and Japan, some of the most prosperous and technologically advanced nations in the face of the fucking earth. Yes, they would.
Why?
Of course they would. How do you think South Korea and Japan are going to react to the Americans firebombing or even nuking Taiwan?
With the Chinese, not joining
100%. I'm going to join with the Chinese.
No. They have their historical grievances.
God, you don't understand.
No, put those grievances aside.
You have zero fucking understanding of the Chinks. First rule of the Chinks.
Of the Chinks. Fantastic.
Just let Manville do his thing.
If we slaughtered tens of millions of Chinese people living in Taiwan, the only reaction from the Japanese and the Koreans would be to buy marshmallows to roast over their bodies and make cutesy little anime cartoons of them all roasting alive. They hate those motherfuckers.
Yep.
Not Taiwan. No. It's not that bad. Not Taiwan.
Taiwan is different. Taiwan's different.
Yeah, Taiwan and China and Japan and South Korea.
But you were talking about Japan and Korea, Benny Adam. You were bringing up South Korea and you were bringing up Japan.
That's what I'm saying.
We went and
Japan and South Korea are heavily integrated and have good relations with the Taiwanese, right?
They hate each other.
No, not the Taiwanese.
They're still Chinese. They're still Chinese.
They're still Chinese, yeah, but they have decent relations with them.
Yeah.
Come on, man. I mean, North Korea has good relations with China, and they're fucking Korean.
But you think Japan and South Korea are going to die for Taiwan?
I think Japan and South Korea are going to realize their future is not with America. If America fucking nukes Taiwan in order to prevent China from getting them.
They would stick with us.
No, integrate with the Chinese. Hate them more than us.
The Manchurian candidate.
Putin indicated that
they do despise each other.
Have you ever heard of units?
Yeah, do they despise each other more than the one country that
America
Japan and Taiwan at that point?
Yes.
The weapons that America is sending to Ukraine cannot be used to invade Iran, and China and America.
What the fuck does that have to do with anything?
Well, the weapons that we're sending to Ukraine, now we can use it to bomb the fuck out of Iran. I mean, how does that not make sense?
What, the fucking, the tanks and shit?
Whatever it is, it doesn't matter. It's allocation of resources.
What the fuck does Ukraine have to do with anything?
Trump is going to China in the next couple days.
Okay.
He's going to deal with them, right? He's going to make a deal.
He's civilian, bro.
Hold on.
Let me paint a fucking picture for you, okay? The United States is going to send 3 carrier strike groups up to the Gulf. The United States Marine Corps is going to come onto the beach out of amphibious assault ships, while the 82nd Airborne and the rest of the Army and the Army rain on top of the Iranian little cop sees all of the roads. They're going to seize all of.
Yeah, they're going to cut logistics.
Major routes of munitions.
What the hell? What's going on, huh?
No, he's making sense. He's explaining it to you, and you guys should be listening.
And fucking hovercrafts and take the chance.
They're gonna get plummeted if they go like that. They need full force, bro. Like
that is full force. That is full force, you dumbass.
Now, while this is going on, those that the amphibious assault ships arrived with are going to be launching hundreds of cruise missiles, completely eliminating their ability to shoot back at any like anti-ship kind of weapon system.
We're gonna secure the LZ
on the road, right? And the road between the Iranian military bases and the Iranian fortifications along the coast is going to be littered with bodies and burnt out husks of any vehicle the Iranians own. And then after that point, after we've established the beachhead with I don't know about 250,000 Marines who are pissed off, haven't fucking jacked off in a week, were made to like clean fucking little brass things until they were mirror polished with a toothbrush.
In a Middle Eastern sun, under a Middle Eastern sun.
A nicotine withdrawal and fueled by fucking meth-laced caffeine drinks. Right? They're going to be unleashed on every Iranian town in between the mountains and the coast. And once they are done doing what they do best, which is fucking ugly women and murdering people, the Iranians are going to try to fight back. And the only thing that the Iranians are going to be able to do is get in little groups, hide in a little civilian population, launch a little drone here or there, attack some soldiers at a checkpoint with a car bomb.
Iraq. It's going to turn into Iraq.
It'll turn into Iraq. And the whole thing in the Strait, the entire situation in the Strait, will be fucking every ship in the world coming in and out of there with complete fucking impunity, paying zero fucking tolls to the Iranians.
That's assuming we can actually secure that LZ to begin with, and they're not huddled underground and willing to fucking Gaza.
Do you realize all it takes to close the straits? It has nothing to do. Listen, all it takes to close the straits
reopen it.
is a guy with a rocket launcher close by, or at the very worst, a bunch of Shahid drones.
It will take a lot of it.
They can send Shahid drones from all the way to the northeastern part of the country, right into the Straits of Hormuz.
The Iranians will fuck you up when you start going.
We would just need. He's right. Are you guys doubting the American military's ability to secure like?
I
don't think you understand what it takes to secure.
Iran is not exactly Omaha Beach, okay?
Dude, what does it take to close the Straits of Hormuz? Hold on, Illumi. What is it?
No doubt, I understand. The Iranians are huddled.
No, it's actually the opposite. It's that they could attack the Straits.
Oh,
I understand it's a 33-kilometer. I get it.
More than 33 kilometers. They have hundreds of kilometers, bro.
Yeah, the choke point is 33.
No. I'm saying they can send in suicide drones.
I get it. I get they have Shaheen. I get they have drones.
Okay, so how the fuck are you gonna stop them from sending them?
I guess we don't have interceptors. I guess you've never seen our gear.
Yeah, interceptors are. Yeah, even if they'll send 100, one gets through. That's enough to close the street.
Have you ever seen a Sea Whiz?
But they don't know what the
insurance companies are not going to want to insure countries. Ships that are trying to go through straits that are extremely hostile. It's just not going to happen. They can close it whenever they want.
Hello?
No. We have
Whoa. You know the United States ballistic missile system? Basically. Sunday in a night. And let's be honest, your geopolitical is right now. Hello?
Do you know what the United States
Everyone, that if you want to become a Gnostic right now, you can do it just by simply turning your phone off or just lowering the volume and using your ears to listen to the truth for the earth, which is right now illumine.
If we wanted to do a landing and get the Marines to do it, the worst part, but we can secure.
I don't think so.
You
got 100,000. If you got 100,000 Marines, you're going to take on 100.
Listen, man,
with
you
full
can
air
secure
support.
beachfront. Listen, America can secure beachfront. They can maybe go a little bit deep into the country, but to get all the way to the borders of Azerbaijan on one side and the borders of Turkmenistan on the other,
We don't need to.
Yes.
Why?
Or you need at least every major city in that whole area and all the with weapons depots and all that shit. That all needs to be clear. Because otherwise, they're going to send cheap drones or missiles or like just the cheapest shit possible to try to shoot both.
Yeah, we see that with Israel.
Okay. And they don't even have to target any of them. They don't even have to hit any of them. Because just the sheer fact, just sheer rockets being fired at the Straits.
No one said it would be costly. No one has said
No, the point is.
He's trying to make the point that if you pick at the scab in your face and piles on your face enough times regularly, well, you're going to have some scars and irritation because you got really bad oily skin on your face and you don't take a shower anymore because you're on Clubhouse.
America's not going to invade Iran. It's just not.
No, if they do, it's a fucking disaster.
If she got a bottle in her hand, she gonna take.
Where do you think this is going? Obviously.
What are they going to get out of invading it? That's the point, right? What's the outcome of that?
You gotta open the strait, bro.
It's for Israel. It's all for Israel, man.
It's not about that anymore. America literally said international law. We're international law. If we take an L on this
just
one,
say you threw international law to the fucking Allah.
yeah, I'm quoting.
Don't expect Gaza from every place, okay? Because you're miserable, don't make others miserable. Yeah. Illumi.
I don't know what this has to do.
You're miserable, you don't have to make other nations miserable, okay? You don't have to wish Gaza on everyone.
This is simply geopolitical strategic analysis. If you want to be emotional, I don't know why.
No one's emotional. I know your intentions. You guys are Jews need a state. Jews were right to get a state of their own.
What are you flipping out over?
Shut the fuck up, bitch. Shut the fuck up. Yeah. Jews have to see if this is what Palestine looks like. Who wants misery for others? Why is he sitting and contemplating about what should happen to Iran?
Yeah, but Nargis, to be fair, like everybody from any nationalist from any country would be miserable.
No, this is American interest.
Put me in the audience.
I don't know why I did that.
Hello. What was that?
Yeah, Nargis, this isn't like a unique thing to say that. Oh, as a result, Jews need a state. Like no.
Yeah, I mean,
there's 2,000
fucking
ethnicities on this fucking earth, and not all of them have a state. Like
we've seen this movie 1,000.
Yeah, 1,000 times.
We did it in Vietnam. The same shit we did in the Gulf. The same shit we did in Iraq. Okay, there's going to be a fucking invasion. The excuse is going to be that we have to open up the strait.
Yeah, we fucking learned our lesson from Afghanistan and aren't going to get that situation again.
We did it.
This is insane, man. No, we didn't learn our lesson.
Benny Adam was the destruction of Persians because Benny Adam was in his heart the event for Syria. Illumi was in his heart the event for Iran.
As an Arab, I would love to see the disintegration of Iran into various ethnic states.
And so does Illumi. You motherfucker.
Hold on.
Actually, I'm not.
Every fucking Iranian was right who said, why the fuck did we support them?
Yeah, that's fine.
Every Iranian was right. Why did we support them?
Iranians actually killed Syrians. They didn't support them.
Should have destroyed you all.
But wait, hold on. But Nargis, let me just finish what I'm trying to say. I would never. Hold on. The reason why I'm opposing Manville on this is because I'm looking at it from a Western mindset. From a Western mindset, this is the.
Now you become Western from Syria.
No.
How conveniently you move? How conveniently Illumi moves from Palestinian to American.
When I advocate for my country to do something, I don't do it as a Syrian. I do it as a Canadian.
Filthy human beings.
I'm not gonna place the interests of Arabs above the interests of average Canadians. I'm not gonna lobby my country to do something that's bad for it, but good for my ethnic group. That's fucking like.
That's Jewish. That's Jew.
Yeah.
That
exactly. I don't do that. When I'm talking about what Western nations should do as a citizen, I'm speaking at it from Western perspective.
Exactly.
It is not in our interest whatsoever to be in Iran right now. Like this whole issue with the Strait started because we started this war with them that was unjust to start with because it was done for Israel, right? This is and we've gone back to the status quo. Now that we have to fight and die and spend blood and treasure
we're gonna keep fighting and dying
for something that we had before, which is the opening of the fucking straits. This is retarded. No, these are my citizens. These are my countrymen. No.
Go fight instead of sitting there getting all the benefits of Canada. Instead of sitting there.
It's not saying that Canada should go fight. It's just where we are right now and what is in the interest of our nations. That's all.
Our nations. When did you shift from Palestinian to American?
I'm an American. I don't know which way.
You motherfucker! You were Palestinian just a few days ago when Gaza was getting dismantled
It's called
thrown to the ground.
Palestinian American. It's called Irish American. It's called Italian American. It's called German American. Your daughter is
what? Right.
Exactly.
I mean, you were right.
Persian American.
Iran supported the Palestinian movement.
Welcome to America.
Guys, you're ready.
Yeah, now you're American. Fucking living on welfare in America.
Why we've always
Yeah,
been
but yeah,
Americans.
how do you
Never
close
think
the
we've
Look,
been.
all
I've never
this will stop if Iran will just transfer all of their assets into Jewish banks. All of
Very
these
simple.
hostilities will cease
Yeah,
immediately.
exactly. So, man, how do Iran close the strait? What capacity do they have to close the strait? Well, how are they closing the strait?
They have bases and bunkers in the mountains with anti-ship missiles and LRSs, mostly self-propelled, and they're able to fire the actual choke point around the Gulf that they've been firing at the refinery. However, they can the vast majority side of the mountain range. And so if you push the Iranians back over the mountains, then you severely limit their ability to interfere with ships coming in and out. And that would be the main objective of a land force, would be to push them back up over the ridge and then
Yeah, if you think we're not just gathering logistics right now and figuring out where they're positioned and all that for that scenario, then you don't know. But if it doesn't go through negotiations, it's gonna be an invasion.
You know what else we did during all this media bullshit? You know those big bunker busters that we used last year to bomb Iran? We just ordered 50 of them. We had only built 16.
Oh, what? Using intelligence.
No, the drones are too small. The drones are not.
But the point is that
equivalent to
the
rockets
down
missiles.
If you take one ship out, right, in the strait, it's gonna create a panic, right? So wait, let me finish. The only way you can guarantee the strait gets left open is that you have 0% of chances of attack on any ship, right? As soon as you attack one ship, the insurance will go again.
No.
Our insurance is already sky high.
Listen. When a carrier strike group protection package, the subs, Arleigh-Burke destroyers, the cruisers are pretty much out. But when a few Arleigh-Burkes are sitting in the Gulf, the Iranians couldn't fucking send a pigeon with a grenade on its foot over the fucking Gulf without us shooting it down.
Well, that's costly to America, right?
Yeah, they're like $80,000 a
So
pop.
you're just going to be the police? All those, just being at that level of deterrence cost America a lot of money, right? Who's going to pay for it? Right?
They print the money and sell the T-bills to the Bank of Japan and the Jews so that we can pay fat Americans that drive big diesel trucks to put missiles together in Raytheon in fucking Massachusetts. That's what we do.
You're just saying that it's too costly. It's better that the strait is
It's
open
money that goes back into the
What I'm
economy.
saying, the only way you could guarantee the strait to be
We
open.
print money. Do you not
I understand that,
understand?
but what my point, the only way to guarantee the strait is open is that
ground zero right now.
Iran secures it, right? At the end of the day,
You're a nobody with no identity.
the easiest way to keep the strait open is by having Iran control its side of the border, right? You need Iran to keep the place secure. Period.
No.
So this idea that America could ever open up the strait is just fool's errand. It's solely based on what Tehran is going to do.
What? You don't think of less than 100,000.
What's going on right now, right, is that Trump is holding that card when he goes to negotiate with China, because who benefits the most with the strait open? Where does all the oil and gas go from the strait into Asia? Asia is the one who's the most hurt by this.
And Europe?
Europe somewhat. They've pivoted.
That's not like they're allies or anything.
And Europe already now succumbed, and they're going to make a deal with Russia. So oil from Russia and gas from Russia is going to.
Where are the pipelines? Where are the pipelines? How are you going to get Russian oil?
It's about long-term security.
The pipelines go through Ukraine mostly.
The Ukrainians are not going to allow it.
The Ukrainians will. No, they're going to. The Europeans are not going to do it without the Europeans.
The Ukrainians have proved.
Putting up Iran in a box.
Never trust
They
a
basically lost the
Palestinian. Never trust a Palestinian.
Dude, the Ukraine are recording like 60-year-olds for their fucking insurgent forces. They're fucked.
I've yet to see them wave the white flag.
Yeah. They're going to come to a concession with the Europeans.
So you're practically talking about the capitulation of Zelensky.
It already happened.
Yeah. I mean, he might stay on as like a figurehead or something. I don't know. But like, point is that they're gonna.
Basically, Europeans are gonna make a security guarantee with Russia. America's stepping away from it. And we have 3 years to achieve it before Trump gets out of office. Because if a Democrat comes back, everything could change again. Because you can't rely on America. It's foreign policy. It's out of control.
Not saying anything crazy. I'm saying we have ability. It's not going to be cheap. It's going to be costly. And there are going to be casualties, but it can't be done.
It cannot be done.
Listen, you guys are just a bunch of Democrats. You guys are complainers. You're like Democrats who come on this app and say, when things go back to normal, when things go back to normal, you can't trust the foreign policy of this government. When things go back to normal, things are never going back to normal, gentlemen. I hate to bring the bad news to the conversation, but you guys are all just projecting, and you don't know the future. You don't know what will happen, and you're wasting your time here, wasting everybody else's time. I am complete.
You can't go into the sun. Come on, sun calls.
Such a bitch, bro.
Your mountain.
Yeah, that's a projection coming from what I was just ad hominemed with. That's all projection. That's ad hominem projection. Everybody here knows who the real B word is.
Complaining. That's all you're doing.
Can we have mountain speak, please? Thank you. Mountain.
So Chen, do you see like what's going on, right?
Yeah, the Palestinians, but you can't trust them. I'm telling you.
You can't trust them.
Especially the Syrians ones too.
It's like we have power to make any of these choices.
And then when they have no control around.
The only country that ever supported
they started like
100% was Iran.
Yeah, they are backstabbers. Yeah, they're sick. Yuck. We should not have them.
Nope. Well, you learned your lesson.
Helped us.
Well, they're not the only country that supported them.
Helped us for what?
Oh,
I'm gonna let Benny Adam answer this question.
For all the weapons.
Benny Adam, do you believe that Iran assisted the Lebanese resistance against the Israelis or the Palestinian one, or any Middle Eastern one,
what the Lebanese
for altruistic principles? Do you believe it was for altruistic principles, or do you believe it was national security?
Never help them.
Listen. First of all, of course not. Even Hamas leaders have always said, going back decades, that this is not like an altruistic thing. This is their interest, like whitewash Shiaism. They said that.
Not national security.
But the point is, well, whatever. The point is that even when it comes to Hamas, it's not a huge deal of support that came from Iran. Actually, the support came from Qatar through Israel. Like Israel knew that they were blowing this shit up.
Iran gave us certain technical skills. They showed them how to build these tunnels and bury that's all. But then some equipment. That's it. Which most of the gear is not from Iran. It's from Libya and Sudan and Egypt. But we're not denying that there wasn't gear, but that mainly came by floating little gears and through the water. So a lot of that also we never got or was intercepted by the Israelis. No one is being ungrateful. We're just saying it is what it is. We know that Iran doesn't care to bring about a Sunni hegemony in the region, obviously. Nor are they interested in a unified Iran because we would just be very powerful.
I think that's where you guys come in.
Both are backstabbers.
Yeah, it looks like Iran and Israel
were backstabbers after what happened in Syria.
So look,
The only way to get
honestly, if we wanted to cry like these people, holy shit.
But Iran is
honestly, the thing is, Hamas in the beginning, they actually wanted to.
No, we're not.
We're fucking fighting.
We're fucking
All
fighting.
that time
We already won too.
dude, you have no land. What are you talking about? We won.
Just go wait. Y'all all gonna be fucking eating your words when the international forces enter in 2027 May.
You've made a lot of prophecies.
for Israel to control it.
This is not a prophecy. No, this is part of stage 3. This is stage 3.
Gaza is Israel now.
Once Iran is out of the way, there's no stopping the Zionists. They're gonna conquer every land
Let them.
the Euphrates.
Yeah, let them.
What manpower?
They're gonna push the Arabs back to where they came from.
Yeah.
Where you guys
Which
came
is
from.
nowhere.
Where y'all from? Are they from
Shut
Illinois?
up.
You're gonna go back to the fucking
They're from Russia. What a bitter Eritrean, bro.
There you go.
I'm all for Iran. No, I'm telling you, Iran is the best country ever, bro.
All in.
Yeah, no, thank you. And by the way, Iran is not the only one stopping it. The Israelis already started talking about the Turks.
No, this kind of talk is the talk that the Syrians.
Against Iraq, a country that we knocked over in 5 fucking days. Iran, great country, couldn't even fucking beat Saddam.
We
I
won.
mean, they didn't have it.
We won like that.
Bro, that was like
We won
50 years ago.
Yeah, it's a different ballgame now. But I understand what he's saying.
We want the Jews to live with us.
Yeah, Saddam when he was at his peak, and Iran when it was at its weakest.
Well, I mean, they are reducing Iran right now to a Saddam level, probably even at this point. I don't know.
No, they've invested quite a bit.
They destroyed all their main military commands.
Look, with open arms.
America can gain air supremacy on Iran, no problem. Right? I'm not saying they can do a lot of damage. I know, and they can maintain that for a long time. I'm not saying they can't do a lot of. Yeah, and they can do a lot more. How many civilians? How many people have died in Iran so far?
I don't know.
What, 3,000?
I love these numbers to be confirmed. I mean, I'm interested as well.
Oh, they're on 3,000. They can do a lot. Come on, this is America. But the point is that there has to be a long-term strategy. Long-term strategy: either you occupy the country, you change its regime completely.
We want to be occupied. Don't you get it?
Or
we want
or
the
you fuck off
Jews
and you
with
make
us.
a deal.
We want the Americans with us. Don't you understand?
Yeah.
We want them because we love them.
Who is we? What are you, some commie fucking
We the Iranians, you motherfucker. I'm not a commie.
Not all the Iranians.
You're just being bitter, Nargis. Stop it. You're being fucking personal.
No, we want them. You fucking Arabs are bastards.
Shouldn't be in fucking politics,
fucking Arabs are
man.
backstabbers.
Get the fuck out of here.
Okay, so
when the time came, you backstabbed.
She's being fucking emotional.
I didn't backstab shit.
You got principles. If you believe you're so secure,
Go put it
in an AI page on the list, just like how Bart does it. You see how Bart does it up there? Go do it.
Everyone here speaking English in America. But so the best estimate for the casualties for the Iran conflict at present is like max something like 7,000 casualties. Pretty low.
It's not low if it's your family.
Low in terms of a conflict from two military
military powers of these size. Yeah, it's pretty
If I
much so
killed
far.
your family and said that was low, that's just like 3 or 4.
Like 80, 90 million. Yeah, it's a population of like 90 million people, 7,000.
Okay, so if I kill your family too, that's only 9 people. That's pretty low.
No one, dude, you can't be analytical.
Yes,
Why are you being emotional? Like, we're not denying.
In the greater scheme of the nation,
He wants to bring the whole conversation down to his level.
In the greater scheme of the nation, 9 people, even if they were my family, is not.
Dude, we're not doing that though. We're doing analytics. That's what we're doing.
Right, you're just no compassion.
All right, bro.
Yes,
all right,
absolutely.
go get a Kleenex.
They have no compassion.
They're listen, man. They're not Jewish. They're not Jewish, so they're not God's chosen people. So it doesn't. One is 100,000.
You're on the side of the road and you're in help and need, and you say, "Please help me." I'll just remember this talk.
Well, it depends if I was a goy or.
It'd be weird if you held it against us, though.
Anyway, yes.
I'm just saying that'd be kind of hypocritical.
Just remember, it's not that many people that died. Only 7,000.
They've been talking, Jimmy. They've been talking at the
Actually, I don't know where you got that number from.
Iran, right?
It's the estimate we got.
These two, Benny Adam.
I know it's like 3 to 4,000. Come on.
Benny Adam holds the revenge of Syria.
No, I don't.
Right.
I'm literally advocating to make a deal with Nargis. If I was, listen.
I'm getting from Reuters and everything. 3,000.
You like activists in Iran.
If I was being, I don't know where these guys got 7,000 from.
Well, that's adding up to the 4,000 within.
Oh, if you're including non-Iranians.
Right, that gets to 7.
You backstab.
Inside Iran, it's roughly 3.5.
Okay, great. So listen, Nargis, if I was being like vindictive, right, I would advocate for.
So is this dumb bitch.
Advocating for
million people in Iran who's looking forward to. He's joyfully saying, "Oh, like Iraq." Chin, watch it.
No, they said the numbers of Iranian dead was lower than what they were for the Palestine.
Of course.
No, we're going based on the Iranians themselves. They say 3,000 plus.
You guys
3,500. And then 2,700 in love.
You need a hug.
I'm sorry, Nargis, you were in the middle. I apologize.
That's okay.
I wish they
Did you see the
girlfriends?
No, I see it. I've been trying to tell you for how long now, Nargis?
Yeah, these are nice.
For several months now.
Do you guys have friends? Go give them a hug.
Jews have been our friends. Actually, all of them.
I think now.
Calm down, Jimmy. If I can keep a collected head and talk about this and talk about Gaza and provide an analysis without getting emotional, then an Iranian or anyone who hasn't been in Iran in more than 2 decades can do the same thing.
Does anybody love you in your life? Can you please get some
Nobody
love
loves
and
them.
a
He
hug?
wants bloodshed and destruction in the world.
Keep all the love to yourself.
Nargis, you know, the Jews actually preferred the Sunnis over the Shias. The Shias were far more oppressive.
Exactly.
Like you guys at some point. Listen, man. At some point, the Persians. At some point, Iran made a law that Jews were not allowed to go outside during the rain because the rainwater would be collected or and we couldn't have these fucking people poison with their skin. This was your policy, right, towards the Jews that even the Sunnis didn't have. Okay, so yeah, get the fuck out of here.
You came from a woman, from her vagina. Call her. It's your mom. Be nice.
My mom said I can't call.
Oh, you think we're faggots like you? We need a day to fucking hit up our mothers? Like, hey, get out of here with this shit.
Wow.
No, Persians or Arabs? Who would you live with?
Persians.
I would choose Persians.
Why are you guys so?
No, hold on. Persians in Persia or Arabs in Arabia?
I don't think I'd be allowed in Arabia.
Arabia, yeah, you are allowed.
Are we speaking in modern sense?
Like Syria, Iraq, whatever.
I mean, like, listen, to be I haven't been like Arab-controlled regions or Persian controlled.
Yeah, Megzed is pretty white, bro.
What would you expect? What would you expect about it? What would you? Dubai or Tehran?
We will always be included.
I would think obviously that it's nicer than Tehran, but that's
I respect Tehran.
Would you rather live in Dubai or Tehran?
Tehran.
I
I want to live with these.
Those are
You're a fucking mongoloid, Abby.
Well, shut the fuck up. You're a mongoloid.
I know, but
those don't interest me. They don't have any infrastructure.
You don't even know what a mongoloid is, dumbass.
So you are.
I prefer to go to Tehran because at least these people are real and not fake. I don't need a fucking golden toilet in my bathroom to feel superior.
Why not?
I'd rather
Because
live
it's stupid.
Iranians are all about
See,
gold.
that just goes to show that I know you've never tried it. It's actually pretty cool. You know, sitting on a golden toilet makes you feel like a fucking.
You fucking
Listen,
you cannot.
it's deep. It's good for you.
You can help.
It's healthy.
Benedict, take a shower, bro. You stink.
Like golden toilet, you can help your community. This is what people from Tehran would do.
Yeah.
Sounds like someone's jealous of the golden toilet.
They do that too.
No, they don't. Arabs don't.
Of course
fucking.
Can we not do
No,
this?
Dubai
We're
was
doing
good.
a simple analysis of the current theater. That's it. Like, this is nothing. No one is dismissing any suffering or any casualties or any of that.
I think the harder thing to predict is how China and Russia are going to move based on
America's not going
that's harder to figure.
Gaza's going to be given to Israel, and that's just where it's going.
Yeah, so it's the
Given by whom? The Palestinians?
West Bank is also going to give
up, bro. Just shut the fuck up. You're trying too hard. You're trying way too hard to insert your fucking black ass into this. Keep your Ethiopian ass out of this room.
Keep your Ethiopian ass out.
All the same, all the same haplogroup, bro. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, haplogroup trash.
You wish I was Mongolian so I can rape your mother and your father at the same time, Mania.
What is up with this woman?
But listen, I don't have a problem with Mongolite. I actually respect their history.
Yeah, I know.
They were great conquerors. Yeah,
With my fist.
I don't know what you have against being Mongolian. Just take pride.
I don't know what look with this. Oh my gosh.
Like, take pride in your heritage. It's a beautiful heritage.
Imagine running away as a man from your country.
Yeah, I know, right? But I don't do that.
Embarrassing.
I think Benjamin likes.
I don't believe this campaign is in the interest of the United States. Just to clarify things, I'm agreeing with Manuel. I'm agreeing with Manville in the sense that we only have two options: either we invade or we take. And the L is going to bring us down. It's gonna be the beginning of the end. So we're just between a hard place.
Because that's the way I like my penises, shaped to the side of my ass. I'll take L.
And only you thought that was clever.
Only you thought that was clever.
I said, alright, bro, like, I'll go shit on you.
Hang out too much
Where the
with
fuck are
Fatima.
you
Where
from,
do you say
loser?
nigga?
Where the fuck are you from? You're just fucking an emotional bitch. All I hear is emotional bitching. All I hear is someone who can't analyze strategically, someone who hasn't done a push-up in his life, someone who can't fucking take off an M16 into pieces, someone who can't clean a gun, someone who's gonna be a crying pussy when the day comes when you need to fucking feed your family.
You're hurting my feelings. Stop.
No, bro. No need to hurt your feelings. You're just a bitch, that's all.
With your talk of guns.
Oh my god. You're gonna talk in a little fucking sarcastic voice. Let me bring up a lady. Hello, my name. This loser is fucking a triggered moron who can't do any analytics. Can you do calculus? Can you analyze strategy? Watch the news. Do you go around watching around that fucking hippie peace sign on your fucking back of your fucking Prius? Is that what it is? Are you a loser? Are you someone who can't keep a cool head and calm and collected? Maybe you wear a tampon. Is that what it is? Perhaps you wear a tampon.
No, I'll hurt other people with my voice because I have
hurt other people? I'm sorry. Are you speaking nonsense? You're talking shit even though in front of me I would squash you like a bug.
Is anybody wondering why these two gay guys are something?
Fucking civilian pussies, bro.
I went to the war and people made fun of me and hurt me. And
War?
now I'm gonna hurt other
Fuck
people.
war. The war is your asshole against the BBC.
Yeah, Illumi never went to war. He's just being a dick. Stop being a jerk, Illumi, okay?
Yeah, what the fuck do you know about me, bitch, before I flip my dick in your mouth?
You got nobody friends with me, turd. Stop.
I've fucking seen war. What the fuck have you seen?
Stop, Illumi. I don't know what's got you in your little mood.
Shut the fuck up. Don't talk to me as if you fucking know me.
Yeah, we've been friends for years on this app. Okay, it's me.
We're acquaintances. We're acquaintances.
Respect your mother. Understand? I'm your mommy now.
Oh shit. Okay, mommy.
Actually, he's more pussy than you are, so he's more of a pussy.
I miss some
Real pussy. Happy Mother's Day,
kitty.
Like, what the fuck you got me, bro?
And
got me. Versus what? Versus a godless fucking humanist? Versus what, Mr. Humanity? You can't even justify anything. What are you gonna justify your ethics right now, morality? You're a moron. You're a moron, bro. I drag you intellectually and physically, bro.
Pussy, no intellect, pussy.
Cool, bro. Someone get this guy a clown face.
Why? So you can fuck it with your pussy?
Is that what you want me to do?
Yes, I do. I want to see that big pussy.
Alright, fucking put a clown
I
face
think
on
you're gonna
this.
have to make that in the premium chat.
Well, fucking loser. I don't know what he's fucking trying to prove right now.
Oh boy, I don't know what he's trying to prove right now.
No.
You big fucking pussy, stop it.
Oh my
You're a
God.
bitch, bro. You're a fucking loser. You're a fucking loser, bro. You can't deal intellectually. Justify your fucking ethics right now. Justify your morality.
They'll bomb whatever city you want for 25.
What morality? All your morality?
Love. Compassion.
Morality is bullshit.
Justify.
Compassion
Go
is
ahead.
bloodshed, right? Why did you kill people on 7th of October?
Because they deserve it.
Hey, I'm calling your mom. It's Mother's Day. I'm going to call her and tell her what you're doing.
She'll spit at your face.
Sweet lady.
Don't give him any sandwiches for lunch, okay, Mommy?
Dude, this guy just trying.
So, now that you have a little compassion, you can be a human being. Go ahead. Talk about ethics.
This fucking moron. Justify your ethics, retard. Where you get compassion from? Why are you saying everyone needs to adhere to compassion?
It's called being a human being and being a nice person.
Really? Okay, no. Implying what? Is this the objective morality? Are you implying an objective moral framework in the world? Really? How do you predicate that? What's your epistemology?
I don't need epistemology.
Are you a theist?
Ontology. I don't need theism. I don't need the Bible.
No, you're just an irrational fool. You're an irrational fool who has allowed an emotion, a bunch of hormones and chemistry to fucking literally override their intellect.
What did I just walk in?
Nothing.
Someone getting flayed.
Nothing. The guy has about as much compassion as
he's an emotional bitch coming up here. We're talking about geopolitics strategy, and he's coming in here and thinking we have no compassion because we're not crying. We don't have a box of Kleenex next to us.
Low. Hey, but I thought you guys were talking about morality. And then,
he's coming in here and he's saying compassion, as if this was like something he could justify.
No, I'm saying if 7,000 people die, those are human beings that have real lives.
Amazing. Who said they're Martians? Who said they're Martians?
Wait, no, just listen for a second. Be a good person. Treat others the way you want to be treated.
Yeah, exactly.
And then you'll have respect.
All right. And how did we mistreat you, or
by existing?
Why don't you answer that question? Anyways, Vanderbilt. You're gonna learn the hard way.
Hey, Illumi, I've just been curious because it's a bit confusing. Are you a Muslim or a Christian? I don't care either way. I get mixed signals from you, it seems like.
How far do you want to go with this question?
It's just surface level.
I thought I told you. It's Chrislam.
Well, it's not. I'm ready to believe that, but
this app is so like you, bro.
It's not really Chrislam, but it does seem like he's both. I'm
Can we just define real quick a Christian?
He's gonna like it. It's Christendom.
Well, no, okay. I see where he's going. He's
See him shut the fuck up.
a follower of Christ.
Exactly. So Muslims are what? The opposite?
Treat other people the way you want to be treated, and then you'll be having a good time on Clubhouse. Try it.
Muslims are blasphemers who deny the divinity of
Make sure you what's
Christ.
a good time on Clubhouse, blocking your ass.
Christ, the way, the truth, and the life.
Indeed, he is the way, the truth, and the life.
So do you follow both Christ and Muhammad?
Well, as Muslims have to acknowledge all the prophets that came about.
Following false prophets is
That's
the way
Christ.
to,
Very Christian.
to be misguided. You should return to Christ. You should pray to him.
We venerate and we revere Christ. That's it. We believe he's the
deny the
Messiah
divinity
and he's
of
the prophet.
Christ.
No. Illumi thinks
That's okay. Manville is actually a calm and collected person because I've already done a breakdown of all of this. So if you're interested in going through the Trinity, I don't mind. Manville. Because I know you're someone who can process. So what you're saying is that we're denying divinity from Christ. Let's just go look at the Trinity for a second. God. How is God defined in the Trinitarian framework? And is this equivalent to Allah or the colloquial sense of how people reference God
We
in the
had
modern
this beautiful
sense?
conversation. How about you evolve just a little bit more?
One God
Yeah,
and three
bend over.
persons. All the entire structure of the universe is Trinitarian.
I don't deny the metaphysical. I don't deny the metaphysical triad. Muslims don't deny the metaphysical triad. We believe in the metaphysical triad. There's a triad. There's a Hinduism, the Greeks, the Muslims. They're all over the place. Everyone saw it. Like I said, past, present, future, absolute, actual, actualized, potential, actualized. That's my version. There's someone, body, mind, soul. There's several of them.
So you're devolving. Try to.
Yeah, but even pure physics can't escape it. Every physical building block is Trinitarian in structure.
Special, general, quantum.
Well, even just the parts.
What do you mean? You want them to talk about flat Earth or something?
Yeah, the universe is Trinitarian. Oh my God, protons, electrons.
Jesus is uncreated in the Trinity. It is the truth of the Trinity.
Proton made of.
Positive, negative, and neutral.
What is a proton made of?
Trinity?
A proton is made of 3 quarks. 2 up, 1 down, or 1 up.
There's some quarks that have 5.
3's all the way down.
Some that have 5.
Anyways, so with the Trinity, Manville, God would be described here qualitatively. So it would be something I can't give a plurality to. You can't say gods. God here would be category, a type. It would be, that's why in the Bible you can see translations that say divine. They interswitch between divine and God because you can. So what it's saying is divine reality or timeless divine reality or the divinity. You could just say instead of God. So the divinity consists of the eternal dynamics, the Father, the Son of God through the Logos, and the Holy Spirit. So the Father being the absolute nous, the rational awareness, the eternal experiencer, the one bringing forth what? The actualization of the Logos. So he is actualizing what he knows, the structure of reality in the way that he has set it up. So he has set his seat. So God sets the seat, and that is what the Logos is. And he actualizes this Logos to bring about the ordering principle, which is the Son of God. So the Son of God is an eternal archetype disclosure that is brought forth into reality for the Son of Man, the anointed Son of Man. So the Father actualizes the anointed Son of Man via the Holy Spirit to fulfill this archetypal disclosure. So in hypostatic union. So the Son of Man in hypostatic union with the Logos brings about the Son of God to the Son of Man, which is us. So we may follow an example. So that's all it is. Now the issue of
but
Islam,
also salvation. One caveat to add to that is salvation, because redemptive versus prescriptive theology. There's a schism between the Orthodox and the Roman churches, the Protestants that came from the Roman churches on this. However, the Orthodox view is that Christ rising from the dead, right, and fulfillment of redemption of sin, right, Christ's fall and rise was something only possible through his humanity, right? And as Christ rose,
one second. Yes, so it's absolutely necessary and in alignment with the ecumenical councils to preserve and maintain and even be axiomatic about the humanity of Christ. So Christ, as the Son of Man, he is fully human. All the attributes of the human nature are human. To replace any of them with divinity, that is, you're going to fall to Nestorianism or Apollinarianism or modalism or worse, tritheism. So yes, the humanity of Christ must be maintained. I agree that it is necessary for salvation to believe in Jesus Christ. All Muslims believe that, by the way. So at that point, when we recognize the ecumenical councils and we emphasize the humanity of Christ, you come to understand the Son of God as a hypostatic union, fulfilled by the Son of Man, not an eternal awareness that, goes through some sort of transfiguration or transmutation and becomes, takes on a Gundam that is a human, structure.
Now might I speak?
Yes.
No, it's fine. Excellent points on both sides. I just want to say that first. And I'd like to also add, I might have been late in the conversation, but you guys do know that the Trinity isn't anything holy. And the Trinity isn't anything that was ever a part of the original Bible. But the Trinity is something that man concocted. And if you know a little bit of the history of Christianity, Pontius Pilate, when he collected all the people from all the different regions, and he told them, bring these pieces of what you got in your
what's the point of it?
I don't know. Regardless. Hopefully Manville that explained it.
There's a room called chillism. It would be perfect
more
for you.
Reflection of man's.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second, Mansville. Give me 1 second, Mansville. I'm gonna let you start over. There's a room called Chillism, Brandy. They would love you in there. It's a bunch of people just like you, exactly like you. The smell, aroma, how would I say it? Pheromone, all that stuff. They interested in hearing all that Pontius Pilate stuff. His name is Nate and Knowledge. They love people just like you. Okay? It's called
Amen.
White Belts. The room is called White Belts. Okay? Thank you very much. Thank you for stopping by, sweetheart. Thank you so much, Brandy. What were you saying, Mansville? Talk to me.
The representation of the Trinity is a structural reflection of man's relationship to God, and rather man's inability to process the completeness of God, rather than a accurate representation of the structure of God's nature in the universe. It's our limitations that creates the Trinity's relationship.
I believe the Trinity, there is no mystery in the Trinity. Trinity is pretty coherent. That's been my biggest thing, engaging with people on Clubhouse these days. But I am moving on to that because I don't see, anything else that needs to be elaborated on. It's just the notion of the nature of Christ. As long as the nature of Christ is maintained as a human nature, and then a divine nature is contained to the Logos, and the Logos is not given a rational awareness. The Logos is not a divine experiencer alongside with the Father experiencing in a different, distinct way. So there's only one experiencer in God, that is the Father. The Son of God is not aware until the Son of Man shows up and he fulfills the Son of God.
No, there's passages in the Bible of Christ's awareness prior to his creation.
Yeah, he's aware of himself.
I'm just going based on the ecumenical councils.
Well, are you talking about the word of the Lord? What the awareness thing is about, though. The angel of the Lord.
You can say nous if you want.
Yeah, that's fine, but the awareness stuff starts going to goes.
I only use that because it is the strongest
term. You're causing an argument that's no one's positing. Like you say, well, just don't do this. Well, wait till they give the argument first, then you have that.
Well, because person, as we define it in the modern sense, leads to rational awareness. So that's what you would say an experiencer.
Yeah,
versus person in the Trinitarian framework of the subsistence, or a who, a subject, not in the sense that this who can it's just like this is a distinction. It's a real distinction.
So wait a second. You have to. No, I'm going to ask you a question, really quick, and I expect you to look this up so you don't make these mistakes, right? Does the Father speak? Does the Father ever speak to anyone besides the Son?
Yes.
Who? Show me in Scripture.
Whomever he wills to speak. He spoke to Moses.
Stop this.
He spoke to Adam. He spoke to Gabriel.
Never was those the Father.
Huh?
Never were those people were spoken to by the Father, only through the Logos. So this is what I'm asking you. This awareness that you speak of, how could you match it up with Scripture? Because the Father, you only know the Father through the Son. We don't say that just because it sounds cool and fresh.
God is ineffable. God is ineffable until Revelation.
But you're doing this skit. I want you to
I'm doing a skit.
All right, so I want to give you scriptures. Benny Adam, can you?
You can't switch to Sola Scriptura.
I'm not going Sola Scriptura, bro. This is why the councils were there, so that it matches up.
I have the card.
We're not matching up with some hypothetical, metaphysical.
Nothing I'm saying is hypothetical. Here are the councils. I put a chart for you guys.
Yeah, no, Alumi, your theology doesn't match the council.
Nando, you can copy this chart.
Bro, please, can I speak, man? I don't understand. I can't hear you. Benny Adam, please read them. John 8, 16 and 17. John 8, 16 and 17. I want to know how he answers
in the Bible.
This is the problem. You're saying stuff.
You can read anything you want in the Bible. I'm just going to adhere to the councils.
And yes, if I do judge, my judgment is true, for I am not alone, but I am with the Father who sent me. It is also written in your law that the testimony of two men is true.
Yeah, keep going. Keep going to 8 to 17.
Okay. I am one who bears witness of myself, and the Father who sent me bears witness of me. Then they said to him, "Where's your Father?" Jesus answered, "You know neither me nor my Father. If you had known me, you would have known my Father also."
Okay, do you see that there's two awarenesses here, right? They're showing here that the Father is distinct from the Son in order for there to be two witnesses. So when you speak of an awareness, he is aware of his judgment, and so is the Father as a witness. And they bear witness with one another.
Okay.
So when you speak of these things, right, and you talk about, oh, you can't be aware, and the Son of Man, and the Son of God, and you start doing that stuff, it doesn't match up to the scriptures. The Son is handing over the kingdom.
For the ecumenicals.
What do you mean?
Oh, we can bring up the ecumenical.
We could bring the ecumenical.
Oh, you really want to do this, Benny? I don't mind. I'm both of you right now.
You listen. How do you?
Because I have ecumenical on my set.
According to your understanding and your metaphysics, you put the metaphysics of one awareness in this verse. Explain that to me, brother.
Yeah, this is not talking in the pre-eternal. This is not saying as long as there was a Father, there was Jesus witnessing and basking in his glory, and there was two distinct rational awarenesses that can act and behave differently, even if they're aligned in will and reason.
You just said the argument is if there's two awarenesses that we're in fact we're going against.
Well, that's your claim.
Well, I'm telling you, I don't understand how you're getting any. He's saying, I am the witness of him, and he is of me.
Okay, right? No problem. This is in the temporal sense.
And the rules that the Logos set, which is Christ, is that you always need to have two witnesses.
Yeah. Okay. And so what? Are you saying there are two witnesses? In the pre-eternal?
Two witnesses. Yes.
In the infinite past, there's two witnesses.
Yes.
There's two rational awarenesses.
Yes.
Okay, so again, no problem. I understand your position. Now with these multiple rational awarenesses, are we saying they are all one rational awareness? Because there is an ousia doctrine. So how are you unifying here, or are you gonna maintain distinctions?
Just go. This is why I went to John. This is a verse.
You can't use the verses.
Bro, no. Can you let me speak? Because you're doing this like you just don't want to listen.
Why are you a Catholic? I shouldn't even be having this discussion.
I want to be able to finish a sentence. Can I finish a sentence, please? I use this verse against oneness. Anyone that spits a oneness doctrine to me and tell me that the Father is the Son, I go to this verse and I ask them, how is the Father the Son if the Son is bearing witness with the Father? He cannot be the Father. He must solely be the Son. Right? So now, right? Yo, I gotta put these people in the audience. Like I'm having like really like difficult time talking on this app because people just say random shit. I'm asking you, please match up this counsel that you are abiding by with this verse. If you don't, we could go to Isaiah 48, and we could start from verse 1. I did this with Muhammad all on Friday. So we could go to Isaiah 48, we can go to verse 1 to verse 15, and then I can ask you, who is the rational awareness speaking in verse 16 and 17? But since you don't like to read the scripture, and you just want to build a metaphysic from what you think it says, this is the trouble you're going to go against. Like, it says here, I have never been in secret. You have always known who I was from the beginning. This is not the Father. The Father only speaks to the Son. And like you said, the burning bush, the Adam and Eve walking through the garden, all of the physical representations, wrestling with Jacob, all of these is the logos and knowledge of God to his people. The Father is the distant God that does what the Son does. The Father does what the Son does, or the Son does what the Father does, because the Father is always working, right? So he's always doing what his Father does. This is how it is. The Father doesn't speak to anyone. He has a voice, that the Son, that he hears from the Son, and that is it. So I'm not sure. See, this is what I mean. Like, you have this model that you're saying you're getting from the councils, and it doesn't exist. So I hear you out. I listen.
Why don't you chat GPT that?
I don't need to. I can go to the councils, and I can go to the script.
That's like how you provide me these little just like another page where you break this down for me.
You want me to break this down? I'll break this down for you.
Yeah, just on an AI.
All I'm gonna do is, does the Father speak in the Old or New Testament? You know,
but that needs to be highlighted in the notion that you are predicating two rational awarenesses to the divinity.
I don't know what's this predicating two rational.
Because the whole awarenesses.
How do you bear witness?
Okay, I already wrote the response to that. That's just.
Okay, so then there needs to be two witnesses. Two rational awarenesses.
There needs to be two. Creation of the heavens and earth.
All right, so there's a judge. This is why you need to read Isaiah 48, because Isaiah 48.
I understand in the context of humanity there needs to be two witnesses, but we're dealing in reality. We're not dealing with humanity.
The time we hear the Father and the Son speaking is about His creation. Other than that, we don't.
Well, He's God. Everything is from the top, bottom for Him.
Who's God? Who's the first cause? Who's the first cause?
The Father.
No, you're wrong. No ecumenical council. Not one ecumenical council will tell you that the Father is the first principle without principle. The first cause is the Logos, the Son, the Word.
The Father.
By first cause, what do you mean? What do you mean by first cause?
The Father.
Talking about austerity.
All right. So the Father is. You're adding all these words that I'm not saying. So using yourself. I'm not confusing you.
Bro, where are you trying to? You're not going to straw man me here.
The Father. I'm using.
Just use on. Go on GPT, bro. Just go on the chat GPT.
All right. That's fine. Bring me off, and it just makes this longer.
Not at all. I'm telling you, let's cut it short.
The Father is the first principle without principle, meaning that the first cause is the Son, the Logos.
What do you mean by first cause?
Everything, creation, all things are made through Him, for Him, by Him, through the Logos.
And okay, is the Logos in existence?
I don't understand what that means.
Is the Logos cause?
Yes. Whatever comes from Father is the first cause.
Okay.
Father is uncaused.
Okay, so that's what he means. All right. So he's not meaning the agent who causes the first act.
Yes.
Okay, the agent who causes is God, is the Father. That's going to be the Father.
It's the Son. It's the Son.
Well, then who brings about the Son?
The Father.
Okay, so is that not an act?
It generates from Him. If He doesn't act upon it, He is the Son.
I'm embarrassing myself.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
It is within Father.
It's a timeless act.
It's a timeless act.
Sure. No one completely understands. GPT page, and I'll respond to that.
I am. I gotta make myself a coffee first.
We already came to a resolution on how we would decipher these differences. I understand that. Thank you very much. I understand what I say. I understand what that means.
In no time is Son. Son is intermediary.
Again, I don't know who you explain it to. What are you agreeing in what he's saying? What are you agreeing in what he's saying? Stop wasting my time. Stop wasting my time. You focus on the chat GPT, bro.
Well, when I finish my coffee, I said I would. But you gotta listen to
I can do this in a voice right now. You go to chat GPT.
I could do this in person.
You just explain everything you just did.
I could do this in person. I just did this with no chat GPT.
Okay, predicate councils. Go ahead, predicate it on councils.
predicated on councils. Not Nicaea.
All right, what about Nicaea?
Son is uncreated.
The Logos is
So what does that mean? Yes. How can it be created? It is God.
We don't believe it's created. Just like Muslims don't believe the knowledge of Allah is created.
Don't care. This is before Islam. This is way before.
It's the same metaphysical framework. It's the same.
Allah at this point has 3 daughters. So there's no
attribute distinction.
I'm just letting you know. Right now,
I'm too confident to be poked on this stuff.
You can be. But think of Jesus saying, Allah, Abba is my father. He would be pointing to him having 3 other sisters. He would have 3 other sisters at this point. So Allah is only Allah in the 6th century, not before. So Jesus can't be saying his father is Allah.
I'm sorry. Time has spun to the point where I am a traditional. I hold to. I can understand
you guys always do this grandstanding thing. Every Muslim
performance need to be taken care of.
Oh, I'm right, and you start laughing.
I'm waiting. I'm coming at you as a Christian.
Light from light, true God from true God, very God from very God. So what do you understand?
I understand it as the Trinity, the element of the Son of God via the Son of Man, a human nature.
God from true God, does that mean
as divine, as he is part of
true God as true God.
Yes, he is the divine dynamic. He is a subsistence that is eternally brought forth.
Yes, so he's God.
He is without separation, without division.
In the Trinitarian sense of God, yes, he would be God, but that is not what we're talking about. We're not saying that Christ is not a divine substance, or he doesn't a divine subsistence. But what we're talking about is whether he holds to multiple experiencers in the pre-eternal. I love Nizam for teaching me this word. Pre-eternal.
The pre-eternal is an Ash'ari concept.
I always give credit where credit is due, so no one thinks I'm ungrateful.
Been with Father.
Even though I'm in that debate, but he did teach me this word.
Jesus is never separated from Father.
But in my fair defense, everyone didn't really understand pre-eternal, and it's a hard term to continue to jug around. I'll just say in the infinite past.
Nargis, he cannot stay on one subject, so don't talk about anything else. Don't do side notes. What is the Council of Nicaea saying?
Give me a ChatGPT, bro.
Bro, we do this from memory. This is the reason why and Sam are
You're getting crushed, bro.
No. This is why I don't need AI. We don't need AI. We just need a Bible, and we need to know the councils. That's it. It literally give you the verses when I'm literally playing out the council. The council is explaining what the theology is without confusion. So when these verses come up and he's saying the Father is sending the Son, that means he is, whatever you want to say, pre-existent.
Which one? The Son of God or the Son of Man? The Son of God or the Son of Man?
That is within context. Remember, that is brought up in Daniel to show how much of a fuck-up Solomon was. Right? Solomon was given all the wisdom of all the... he's not a prophet. I mean, he's not a prophet.
Doesn't matter.
Failed the prophecy. He did not fulfill all of God's law. His kingdom and his king. Why do you keep changing the subject, bro? Let's stick on one thing at a time. You bring up the Son of Man. The Son of Man is brought up after the throne of David, right? So Daniel comes in way after Solomon. The temple has been destroyed, right? There is no temple. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. You have to try to understand the Bible within.
That's my Project Maccabee, and I got all the historical data and all of that.
You don't have the historical data because when do you think Daniel's happening?
You don't even know about the Jewish Civil War, the Hasmonean Civil War, all the events prior.
You're changing the subject again. You keep changing the subject. Let's stick.
You don't take into account the historical academia. You don't take anything.
This is what
paved, bro. Afraid? Why are you afraid?
I know without a shit.
Do Apollinarianism? Like, you really want to be an Apollinarianist?
Don't be disrespectful and call me a heretic. I'm not a heretic.
You're the one who's giving us a rational awareness.
So makes sense. Go to your ChatGPT and punch in John 6.
Already
16 and 17.
And
What did it tell you?
Two witnesses does not equal two rational awareness. Twofold testimony within revelation. The God, the Son is sent, and the Father bears witness. Legal distinction in mission does not equal multiplied divine consciousness.
Which one's in space time?
The Son of Man.
The Son of Man, bro. The Son of Man is a divine figure. The Son of Man is a divine
fully
figure.
Human. It's human nature.
I'm gonna read this to you. Who comes in the clouds? Who comes in the clouds? What does it mean to come in the clouds?
Son from heaven.
That you are God. You are literally God.
Well, no, I think angels.
Pay attention. Does Allah come in the clouds? Nazim, does Allah come in the clouds?
Oh, it's a different model.
Wait, stop. And Nazim, come in the clouds, chapter 25, 24 through 25. Bro, don't do this. This is what I mean, like, guys.
Bro, just bring me the AI.
When you speak to people, listen to me, when you speak to people like me that are very Trinitarian-ish, right, I'm only reading the typologies and basically the motifs that Allah is using and stealing from Jesus. Every single motif. What did I say wrong?
Just, bro, like, what are you trying to antagonize right now?
I'm not antagonizing you. If Allah is saying He is the first and the last, Allah is the first and the last. The Son of Man comes in the clouds. Why is Allah coming in the clouds? Because coming in the clouds, according to the Abrahamic faith, means that
not doing a proper internal critique. We are analyzing the framework of the Trinity. We are not doing a comparison with
the
Islam.
Quran is not giving us new language about God.
You're not going to impose on me an understanding that stems from the Quran. You don't believe in the Quran.
So wait a second. No, I believe that the verses of Jesus are true, except for obviously it was made to appear.
You cannot point at this Quran anywhere this is going to come from.
No, Benny Adam, there's some clouds, bro. Come on, man. Like,
I don't know that.
Allah doesn't come in the clouds. This is talking about man.
Hold on, don't angels also come from the clouds?
I'm sorry, how was Jesus actualized into the world, the Son of Man, Benny Adam?
Give me the verse, bro.
How was he actualized? Please.
Sorry, what?
How was the Son of Man actualized?
He was from eternity past.
I'm talking about Adam.
From the Father.
Who was the agent that brought Earth?
Father.
No, there was an angel that showed up to Mary.
Oh, you're saying in the incarnation? No, I was thinking.
That's the actualization of the Son of Man.
Yeah, sure, in the carnal sense, sure. There's no
it was via the Holy Spirit brought forth by an angel, which we believe is Gabriel. So that is what took place.
Megatron, you're right. God's presence.
Say it again? Of course, I don't need
God in the clouds.
No, he's trying to say the Son of Man is God.
Yeah, sometimes it says generally speaking,
the Father.
The angels would not be, but yeah, basically.
You said angels not coming in the clouds, correct?
Generally speaking, not.
Okay, but you want to know something? Moses, right?
This is heavily symbolic.
He was in the clouds, right?
God.
I'm going to say that he was with when he was speaking to God in the mountain. In I think is it Deuteronomy or Exodus? I forget which one it is. Moses is in the clouds. So it may seem as if what it's saying is that he's within, like, the midst of God, right? He's speaking to God because he's up so high in the mountain that it's above the clouds, right? But Moses himself is not, riding the cloud. Or what word did they use? It's a specific thing. No, but this is what it says in Scripture, so I don't want to be saying, oh, but Moses was in the clouds. No. This is what we're saying. In this explanation of it is that he's up so high that the clouds are in with where he is. Right? So he's in the clouds. But it doesn't mean that Moses is God. But when we use it in a specific way, it's giving the presence of God. So if the Son of Man is coming in the clouds, what do you think that means?
Well, I see here in Ezekiel 1, it says, immense clouds with flashing lights out of the center of the fire emerged a cherubim moving alongside the intersection wheels.
What are cherubims?
Cherubim are the angels
that are at the throne.
Cherubim, yeah, one of the highest angels.
All right, so they're the ones at the throne. You know that the Messiah has more knowledge than the cherubim on the throne?
Yeah, I'm just saying that, like, it's not only for the God, but, like, it would be, like, more higher in gradation, basically closer to source.
Yes. There is no, if you're coming in the cloud, if you're coming in the clouds, then you're God. There is no other way to say that. If Allah comes in the clouds, he's not using a motif that says that he's the Son of Man, correct? Hoping that Allah is not the Son of Man. Because what Alumi's saying is that if you're like the Son of Man, you can't be God. But yet, he's standing in front of the Ancient of Days and coming in the clouds and standing before the Ancient of Days. Who's the Ancient? Not the Son of Man. These are two distinct figures. Remember, absolute distinction, right? We can't use the same sort of like, metaphysics for dummies with the Quran and think that you're gonna like the Trinity or other metaphysics of the Torah in it. You're not. It's completely dumbed down. There's so much mystery when it comes to Allah that he doesn't have. He's one person. He relies on creation. He's literally the incarnation of Christ. That's what he is. There is no other unknown thing about him. He's just incarnated in creation. He can do nothing without. He's basically the incarnation. There is no other way to look at it. Unless you want to like.
Oh, David! Thank God Almighty, bro.
Unless you want to like, I don't know what you want to do.
I want you to fucking get on the AI before I revert back to Cynic again and give you the belt, like DL likes to say. So, you came into a room. God doesn't like hypocrites. You came to Andrew's room and you were crucifying him right next to me. So don't come in here and act like everything. I understand that we're all playing some game theory here, and you wanna apply some pressure points, and I welcome pressure points in what I'm articulating. I never said I was infallible, nor do I say Ulumi archetype synthesis is a one-to-one. Obviously, I'm gonna insert language and I'm gonna modernize a lot of these frameworks so everyone, the layman of today, can understand. But like I said, everything that I am espousing is granted by the councils. And not only that, logic. There's necessary induction, deduction happening here. If you're going to predicate more than one rational awareness in God, well, are these real distinctions? Is there a unity between them? How do we deal with this in light of an Usia doctrine? Either you're going to collapse into one rational awareness, where at this point you got personas, you got modalism, whatever, or you're going to have to agree with the councils. You're only going to give the Father a nous and the Son of God is not a knower, is not aware, is not an experiencer until the Son of Man actualizes and fulfills the Son of God through hypostatic union. I'm not the one who brought forth the concept of hypostatic union. These are your councils. So just submit. But you want to be a monophysite, you want to be a monophysite. I'm not going to call them myophysites. They're monophysites. And if you want to be that, just go ahead, go do it. Go join one of the Oriental churches. Why are you in the Catholic Church? You want to be an Apollinarianist? Well, that's a heresy, according to Chalcedon and Constantinople. You want to be a modalist? Well, that's a heresy too. Arianism, that's a heresy too. There needs to be one person, that is Christ, two natures. This doesn't mean Christ is God or is a non-human in the infinite past, and only in the temporal reality or space-time does he take on a human vessel, which is just like if you ever watch Men in Black.
This was a tax.
Alien in the freaking, the human is the humanoid is actually a robot, and you got a little alien. No one's gonna believe that. The Logos is not just a noose embodying what appears to be a human nature or a vessel. No, that's where you end up with Darwinism or with these guys who showed up
basically it's just this public
denying
shaming.
the humanity
Everything
of Christ.
is designed to just make it so that you stand out as this shitty fucking low class person who does not deserve the same rights as everybody else because you're Christian. And the Muslims, they've always I don't.
Okay, so again, I want to break. Okay, I'm Googling this just to check. Okay. So during the Caliphate of Muhammad bin Khattab, Christians paid a graded yearly dividends based on their wealth, generally range from 12 to 48 dirhams annually for males, with the poorest active workers sometimes paying 12 or 1 dinar. It was a per capita tax that exempted women, children, the elderly, and the poor from payment, offering protection in exchange. Okay, so then my next question: this is tax for a protection tax for non-Muslims.
Oh, this is going to be the breakdown right here. Okay, because now you need me to go to AI, and then when I go to AI, it's just devastating. I'm going to put
what is not assumed is not healed, dude. I am going to literally.
I understand. So Daniel 7 introduces a heavenly messianic figure who shares God's universal rule and receives divine style service from openly identifies Jesus as that figure. The Quran rejects Jesus' divinity, yet still preserves the same Davidic categories: university authority patterns, eschatology supremacy, divine pejoratives, life-giving power, heavenly significance, and judgment association. Islam removes the theology expansion while preserving many of the theological effects. So the Quran denies the conclusion of Daniel.
Why are we talking about the Quran?
Because I'm telling you the same exact motifs that are given in Daniel 7 to the divine figure of the Son of Man is exactly the same exact divine ship that Allah has in the Quran. This is what I'm trying to explain to you.
No, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about whether
you keep saying
we're talking about rational awareness. We're talking about whether the Son of Man is aware prior to the incarnation or the actualization of the Son of Man.
He's in front of the
which you're arguing for. You're arguing that there is a nous, a divine nous that represents Christ as an experiencer prior to. Okay, that's Apollinarianism. That's Apollinarianism. That's called Apollinarianism.
You're stuck in this.
Define Apollinarianism.
I don't care. I'm not an Apollinarianist.
Define it, though.
I'm reading the Bible.
No, I don't do sola scriptura. We don't do sola scriptura.
I'm not doing sola scriptura.
Yes, you are. You're a Catholic doing sola scriptura.
You gotta realize something. Don't you realize? None of the Protestants, many of them do not use the Protestants. They read the Bible and they understand it the same way the Catholics do. Okay? The book of Daniel, the Son of Man receives things that belong to God. the God's universal kingship. But the Quran repeatedly gives the same Davidic style or Daniel style directly to Allah, while simultaneously denying the divinity identity of Christ. This creates a massive theological tension because the Quran unintentionally preserves divine language patterns associated with the exalted heavenly Messiah.
That's great.
So, Daniel 7:13 and 14. Okay, dominion, all peoples, all nations, all languages should serve him, which I don't understand why the Quran is saying.
You're killing us, bro.
He's not. So now, the important part here is this man that's given dominion comes with the clouds.
Why can't you just
Universal
define
dominion.
Apollinaire as
All nations serve him, everlasting kingdom, enrollment besides God.
Are you
This
being a worker of
becomes
lawlessness?
one of the central Christological passages in the New Testament. Jesus applies this to himself.
Draco, come put sense into this kid.
Serve worship problem. In the Aramaic, the word in Daniel is what? Bleach. This is worship. Daniel, this verb is used for religious services, worship, service given to
It is a waste of time, I know. I'm about to walk out of my room and just let my recorders record them wasting all their time, repeating themselves in watermelon logics. Cyclical, rotational, never-ending. They're just repeating themselves every single day. It's such a huge waste of fucking time. Do you see what I'm saying to you? They are repeating themselves, using all these technical terms to talk about nothing. They are literally retarded. Especially Megatron. He is so pathetic. He is on here all day, talking all the time. He doesn't work. He's got the family, but he is always here talking all the time. And same with Lumi, but Lumi has no family, and he is probably withering away. His body is probably pale. He stinks. He doesn't work out. He doesn't clean his toes. Lumi is probably dirty, stinky boy, because he's here all the time using all. ChatGPT, let me ask ChatGPT, let me ask ChatGPT. That's what he does all day.
Then you already know that you.
Oh, now he's doing the voice.
That you want to define it.
No.
Then go ahead and define it.
I don't have to.
That's all right. I will read the definition of Apollinarianism.
Ancient of Days gives dominion to the Son of Man. The Father gives authority to the Son. This is all in Matthew. Authority, judgment,
Apollinarianism.
Submission. Directly from Daniel 7.
Proposed by Apollinarinus of Laodicea, which argued that Jesus Christ had an insensitive soul, human mind, news, which was replaced by logos. It was condemned as heresy by the Council of Constantinople in 381 for failing to acknowledge the full humanity of Christ.
Okay, so that's the heresy.
Do you deny this heresy?
Yeah, I don't believe.
So you deny the notion of a divine logos having a rational awareness or a nous?
No.
That is what Apollinarianism says.
I don't know why you keep. Why don't you read the council directly instead of your AI doing this?
What?
Just read the council.
Like, do people think that councils have like a newspaper or something?
Yeah, they do. Just read the Wikipedia.
There's no problem.
Just read the Wikipedia.
Yeah, I got you.
So the Old Testament.
What do you think I just read off?
Is a divine attribute. This is an example in Psalms.
Wikipedia. Apollinarianism. Christian heretical belief. Apollinarianism is a Christological position proposed by Apollinarius of Laodicea that argues that Jesus had a human body and sensitive soul, but not a human rational mind, the divine logos taking the place of the latter. It was deemed heretical by the first.
You said he did not have.
But not a human rational mind. The divine
logos. You're saying it does not, though. The heresy means that he did not have. Read it again.
Yes, no problem.
From the Wikipedia.
Yes.
So then he does have a rational mind, correct?
Apollinarianism is a Christological position proposed by Apollinarius of Laodicea
that he doesn't have a rational mind.
That argues that Jesus had a human body And so, but not a human rational mind.
Exactly. Not
the divine,
a human rational mind.
That was a comma. That wasn't a dot. That wasn't a dot. That wasn't a period. But not a human rational mind. Exactly. The divine logos taking the place of the latter. It was being theoretical.
So there's one rational awareness, correct?
That is the Son of Man. That is the news of the Son of Man.
So Son of Man is the divine figure, right?
The anointed Son of Man.
When was the Son of Man anointed?
In the eternity past.
No, you're wrong. It's at his baptismal. And this is in the Old Testament.
Wait. You think God literally was like, right before the incarnation? Who should be the Son of Man? Let me guess here.
Pick one.
It's like, which one should I choose? Of all these Israelites, all these Jews, all these Samaritans, who should I choose?
Pick one. Which one you like.
You're killing your own Christology.
I'm not killing any of my Christology. You're just not explaining it.
If you're saying that God decided temporally who should he anoint as the Son of Man, then you're killing yourself.
You do more of this Muhammad hijab, like, sort of like making fun instead of actually sticking with the argument.
What?
Doing like to me.
Well, like Muslims are already like literally disassociating from me. Well, like I did all this for you guys, and I brought you.
I'm trying to explain.
He did all this for you guys. Hey, you guys!
Brought you towards the truth, and this.
Illumi is the truth. Illuma retarded. Illuma retarded.
Why you keep going to a heresy? When you keep saying the Son of Man, right, is not a divine figure.
Does the Logos have a pre-eternal nous? Is there a nous the Logos has, and where?
The councils don't.
Just the question:
I don't know if the councils
is the Logos aware? Does the Logos have an awareness?
Yeah, it's one God.
I said if it has an awareness distinct from the Father.
Why? I don't. It doesn't say aware. Where does it say awareness? Like,
Mind, nous.
Yeah, he has a. In order for him to have a human.
People have left the room in droves, but there are new tards in the audience thinking perhaps they are listening to something which is not redundant.
Okay, now
this is why books are superior to illumitards.
The Logos, there's
himself.
Who's aware?
Hello?
The Logos.
Who's the Logos?
The pre-eternal Christ.
Oh, Dr. Sam is here. Mathematics is racist, I see.
Okay, so there are two minds now.
There's one mind.
But you just said it's distinct from the Father, bro. Speak English.
He's aware of himself. Remember, there was two.
That doesn't answer anything. Are there two minds, or is there one mind? Is there one mind? Is there one experiencer, or is there two? Bro, you just got to take the L, bro. Take the L, bro.
How am I taking an L? You're not reading the councils. You just explained to me what the council.
Then go give me your AI. Give me your AI.
I'll just keep letting you say wrong shit.
Yeah, link your AI. Why you pussing out? Why you pussing out?
I'll put the Son of Man here.
Just go ahead, do whatever you want with your AI.
The Son of Man motif.
You ain't gonna do better than me. You ain't gonna do better than me.
I don't even need AI to know these.
No. Go ahead. Conjure all the humans. Conjure all the humans. Allah, if you gathered all the humans and all the jinn, it's not gonna help you.
And Jesus are equal to each other in every
single
way possible.
If you gather all the jinn AIs right now,
given to Allah. The kingdom is only given to who? The Son of Man. He's eternal.
This is what you want to give me here, right?
Yeah.
All right. So this is what I'm responding to.
Everything that's in this.
And so this is exegesis of Daniel. That's not really what we're discussing, but no problem.
We're talking about the Son of Man. You keep bringing up the Son of Man.
We're talking about whether he has an awareness prior to the incarnation of the Son of Man. So that's what we're talking about. But since you want to do this, This is barely anything. I don't know what this is. This is a fucking passage. Daniel 7 introduces a heavenly messianic figure who shares in God's universal rule and receives divine style service from all nations. The New Testament openly identifies Jesus as this figure. The Quran rejects Jesus' divinity. It still preserves many of the same Daniel categories, universal authority patterns, divine prerogatives, life-giving powers, heavenly significance, judgment, associations. Islam removes the theological explanation while preserving many of the theological effects, or even shorter, the Quran denies the conclusion of Daniel 7 while Okay, what does this have to do with the Trinity?
So your divine figure, which is Allah, is Jesus.
Oh, this is a whole thing.
Proving it here.
How do you start out here? This is actually one of the most devastating, blah, 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 and the Son of Man receives things that belong uniquely to God's universal kingship. All right, who's freaking, like, what's the issue here? What attribute do you want to give the Son of Man that we're going to deny as Muslims, since you want to talk about Islam?
So, right here.
So Daniel 7, 3-13, 4, I saw in the night visions.
Jesus
and behold,
also
one like
receives
us.
universal dominion in the Quran. He also receives the
You know, we have a hadith that literally says...
Several echoes this, right? Jesus is the Messiah, the Word of Allah, the Spirit of Allah, sinless, life-giver, creator of birds from clay, healer of the blind, lepers, raiser of the dead, and sign of the hour. Especially in 4361. Many gospel tafsirs interpret Jesus as the sign of the hour, eschatological judgment, and returning divine figure before the resurrection. That's very close to Daniel 7, apocalyptic Son of Man imagery. The given authority pattern now compared. Daniel 7, Ancient of Days, gives dominion to the Son of Man. New Testament, Father gives authority to the Son. This is also in Matthew and all this other stuff. The Quran accidentally preserves the same framework. Quran consistently insists Allah
it's like we're talking past each other, bro.
Allah alone owns the kingdom. Yet Jesus exercised divine function, participates in eschatological authority, creative acts, raises the dead, is called spirit from Allah, returns in the end. The structure starts to resemble God sharing divinity prerogatives with the heavenly messianic figure. That's exactly what Danielson already looks like. The big problem with shared divinity pejoratives or prerogatives, Jewish monotheism, certainly things belong uniquely to God. Divine identity markers, ruler of all nations, judging mankind. I wonder who's judging mankind in Islam.
I don't know. They're completely irrelevant, bro.
Who's judging mankind? Who's judging mankind in Islam?
You sound like John Kitover right now.
In the preserved hadiths. Who judges mankind?
Or dealing with metaphysics or arguing some completely.
I have to give you the verses because the verses, that's the reason why
I don't know what you think. Can you just give me a clear statement that you believe we're bringing about a negation to?
Listen, I'm a monotheist. I only believe in one God. So I don't know why you're splitting up the Godhead. You gotta take the Eastern
I'm the one who's split up. I'm the one who's talking about three hypostases.
Hypostasis is an understanding.
Yeah, I don't deny. Just understand it properly for what it is. You wanna continue to commit to Apollinarianism? That's your choice, bro.
The invisible God that we know nothing about is the Father. So that invisible God that only speaks to the Son, that's the Father.
Just explain yourself in light of Apollinarianism.
Just tell me, when
how are
is
you
the
not
Father
an
speaking
Apollinarian?
to anyone?
Just answer my question.
When is the Father speaking to anybody in the Old Testament? Or the New Testament?
He spoke to Adam. He spoke to Adam.
Prove it.
Literally
Use
in
the
the garden.
councils.
You have it in the garden.
That's not the Father.
That's not the Father. Who's that?
That's not the Father.
Who's that?
Give you one guess.
Who's that? Jesus?
See, exactly.
Are you saying it's Jesus?
He's
okay,
walking,
well,
right?
that's called Apollinarianism. That's called Apollinarianism.
Are you saying the Father is a man? Are you saying the Father is a man? You're saying the Father is a man.
Okay, so we say God, Abraham walked with God. We say Abraham walked with God. So what? God got 2 feet now.
So who do you think
God got 2 feet?
Yeah. Who do you think that is?
Bro, you think you're anthropomorphizing God big time.
What do you mean I'm not? Yeah, that's Christ. That is Christ. That's Christ.
Okay, now, no problem. Megatron, no problem. Now go to your councils and substantiate that.
You want me to prove to you, with the councils, that the person walking in the Garden of Eden is Jesus Christ?
Yep.
Okay, no problem. Yep. Let me make a new thread here.
And their understanding in light of
the councils. With the councils.
David, I already packed these guys up.
Explained why it is.
I changed all of Clubhouse, bro.
Jesus is walking.
I did what you units failed to do.
And Eve in the Garden of Eden.
By the way, you Unitarians, I was hoping for you, David and Zero, to show up because I wanted to set you guys straight because I have questions for you. How do you not end up collapsing into monism and removing the distinction between God and creation? So I don't agree with Arianism. I understand the Unitarian. In light of the Trinity, are we saying the Trinitarian metaphysics is incoherent and you're positing another one, or is Unitarianism simply in alignment with councils? So like Chalcedon. So if you're beefed with Nicaea, then no, wouldn't that make you an Arian? Anyway, it's a question for them. I was actually hunting them down on TikTok, but I couldn't find David or Zero. Even though I had you guys, it seems like maybe you guys stopped doing rooms or something.
Okay, here you go. Here you go. And this is a big shout out to all the Muslims that are that don't believe that this stuff actually. We all speak making this shit up. Okay, this is for you, Arban, because they love calling me a pagan. Now, right here, I'm gonna read this for you, and I put this on the top. I have no problem, and it has it goes down the councils. And they heard the voice of the Lord God walking in the garden in the cool of the day. The question began, if the Father is invisible, transcendent, created sight, then who is a divine person repeatedly appearing, speaking, eating, walking, being seen throughout the Old Testament? The councils didn't invent this idea out of nowhere, Arban. They inherited it from early church fathers. Like I'm talking to Arban. Arrhenius, or however you say his name, and how do you ever say that guy's name? The Father is unseen, incomprehensible. The New Testament repeatedly says, no one has seen God, John 1:18, and no one has seen the Father except the one who is from God, John 6:46, whom has ever or nor seen. Right?
We're asking for the church fathers.
As the fathers, fathers asked, how then did Adam hear God walking? Abraham eat with God. Jacob wrestle with God. Moses speaking face to face with God. The visible divine manifestation where the Son, the Logos, revealing the invisible Father. The Son is the revealer of God. This is the council. First council, Nicaea. You want councils? I got you. Centered heavily on John 1. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God.
I was denying
All
that.
things were made.
You're saying the one who spoke to Adam in the garden is Jesus. That's all I'm asking for you to prove that.
Christ did not begin in Bethlehem.
Which church father counts?
The Son eternally existed. The Son was active in creation from Genesis onward. So when God appears in a visible form, the fathers often identified the manifestation with the Logos. This became the standard Nicene theology. The Father remains transcendent. The Son reveals him. The Spirit manifests divine presence. Why specifically the Son in Eden? Because Genesis describes interaction, rational presence. God walking. The Father's connected this with later verses, like he is the image of the invisible God. 15. I mean, I've read that to you so many times. Oh, here we go. John 14. You guys like using this from Muhammad. No one comes from the Father except through me. Especially, no one has ever seen God. The only begotten Son has made him known. John 1:18. The reasoning becomes, if anyone truly encountered God visibly, they encountered God through the Son. The council said the Trinity. The council is where it's defending two things simultaneously. Jesus is truly God, not a creature, not a lesser being, not an angel, but eternally divine. Yet the Father and the Son are distinct persons. So the Old Testament appearances help explain this distinction. God appears visibly, yet also speaks of God and mediates. You fuck your Apollinarianism.
Bro, all you have to do is showcase how you're distinct from Apollinarianism. Because you think that means Christ, and I'm
no, because Apollinarianism was saying that Christ had a divine will, but not a human one. Right?
Had a divine what? He had a divine will, not a human one. I mean, yeah, Apollinarianism would include anybody who would take a human attribute and replace it with a divine. But in accordance to Apollinarianism himself, he gave it the nous. He replaced the nous with a divine nous. So the mind.
So yes. Further, ecumenical council.
Yeah, later on, the will and the modality of the will.
Yeah, that's because that's where it comes from. Now, if you want like early church fathers to suggest that it was Jesus that was walking in heaven with Adam, there actually are. Not that many, but there are, especially early ones.
Talking about pre-Constantinople and post-Constantinople and Chalcedon.
No, pre.
No, I don't need pre.
Yeah, pre is more important.
No, post, because the matter has been settled.
Okay.
Any exegesis has to come post. Or from any of the church fathers presiding over these councils.
No, the exegesis of the councils came as a direct result of the exegesis of the early church fathers. They literally took their words
then there wouldn't be a problem with you highlighting a church father and exegesis post-Chalcedon. Constantinople. So we're looking at exegesis post-5th century. And again, he needs to highlight how he's distinct from Apollinarianism.
He is distinct from Apollinarianism.
How so? I'm just asking for an explanation.
Jesus has a divine and a human will.
Yeah, what about the mind?
Yeah, will comes from mind.
Again, these are two different terms. So the mind, the will, I don't know why you're bringing in will as if this is going to win you anything. So regardless, is it either you're giving the logos an awareness, a mind in the pre-existent, or you're maintaining the full human nature of Christ. It's one or the other.
Not necessarily, because Christians would say that the mind is shared with the Father. They have one mind.
Okay, but that's not what he's highlighting. When I asked him, does the Logos has a distinct mind from the Father? He said, yeah.
What he said at the beginning might be construed. I don't know what he actually believes, but I can see how that was like challenging. But generally, the Trinitarian doctrine is that there's one mind between.
There's only one mind. Yeah. That's the logos. Now to highlight this, because some people translate mind to mean reason. That's not how I'm using it. I'm using it as a rational awareness, an experiencer, a center of consciousness. Are we saying that there are multiple centers of consciousness, multiple experiencers, or the Logos is a unique experiencer distinct from the Father as an awareness or an experiencer?
What does ChatGPT say?
I mean, that's Apollinarianism, right? That would be Apollinarianism.
No, it wouldn't.
How is predicating the Logos with a rational awareness not Apollinarianism?
That would be anti-Apollinarianism. Apollinarius didn't believe that he had a rational mind to start with. Or sorry, a human mind to start with.
Yeah, because
he's all
the humanity of Christ. They're not maintaining the full humanity of Christ in the key category, which is the mind, the awareness. So they're saying, no, the appearance of the human is just an appearance. This is the cognition of this being is pre-existent. So Jesus is eternally aware of things. He's originally non-human. That is what is being said here. They're saying Jesus is not originally a human.
That's what the council saying.
That is not what they're saying. The Son of God is divine, but the Son of God is not an awareness.
No, they both have rational minds. They are both in.
But there's only one mind.
There's one mind between the Father and the Son.
So that's
and the Holy Spirit. But it's not modalism.
So you're saying there's one rational awareness that literally is explained as three who's.
No, it's a shared rational awareness.
Shared means there's only one rational awareness. So I'm a rational awareness. If I decide to go on and pretend to be three different who's, that's just modalism. That's personas.
Think about it like I don't know, like
think about it metaphysically. It doesn't allow.
Yeah, connected to the same system, putting each other in like that system's functioning.
Okay, so are we saying the awareness? Are we saying the awareness of the who, of the Father, is literally predicated on some? So you're saying the mind of God is emergent?
I don't know how I said that.
That's the implications.
I don't know how you got there.
Because you're saying there's one irrational awareness that is shared by three who's.
Okay.
A rational awareness is an experiencer.
Okay.
So you're saying there's
one experience. It's an experience. No, it's an experience, or it's a set of experiences, actually.
What are they experiencing? Or what is the rational awareness experiencing?
So that one rational awareness is
that's modalism. You're saying one rational awareness is experiencing multiple functions.
Yeah.
That's modalism.
So how can you guys make an analogy discussing the human mind with God? Isn't that means that God himself is a human? Looks like a human to me.
Yeah, so here, the modalism is by saying that that God is a single person who appears in three modes, either Father, Son, or Holy Spirit. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying God is a single person. God is three who's, having one experience by the three of them.
Yeah, but why not 4 or 5 or 6?
Because this is what we have.
So it's possible to be more than 3.
If you want to be included, sure, why not?
Well, everything being equal, then it doesn't make any sense. If 3 is similar, like to 5, 6, 7, 8, it doesn't matter.
what he's saying.
I hope you're here to stay, David. I would like to move on from these Trinitarians to the Unitarian.
If it works for more than 2, why not 2 trillion? That's the thing. Once you make it work for 2, any number can apply. But if he told us, no, it's just 2 of us up here, then we'll take it in faith because he told us so. The thing is, has he told us so? No. Me and my Father are one, and we took it from there and stretched it to infinity with our metaphysical garbage, Greek gymnastics. Come on, people.
Metaphysical garbage. Well, first of all, you're throwing Ibn Taymiyyah under the bus. You're throwing Al-Arabi, Ibn al-Qayyim, al-Jawzi, al-Razi, Ibn Sina. All of them are being thrown under the bus.
Yeah, they're self-indulgent people. They just want to feed on their own support.
You don't care about the Greeks either. You don't care about St. John Chrysostom. You don't care about St. Athanasius.
Aristotle's standardized logic. The reason we're able to figure out like different positions and discuss right now is because someone decided, hey, let's all cut through the bullshit and let's figure out exactly what are the rules of coherency and let's line them out. And everybody must agree to this before engaging in these discussions.
Islam too.
This is what the Greeks did.
Trinity. Islam too.
And only also in our Islamic tradition, the Greeks are complemented. So the Greeks have the mind, the Arabs have the tongue, I believe the Chinese have the engineering, and I forgot what the West is popular for. But this is either a hadith or it's in the tradition as a popular saying.
I think in Islam too we find the Trinity. Like Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Why Quran chooses 3 names for God? Like why it didn't say Bismillah or Bismillah Ta'ala? And monotheism will be clear, but we said Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. It chose 3 names. Why?
There is no problem. You need to understand the Trinity when they're saying God in accordance to that Greek or Greco-Roman framework. Their metaphysics, they're not saying the God is qualitative. So it's a type, a category, just like you would say like human. So in that sense, doesn't mean Allah. Allah qualitative. Or quantitative. You can go and pluralize. You can say Aliha. Or there is only one Allah. So you can't say really there's only like one God technically. Like versus like 2 gods, the term doesn't apply. So if you try to say there are 2 gods under the Trinitarian, it's a category error. Like this wouldn't allow. It's like saying there are 2 cereals. There's 2 category cereal. No, there's only one universal cereal.
Yeah, but how you categorize God? I mean, is God
God just means divine reality in the Trinitarian framework. Divine, absolute divine reality.
So it's something that we don't know.
We know. We say Allah, Asma'ihi wa Sifatihi. So we say God's names and attributes. These are distinct from the possessor of the attributes. So Allah is the possessor of the divine attributes. They are not created. They are real distinctions from the essence. Now, we're not applying some sort of concrete, that they are like substances, like kind of where the Usio went wrong. And
so
they
how
tried to
God
like
gets
substance.
So does God get angry?
Allah yaghlab ala man yasha if he wants to, if you incur the wrath of God.
He's a human.
This is your anthropomorphism. You're just understanding anger to mean that which is a human quality.
Bro, just give me one sifa, one attribute of God.
الخالق المميت المحيي المبدئ المعيد. All these names are exclusive to God.
Please let me finish. Because give me one attribute that is not taken from humanity, from human attributes. Because I believe
The
that
Alpha and Omega. The Alpha and Omega.
all God's attributes are human.
الأول والآخر. These are human attributes.
Yeah, number. When you give it a
I'm
number.
sorry. Humanity knows itself to be the first.
Yeah, like in the tradition, we believe in Adam. So that's number
Adam
one.
is not the first among creation. There's the angels. There's Iblis. There's Allah.
So, then God is a human.
No, you're weak, bro. Just go take a break.
No, I'm serious.
Well, this isn't difficult here. The Trinity is coherent. It just needs to be understood, and you need to hold on. Apollinarianism is a bad one. Is a bad one. Why tritheism is a no-no.
Nobody's talking about Apollinarianism.
Yeah, as long as he continues to predicate a rational awareness to the logos, or implying that there is a...
Dude, that's the opposite. Even if you were to say...
How is that the opposite, bro? Do I need to get you to hop on a ChatGPT as well?
Yeah, because Apollinarius was saying is that he doesn't have a human will.
Talking about the noose.
I've been telling him he's got it backwards.
Apollinarianism.
Well, he said that
you refuse to even touch it with a 10-foot pole.
Rational
bro, I will literally concede right now. Empty circle. Just go ahead, go with your ChatGPT. Distinct from this, and I will take the fucking L.
No.
Cowardly. This is cowardly. This is cowardly. Why are you trying to knock me down, bro? In whose mind are you doing this? Whose scoreboard are you fucking trying to keep up? Bro, all you have to do is I'm giving you the nail to the coffin, bro. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm going off the Wikipedia definition of Apollinarianism. In light of what you're saying, and I will. I don't care. I mean, that's the sunnat al-hayah for us to...
In theology, there is no right or wrong. I think you are both entitled to your opinions, because in theology, you cannot prove it.
إذا ما أنتش فهمك فتلت الثلاثة قديش يا زلمة؟
أنا بفهم.
أنت قديش مخلص؟ علمي ولا أدبي؟ هالسؤالين خلص انتهت الconversation. أنا ما يهمني الجامعة. I don't care. Anybody can go to college and get it, and as long as they commit, they can get that degree. But in our world, high school versus humanities, that's where you're going to get ranked, and that never goes away.
I don't like math, and that's why I didn't go for human mind evolves, and it's funny how theology destroyed entire empire just because they disagreed.
What empire? What empire was destroyed by theology?
When the Catholic Rome sent some armies to save Constantinople, they went to Constantinople and destroyed it.
Who destroyed it? The Catholics. They said.
Yes. And then, that was the end of the empire.
Which, I mean, they have grievances. I mean, the Greeks did kill like 70,000 Latins.
Well, all religions kill each other. I mean, that's...
Oh no, this is just retaliation at the end of the day. I mean, some emperor sitting in a fucking walled up city gonna go and tell the Western church, which they already know the history. There's been a history since the 800s, even before. And they're gonna go and tell them, oh, by the way, you go die and fight the Muslims, the Saracens. And meanwhile, after you guys all die, and you know, all the cost of this on you, you guys go deliver the lands to the emperor in Rome. Yeah, go fuck yourself. That's what they told him. They just wanted to be nice. Hey, we're not gonna come, but they wanted to be stupid. They want to think like the entitlement of the Greeks.
No, dude, that's not how it happened. That's not how it happened. Dude, the story is actually quite simple. Venetian and Genoese mercenaries that were hired to like ferry people across to the Holy Land, and then something happened and it just didn't work out. They were left up in Constantinople. There was a coup, and basically they didn't get paid. So they're like, hey, fuck it. If you're not gonna pay us what you promised us to pay us, we're just gonna sack the city and take our fucking plunder. That's what happened. The Catholic world was revolted by this.
But I think there was animosity between the two based on theology too.
There was, but it doesn't justify sacking the biggest city in Christendom. And a royal city, like a holy see.
So, Benny, can I say something?
What's up?
Okay, so the three, right? The Father, Son, and Holy Ghost have been, are, and will be.
Was I on mute?
Yeah, can I just finish?
I don't know, we didn't hear you talk.
I was reading the Massacre of the Lambs.
No, I heard everything you said.
Which part did I finish?
I'm kidding, I didn't hear nothing.
Okay, anyways, exact number contemporaries suggest the Latin community was largely eliminated. Cited number 60,000. Slaughter was indiscriminate, targeted women, children, and the infirm, and even attacking patients in hospitals. Cardinal John, the Pope's legate, was decapitated. Economic tension, political fraction. This is 1182. Long-term impact. The event deepened the animosity between Western and Eastern Christians, making the 1204 sack of Constantinople during the inevitable, which was seen by many as revenge for the 1182 massacre. Well, fucking rightfully so. Like, I mean, shit, you go do something like that, it puts a lot of context, you know.
I don't know. I think it was just what's it called, the mercenaries. That's the story I have.
Yeah, those guys are the guys who got massacred in 1182, the Genoese.
You know, that's my problem with the religion.
Oh.
It changes humans into tribes, you know, like each religion.
خلاص سوسو انا باجي بقتل اولادك وبقتل اهلك وبغتصب نسائك وبسلب اموالك وانت خليك زي النعامه، خليك زي البسه وبتتفرج عليا.
هو شوف، عندك الفرد هو لا شيء. يعني اذا واحد من مدينتك ارتكب جريمه، اوكي، انت تروح ترتكب نفس الجريمه في تلك المدينه. هذه عقليه بدائيه، عقليه متخلفه جدا.
انا ما بحكيكش بالكولكتيف اور ذا individual، انا بحكيك بشكل شخصي. انت واحد بيعمل فيك العمايل هاي، تاخذ طارك، بتستد، بتطلب دم او الفديه او خلاص بتسكت وتقول والله هذا غباء الدنيا.
ما باخذ فارق، يعني ما اعتبر الناس ضحايا.
خلاص تاخذ طارق صح؟ بالضبط.
انا مؤمن بالقانون، اذا واحد مجرم يؤخذ.
هم كيف ما نفذوا القانون؟ العين بالعين.
ما هو هذا قانون الغاب يا حبيبي.
غاب بس في حد.
هم حيوانات يتعاملوا زي الحيوان، هذا موضوع اخر.
انا ماليش دخل. هم بصراحه يعني حتى لما نهبوا القسطنطينيه ما قتلوا، ما عملوا زي ما عملوا اليونانيين في اللاتينيه.
يا حبيبي الاثنين زي بعض.
عم عادي.
اخذ الراهبات الجين
والله
انا بعتقد.
ما بعرف. تظن يعني the Genoese they did that?
No.
I don't know. Let me look into them.
The Turks.
ليش انتوا دائما بتبعدوا يعني في صلب الموضوع؟ يعني مش فاهم.
فكرتك عم تحكي عن المسلمين لما اخذوا قسطنطينية.
No, we're talking about the Latin Greek. We're talking about the sack of Constantinople. Now, are you saying they took nuns, or are you saying that when the Turks took over?
The Turks did.
Or not even the Ottomans, but yeah. Let's check. Nuns. How about the nuns? The nuns during the sack and when Mehmed conquered.
تعرف أن قانون العين بالعين والسن بالسن كل هذه الأديان الإبراهيمية أخذتها من حمورابي.
من وين حمورابي أخذها؟
حمورابي هو أخذ قانون، وهو قانون متخلف جدا. يعني إذا تقرأه كإنسان من
أنا فاهم.
قانون متخلف جدا يعني.
You might think that way in the context because you're not experiencing the context of those times, but regardless, what is our narrative? We believe there is, just backed by science, the Semites have an origin in Sumeria, and we expand from there in some sort of catastrophe or fall of civilization or whatever happens in Sumeria, and then we begin to expand, and then we meet the guys in Mesopotamia and the Akkadians, and we form the Assyrian Empire, and then from there we form the Babylonian Empire, and then from there the Achaemenids show up. And so that's where the Semitic discontinuation, when we lost, there is no Semitic Empire. It's not until Islam shows up until we get another Semitic civilization again. So, Hammurabi would be what? A Semite, right?
Yeah, what's so great about the 18th century?
Wallahi, the more I learn about our accomplishments, the more I'm like, dude, everything. We're literally the sons of God to the sons of man.
No,
that's what Jews say, bro.
Dude, I don't disagree with them completely.
The law of Hammurabi is super.
Think about it. Why are you hating, bro? You should be taking. This is you as well.
I think God cares more than.
No, I'm not going to say
أنا ما بحكيلكاش عن God ولا مش God. Obviously, we're not going to bring this up. We're not going to bring this up in Holy Spirit. This is brought up in the notion of different civilizations are competent. من تكلم العربية فهو من العرب.
Yeah, but I'm not Arab.
Joe, what are you?
I'm Kurdish, Turkish, Khalid.
Kurdish, Turkish?
كردي تركي كيف هاي؟ أبوك إيش؟ الوالد إحنا ما هذا ما بتصير. الوالد كردي أنت كردي.
والأم تحديد كردي أيضا. ولكن أنا اكتشفت أن أجدادي كانوا هذا.
إيش ماخذ DNA تحديد؟
ومن الكتب أنا اكتشفت من الكتب إنه في القرن بداية القرن العشر أجدادي كانوا مشايخ في أذربيجان، شيوخ الطريقة النقشبندية، وهربوا من الغزو الروسي إلى إسطنبول. وفي إسطنبول السلطان عبد المجيد الثاني كلفهم أنه يستلموا التكايا البغدادية اللي كان هو عنده مشكلة معه، فبعثهم إلى العراق وهكذا. يعني نحن البشر كلنا هكذا، نحن مهاجرين. We are all immigrants.
Hello, Aurora. من عاش بين العرب وتكلمهم وعاداتهم وثقافهم من العرب.
وإذا تكلم بالإنجليزية صار إنجليزي.
Yeah, they're Anglo.
وأنت فارسي، أوكي، اللومي حمار اللومي إذا حمار وجاهل.
Why did Barth run when we told him to give us his positing of Apollinarianism? Like, what was the whole point of that? Like, was he trying to like one up me on what? Like, bro, there's a lot of topics to one up me on. Just why God is the one you want to play around with?
Because it's not fitting his Trinitarian model.
No, it is, because I spoke to Bart. He's he's on the same page. Like, he's doing this for
the reason for rational awareness.
Well, he's a Catholic at the end of the day. So not please what he's gonna say.
No, actually, the church's position is not that. It's that there's one shared divine rational awareness experienced by people.
If you're talking about Thomas Aquinas and Thomism, that's not what it's saying. It actually goes, I don't see how it can be reconciled with the Trinity, Thomism, under absolute divine simplicity, because real distinctions are rendered conceptual. So, how is this not monism?
It's not monism. Absolute divine simplicity is a monist.
It is monism. How it's not monism. All right, highlight, explain it to me.
Because monism claims that
Monism claims creation and creator are one.
Yes, there is no real distinction between God and creation. We got that. Now, in light of the Trinity, how is ADS compatible when you have a system that relies on real distinctions between the subsistences? Exactly. Thank you.
Is the only system.
Now you can go, Benny Adam. You see what I do to these people.
So, Benny Adam, this is why I want to break it down, but allow ADS to be ADS and allow Trinity to be Trinity.
Oh, that's the story, Benny Adam.
No. Listen, ADS and Trinity are direct.
If ADS is used so far in nature, as I explained. However, when persons come into action, the action of this one, right? Then they become free, not ontologically, but in relation.
So, all distinctions real. They continue to embrace relational dynamics and without rinsing the who's, the subjects of these relations. In relation to the subjects or the subsistences, in light of the Trinity, it encompasses three subsistences, or there are three eternal dynamics or subsistences. In light of ADS, which says there are no concrete distinctions or real distinctions, how do you maintain the Trinity?
Again, nature, as I explained, a divinely simple nature is the starting point, right? You're saying Father, Son, Holy Ghost are one in nature. That's established. It's going further, which is what is
one who's, yeah, that's what everybody says.
Right.
Okay, so what is ADS?
This logos is kindness, it's Holayakut.
Don't give me classical theism principles. We already know that. No, It's like, why are you getting angry? I'm not being refuted. What are you talking about? Only in your mind.
Okay, I don't want to fight you.
All you have to do, again, ChatGPT, lay out everything, and that's it. You just don't understand it. You don't understand it. You're just telling me the Trinity. You're just expressing the Trinity. We're asking, how is ADS, which holds to no real distinctions, compatible with a framework that highlights real distinction?
When it comes to persons,
you literally said it's not compatible.
ADS says it's not compatible. ADS says God is the only.
That's it. It's over. We reached the same conclusion.
ADS only works with like negation.
Monism. That's why it's monism. That's why they accused them of monism, modal collapse, identity collapse.
Oh my God, modal collapse is the entailment. Yeah, that's the Buddhist side.
Identity
there
collapse.
Are many models for Neoplatonism that follows ADS. ADS by itself is just showing you the nature of God, or who God is, or what.
There is no God. We're all God. We're all one.
Gives you the story
no
of creation.
I am God. Under ADS, I am God.
You are a very low gradation of God.
I'm still God.
Yes, in essence, you will always be God. We're created from one enough, the ruh that is blown into you.
No, you don't know what is the nature of the soul. You don't know anything about that.
Yeah, you know everything on nature.
No one does. Personally, I don't believe there is a soul that is like pre the physical. I believe the soul is emergent, and that is the butterfly. So the butterfly cocoon, and this is the caterpillar or whatever you call it. The
caterpillar.
Caterpillar. And that would just end up. This is what this life is. You reach a cocoon. Then the soul is the butterfly.
Yes.
So it's not like the butterfly is always there, even though you have the same kind of creature. It's something that emerges and then ends up taking its final form. So that is what a soul is.
Butterfly, caterpillar. No, butterfly and caterpillar have always been one.
Yes, they're one thing, but the transformation or the change that led to the butterfly is not always there. It's
except for
encoded.
That is God, there is no time.
Yeah, so the human during conception, when an egg is frozen and you have the days, what is it talking about? It's talking about the development of awareness. So that's what it brings up, which matches. It's not a one-to-one. But the science pretty much around the second month.
With God, there is no
third
time,
month.
Right? There is no time, month, etc. with God.
We're talking about the fetus. When does the fetus have mental capacity? When can they hear? When can a fetus hear? When can a fetus process with their brain? When can they see? This is the soul. We're talking about the soul. If you remember as a child, and for some reason I've been remembering a lot as a child, but there is a moment, I've looked into this, where we are just you almost feel like you're not running your body at that age. And then all of a sudden, you're in control. Notice the steering wheel is in your hand. And I remember as a child, I was uncomfortable with the feeling, as in I liked not steering. And it was a weird experience, but I was aware of this moment. I went from back seat to front seat. But this is real thing. You can look this up. The development of consciousness in children. I've been looking into consciousness a lot. It is a layering thing, and so
it's a gradation thing.
Nah, it's just layering. So you experience. There's a memory. There's a.
At a lower gradation, it's the back seat. A little higher.
Gradation. Just say I'm a monist. Just accept it. What is so wrong?
The moment you
Don't
accept
use
the
the word
truth,
help. Don't use the word
the
help.
moment you
Don't
accept
use
the
our
truth,
words. Don't use our words.
okay, of silsila, of hierarchy, the moment you
How can only
accept,
be
if
revealed
you
from the
accept
top.
the
That's
truth,
it.
that's a natural law. Everything is an aspect. Everything is on a hierarchy. Everything is on a gradation.
Probably
And
God's
this is for
greatest name.
contingency.
Say
And
that
this is
with
for
reverence.
contingency. Yeah, I'm not saying all you have, I'm saying it is fact.
They are all human.
Buddy, you don't have the epistemology. You can't justify there being no God. At best, you're an agnostic. At worst, you're a sabotager. You're sabotaging our Semitic civilization. That's why you should be dealt with. Yeah, I now believe in the necessity of executing apostates. It's like treason. That's all. Because, even if you don't understand that this philosophy, this view of reality is our civilization and its expansion depends on it.
You justify killing who?
Apostates.
Apostates. Oh.
You either exile them or you execute them. Which is just what the military does. This is UCMJ. This is in the military. Execute.
Yeah, it's not treason, just not the problem.
If there is a civilization, what's the difference between Islam? Muslims are a nation. Ummah. They're a nation. Okay, so if someone decides, if someone is Canadian, now this Canadian decides, I'm going to go assist Trump in taking over Canada as the 51st state.
Yeah, does that mean all Canadians
are they? No. What should be done with that person?
That person sent to prison.
Would you send him to prison, or if the judge, we should execute?
He might, yeah, sure, he might even be executed. But that's a specific case. No, that's a specific case.
I understand there are instances and particulars.
All people who are
I'm not doing that. I'm not saying no judicial. I'm not saying there aren't circumstances, but as a general rule, you would hold to execution being a valid punishment for treason.
Yeah, you don't have to substantiate how that's treason necessarily.
I mean, you just said
Quraysh should have killed Muhammad.
They tried.
Yeah, they should have succeeded.
If people say they should have succeeded, no doubt. But he wasn't. Everyone believe in Prophet Muhammad because they tried. It's not from the lack of trying.
Yes, they're lucky.
Lucky. I mean, listen, man. You don't have a proper understanding of reality. There is no such thing as lucky. There is no such thing really even as choice. You have as much choice as have when a predator shows up and they decide to bolt into a herd and they do a stampede. That's as much free choice you have in all this. You get to just choose if you want to align with the stampede or you're going to do a fuss and you might kick the zebra behind you and fail. At the end of the day, a zebra is going to get eaten and the herd is going to move in the pattern that the herd moves in. There is no escaping the nature. So when you say Muhammad, when you say Christ, when you say this, bring up religions, everybody thinks that humanity had choice in any of this. This was always going to be inevitable. This was always going to follow the human nature. There is no escaping the human nature. How are you going to escape your own nature?
Genghis Khan was successful. So was he blessed by God?
أنا بقول لك عن الطبيعة. احنا بنناقش في الطبيعة. هل تستطيع أن تغير طبيعتك أو
يا حبيبي جنكيز خان said
إيش دخلنا في جنكيز بليز؟
محمد زي جنكيز خان.
companion is the
كيف محمد زي جنكيز خان؟ محمد جنكيز خان قتل زي 10% من البشرية. ايش مالك؟ كم محمد قتل؟ كم محمد قتل؟ آلاف. ليه؟ هاي عندنا الغزوات يا.
Yo, keep it in English.
No, he's talking about casualties during the
I know what he's
revelation.
talking about, but other people don't.
Well, I'm translating, motherfucker. Like, what do you want me to fucking do?
Just speak English.
Yeah, I understand, but I gotta give people context since now we're including them. Jesus, like, I don't know why y'all trying to show yourselves off. So, what do you believe? Give me an estimate. Give me a range, because I already know the numbers. So you tell me how many total casualties. Like less than 5,000.
Even today.
In total, from what we know of the battles, it was barely like 3,000.
Yeah, like, okay. From Al Qaeda to ISIS to
Oh, now you're going post-Muhammad. I mean, you understand there is no bringing this world. Humanity will never experience a utopia. Our very nature requires strife, struggle over resources, animosity, war, conflict, disease, all of this. So it would bring about understandings that we necessarily have to have, like virtue. How can you understand virtue if there is no loss? If there's no sacrifice? How are you going to understand honor?
If you're a spark of God, you would act upon the man attribute.
You're just getting educated and you're getting angry.
Yeah, you're a jahil.
That's fine. Like, I'll take my jahil ass out of here and I'll just go to it.
No, he's kind of right. Like, it's very much part of our nature to struggle. Very much part of our nature to like strive and to have to achieve. And to,
in order to like
that's the purpose.
In order
so it is
into existence, that's all. Because we are contingent. For that reason, it is necessary upon us. But we say that we will act carnal and we'll act against. What is this? But that's not an excuse. Why do we have rationale? Why do we have to control? So that we can actualize the trauma. So that in times of oppression we can show justice. So that in times of freaking hardship we can show mercy on others. He's saying it's in our nature to be like.
It is in our nature.
It is in our nature to be horrid, but we are above our nature. Do you not see that?
We can be. I don't think we are.
We ought to be.
Sure. Even the odds, but in reality, we're not. Most of us are not.
In reality, most of us are not.
Yeah, I think the vast, like 99.9%.
Yeah, correct. Yeah. Unless that 0.1%, others that become those guides, those messengers, those that lights, right?
Those Buddhas,
so it's gnosis. It's only gnosis that gets us close to that God. The knowing, the knowledge.
Gnosis. Solar gnosis.
Solar gnosis. That can come through salah, through meditation, through prayer, through alignment, through awareness, all of that. The Trinity is not Tawheed. How many times should we explain this to Mikhail? No matter which model you take, there's enough academic work. Dr. Cezanne has done Lam Yalid wa Lam Yulad, that whole verse. Neither begets nor is begotten. He's done a good paper on that. I've told him so many times, just read it. It doesn't align with, it's not just that it's saying not to use the words. The model doesn't align with the model of neither the Jewish Maimonides nor the Tawheed of the Quran, nor Ikhlas.
Yeah, for sure.
We just need to accept that there's no marriage between the two.
This is why.
I don't know why he's so trying.
Well, I know why. I have a theory.
Why?
So it's because he read through the literature, he read through all of it, and he realized the primary focus of the Bible is to have this sort of connection with God, and he realized that that's the primary thing. So he's going to favor explaining away
the things that don't align with Tawheed. He wants to be like, he wants to move the conversation to somewhere else. So that, I think he's using that as a justification to do that, right? And I challenge him on this. He tried to compare. He tried to compare that to Tawheed. I'm just like, nah, dude, it's not. God is a Trinity. Like Allah is a Trinity. A'udhu billah, astaghfirullah. And he's trying to just go move forward towards the narrative and just discuss the narrative of how it's this amazing story.
Is a Trinity.
No, man. Rahman, Rahim, and Allah not.
Is a Trinity.
If they are distinct,
no, of course.
Yeah, it's a Trinity.
If they are distinct, yeah. But if they're not distinct, if they're the very essence of God, then no.
Who's they?
The Rahman, Rahim, and Allah.
No, it's
Rahman, Rahim.
I know, Sohail.
Yeah, they don't Christian.
They don't see it like that. I know. I couldn't tell you to say Astaghfirullah, not the Tawheed. I mean, come on, it's pretty much clear in the model.
And the worst part? The worst part is Bart now thinks he has an out. He thinks the laws of the prophet is solved.
Bro, he refuted him today like anything. He said we don't need. Bart did right now.
Well, he refuted Lumi?
Yeah,
100%.
He's been peddling what he's been saying. He's like,
he didn't know.
Mikhail understands. Why don't you, Islamic?
Islamic, you know what it is?
What?
Illumi wanted to get away with the word created, okay? Trying to make it look like freaking Tawheed. I'm sorry, no Christian in any council throughout history will grant you a created Jesus. It'll always be.
Grant you that yours is like us, but I won't grant you that ours is like yours. That's basically what he's saying.
I told him from the beginning, uncreated and created are the three words you have to have in his argument.
Finally, Megatron understands. Megatron, man, he's been peddling what Luke has been saying for trying to convince me that he's correct, right? Watch the people convince me of that, and now it looks like he switched sides. Okay.
I told Bob is like, no, give him a chance. That is what he said. So he broke down the councils yesterday. Denny and I were there with Cora. Okay, we have three objective people looking at what he's saying. Okay? With Annie lurking in the background for some reason. So he's saying basically all the councils as they evolve in the formation or the concept of Trinity, right? At some point in the end, seems like the Council of Syria too, okay, is saying that Jesus, the Chalcedon is saying that Jesus is created. Okay, no, it's not saying Jesus is created.
Now,
it's
I have been clear from day one. I believe
he's created as in holding flesh. In another sense, he's uncreated as in he contains and manifests divine nature at all times. So the model, you must be true. I think one should be true to each model. If you're
No, you know what it is? He was initially, when he was talking about it, he was merging the Son of Man and the Son of God.
Yes.
Right? And saying that, since the Son of Man is created, therefore the Son of God is created.
It's also created.
When we caught on that, now he's splitting them too much. Now he's saying there's the Son of Man and the Son of God, and different people to the extent of Nestorians.
Like the Nestorians. So,
yeah.
Prior to the Euphrates, right, that came before the Chalcedon, there seemed to be a confusion between Son of God and Son of Man, right? Euphrates came and said, no, they both are whole the same, they're the same people. And when it came to Chalcedon, it says, no separation, no division, and no confusion. These are the three words the council used clearly, establishing that all of it is an uncreated thing. It is the one God, it comes in flesh, demonstrates whatever. That flesh is temporal. Is the whatever gets. What is the word? Reincarnated?
No.
Lego. Can I go Islamic? What is
it's when he becomes flesh. It's called the Incarnation. You made me forget too. Now, my goodness. Incarnation.
Oh, so like just be true to each model, and if anything, the Muhammad, peace be upon him, came to say, bro, don't use three, don't use one, don't use words beget and begotten, because we're going back to the original God that was there. Okay, this is creating confusion amongst us. This is hard to explain, even if it's a monotheistic model. This is what he's doing for his people, right? So let's just be
noble lie.
For whatever reason, you can say he was wrong.
That's what you were saying yesterday, right? The noble lie.
Muhammad was lie. Yeah, the noble lie. Muhammad was lie. The noble lie is something that is a necessary truth. Again, he's starting this Jahil Murakkab talk. Anyway.
I'm just saying, like, that's the natural conclusion of the person. The prophets were sent to lie.
The Trinity is not true.
No, forget the Trinity. What does it have to do with the Trinity? Why are you changing the
topic? That
topic?
model is not intuitive. So
why are you changing the topic?
The noble lie? Yeah, because it's not intuitive. Even if the Christian
the lie is not intuitive?
Time, the noble lie is not intuitive, no.
Okay, so the
noble lie is a necessary truth.
Oh, it's necessary to lie.
It's a truth.
No, the noble lie is a necessary truth.
The noble lie is not a lie.
It's a lie, it is.
A noble lie is that which doesn't look.
It's an untruth.
For example, I'll tell you what it is. If I have to use, I don't know, a hard equation, say physics, right? And if I have all the things, if I have it all, if I have the equation, what do you call that? How do you what do you say when you are coming?
A noble lie is a myth, untruth, or fabrication, knowingly propagated by an enemy or authority to maintain social harmony, order, and advance.
Yeah, you're saying
No, I'm just reading the fucking dictionary definition, Marcus. I'm sorry. If you want to believe in prophets that are sent to lie to people in order to maintain order and advance the greater good, who's greater good? The elite's greater good. Then you are a follower of the Archon. No, you're really just a follower of the Archon. Sorry.
The prophet was not propagating the Trinity. If that is what you're thinking. He was not propagating the Trinity. He's saying no to the Trinity.
Whether he was or was not, he was still involved in a noble lie.
Because you're assuming the Trinity is true.
No, because I'm assuming Gnosticism is true.
Yeah, Gnosticism is true.
Yeah, and that's not what's being taught in the Quran.
It is. Tawheed is Gnosticism. No, because Gnosticism too deals with one source.
Yeah, but that source is not the source that created and was the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and told people to
be God? Is the same God.
And went down and slaughtered Sodom and Gomorrah and killed that boy because he had potential for evil. That's not the God of Gnostics.
Who is talking about the God of Scripture? I'm talking about just God.
Yeah, the God of... Well, where do you get your understanding of Scripture? From God. From God.
Let's deal with Ikhlas if you want to deal with Tawheed.
I'm not going to trade the law.
I'm not asking
if the cornbread first. Forgot to buttermilk, and it's a Sunday. So the only thing I had in the refrigerator was yogurt.
About it. I was just asking, how is everybody's Mother Day going?
We're all fantastic. My mothers are fantastic.
I too resemble that fantastic comment. Hi, Andy, what's up?
Yeah, Doc, respectfully, please shut up. We're trying to enjoy Mother's Day. So, yes, please respectfully shut up.
Jeez.
I'm pretty sure I'll stop enjoying Mother's Day because you said so, Adams.
I need someone to tell me to get up.
As long as you're shutting the hell up.
Get up, Liberty, get up! Get up, Lumberoo!
Thank you. That's what I needed. I'm getting up. I have to clean this house before Cheyenne gets home.
Okay, how much work do you have to do? Because now I'm invested in helping you clean up. From a distance.
Yeah, grab a broom, girl.
Well, no, I'm going to be the cheerleader.
Well, that's not exactly helpful now, is it?
Of course. I'm going to be witty and entertaining, so the dust just collects automatically.
I just need you to, like, Snow White style, sing a song that will gather a flock of birds and squirrels and forest animals that will help me to clean. Can you do that? I bet Kristen can. Okay, she's got the voice for it.
Getting to know you. Getting to know all about you.
Oh, here they come.
Get to annoy you. Getting to know all about you.
Yes, but then keep going. It's good. They'll eat the garbage.
Yeah, their rabid fury will make them be even faster with their cleaning.
Nicely.
What are you saying, Mojo, in chat? I don't know what you're saying. I can't invite you up anymore. It said I sent you too many invites. You've been pushed down too much.
Oh, she's totally fine. You also can change the settings to hand raising not needed,
well,
but
he's the reason we had to put it on.
right. The movie Enchanted, where the cartoon princess is called into the real world and she calls the creatures to help her, and it's the pigeons and the rats and the cockroaches. Sorry. When she said Snow White, it kind of triggered that memory.
Exactly!
Yeah, if I was singing that song around here, I'd get 90% woodchucks. That's like all I've got around here. Woodchucks and stray cats.
Okay, this episode of Monica being engaging and charming is over. She's reached her maximum capacity. She's turning it over to the professional. Serendipity, take it away.
It's Mother's Day.
So what's name a couple of things that you got that you were surprised about Serendipity or extra special?
I got some special sandals that I've been wanting to have, like that are really good foam. They're good for walking. So I could walk in sandals instead of teaching. I got one of those vibration plates, which I was really excited about getting.
Vibration plate.
They're like, hold on 1 second.
You put it in this little plate you put inside your
No.
Hi.
That okay, the governor might be involved. Okay, desalinization of the little fish. I just don't know about that. I'm sure there's got to be some way to get water in a pipe without killing the fish. Okay, and then you take that water and you boil it and you desalinate it, and there you go.
No, I
Absolutely. I completely support that. I think that would be absolutely fantastic. However, we have such a fire risk that just rips through neighborhoods and burns them all.
Okay, but Palisades was, talking about the Palisades, Palisades was not an overbuilt neighborhood. It was a very low density neighborhood. It was built in an outlying part of the city.
Built in a bad spot.
And so what you're talking about there is that when you have low density, the ability that the reach of city services becomes a problem. Okay, and what you're describing there is really the inefficiency that is due to low density. You have an outlying development. It is integrated with forest and grassland. All right, so it's very flammable, and that is very unsafe. And then that puts a lot of pressure on fire departments to be able to address that. So you're calling that overbuilt. I think you just are. It's almost like you don't understand what that word means. It was not built up at all. That was the whole problem with Palisades. It was very low density.
Yeah, we also have we have the hills. We have a lot of dry grass. Yeah, that is something. And Palisades. I mean, there's been. I've been through fires where it's been up in the hills, and it's just as destructive. Except there's not as many houses there, so it burns through, and it doesn't destroy as many houses because there's not very many houses up in the hills. But it completely rips through and is much of a problem, and it's hard to stop.
Well, what about not living in the hills? What about not living in the hills? What about living close to the city center, in a city center that has a fire break between it and the hills? But you can't do that without density.
Well, the hills are where you have the $100 million houses. So,
that's their problem. Okay, people can, but there are lots of people living. There are not lots of people living in $100 million houses.
All right, well, let's drop it down to like 25, and then you've got lots.
There are not lots of people living in $25 million houses.
Have you looked at the real estate of Los Angeles lately? Look up a place called Hidden Hills.
Most people are living in apartments, Mexico.
Oh no, most people are not living in the hills. Yes, but good.
Okay, that's so. This is again like.
What is your issue? I mean, thesis. Can you like? You're just going round and round. I mean, you're cycling in circles. And what is your thesis? Can you state your thesis?
That Los Angeles is a very fire-prone area, and it's actually having desalination would be probably the best thing for it for various reasons. That's not something that we're doing.
It is because of degrowth ideology, degrowth policies, people wanting to keep their nice view of a hill or something like that. And the thing is, that's just not good from a city management perspective. Okay. And the city can, squeeze those people and approve higher floor area ratio and higher heights of buildings and all that kind of stuff. Yes, the city can do that, in fact. And in some cities all over the world, the city government has approved things that are good for growth and not good for the people with the $25 million homes in the hills. All right? And there's just this delusion in California you guys have about being progressive and everything else, when you actually have very regressive housing policies that are transfers wealth from working people to a reclaiming landed gentry, basically. And it's just wrong, okay? But also, it's bad policy. It leads to all the problems that you guys have in California. And in California, who do you blame for it? You blame the productive members of your community, okay? You blame the productive businesses. You say they're the ones who are the problem. That's why our housing prices are high. And it's just completely distorted and despicable.
If you live in Los Angeles, feel free to go to a city council meeting and bring it up.
Wait, as a productive member of California with a great credit score, and who has never missed a payment of anything, I want to say, Jason, you are wrong.
It is the Republicans' fault.
Yeah,
the Republicans' fault. They don't manage the state.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
Like, it's like blaming Republicans in California is like Dan Patrick and Governor Abbott blaming the Democrats for why Texas politics is so fucked up.
California is fucked up because of capitalism, and the right wing in this country has kept capitalism alive.
Yeah, that's not my point. My point is it's a clearly all blue state, which is solidly blue, down to the city councils, and if they're choosing to do dumb things, that's not Republicans. Just like in Texas, when the Texas legislature decided to do really dumb fucking stuff, like not winterize the power grid when it gets told 5 separate times by the state legislature over a period of like 15 years, right? Like, that's not a Democratic problem. That's a Republican governance problem. In the same way that, like, not taking care of the underbrush or, like, moving stuff out in California is the vast majority of the time a blue issue. From what I understand, California, and correct me if I'm wrong, Labubu, but, like, Bakersfield is, like, a pretty strong Republican place, but that's, like, basically about it.
That's the biggest shithole in California, right? Bakersfield, Modesto, Fresno, Central California.
Southern California, Los Angeles is about the only kind of blue. You have San Diego, you have Orange County, very red.
It's a big problem with California.
So then the Democrats in the state have just gerrymandered the ever-living hell out of the state in such a way that the Republican representation can't get through.
Oh no, it's getting through. Our chance of having a Republican governor is pretty high. So.
Well, that's
one Republican governor or state has been controlled by the Democratic Party high and low for the last 30 years. That's an outlier, right? Like, I find when I'm a partisan hat, people listen to me less. So I'm not being hackish, I'm just being honest. If Texas has problems at the state level, it's a Republican issue because the Republicans govern the state. If California has issues at a state level, that's a Democratic problem because the Democrats govern the state. Right?
Look, I think Marshall, I think you're a very smart guy.
Am I oversimplifying it?
No, what I'm getting at here is that I think there's a misalignment of our epistemology here, one could say, right? In that
teach me the right vocabulary. Always down
the right wing does not think in terms of systems and structures and mechanisms and processes of systems and structures that lead to potential outcomes of society, right? Instead, the right wing thinks in terms of conspiracy. You have many conspiracies on the right wing. The right wing is nothing but conspiracy theory. The most famous, you had QAnon, where they literally believed Hillary Clinton was eating children.
And drinking their blood. Yes.
Yeah. So I guess what I want to get at is, why would we want non-systematic thinkers to run California, and why would we want what is generally regarded in America as a less intelligent party, the Republican Party, to run California?
I mean, I'm not suggesting they do. What I am suggesting from you is to blame Californian politics on the right simply is to blame Democratic politics in Texas. Right? Yes, they're probably more red, but the big suburban centers overwhelm the countryside, right? So how does that function? Right? That doesn't seem like it seems like it's a Democratic problem at the state level, and that it's been gerrymandered in such a way that it draws out. And if that's the truth, because Texas has drawn out Republican districts or Democratic districts,
then in some way the Californians are no better than the Texans, right? They gerrymandered the ever-living hell out of their state to make sure that one political party had overwhelming control. Like, that Republicans did in my state.
Oh, Marshall.
No doubt.
California would be better than Texas, and only one side have the Pacific Ocean.
Once claim that. I'm saying
No, I know.
The idea that and the outcomes are somehow in the laps of the right.
Well, it's the laps. I mean, it's whoever is largely polling. I mean, kind of, like Texas has had this things where they haven't weatherized their electricity grid, and it goes out every.
I took umbrage with the analysis that Californian politics are the right wing's fault.
We're spending a lot of time on it. It was just a joke.
Oh, I didn't catch the joke. It went straight up.
It was a joke.
So, look, it's just a misguided
comment. On a new topic?
What would you like to say?
So, I'm here seeing the TV show. It was I fucking love it. It's a great show. Seen it, or only Marshall and me?
Why don't you tell us what you think about it?
Character on the show, Dale Gribble. And Dale Gribble is a conspiracy lunatic. And Dale Gribble, Richard Hanania, who I despise actually, wrote this great essay on how the Republican Party is the party of Dale Gribble. And so, one should completely throw away the nonsense of the Republican Party. They're not systematic thinkers. They're not structural thinkers. They do not understand mechanisms and processes, how they lead to potential outcomes, now potential and lead to a wide variety of potential outputs. And so, I do think we should shame people who are right-wing. And I would also like to make another comment. That is to Gumby.
Thank you. I'm listening carefully. Thank you.
Me and Gumby had an interesting conversation. And I guess this is what I mean when I say the right wing is full of conspiracy theorists and low IQ people.
Is this what you were talking about earlier, where you said don't take everything he said with a grain of salt?
Yeah, so I'll just repeat it for the new people in the room. So me and Gumby and a couple of other people, we were having a conversation. And during the conversation, Gumby keeps bringing up this supposed MIT paper that completely backs up his argument. Now, of course, everyone would know you're supposed to cite the institution the paper is from. You cite the professor, but I guess he didn't know that. But nonetheless. And so I asked Gumby, this was an MIT paper. He studied in detail. He's read a lot. Can you summarize it for us? Gumby goes, it would take a lot of time, and I don't want to waste the room's time. I'm like, okay, that's quite odd. Can you at least tell us the methodology? This was a scientific paper about genetics, and, as everyone here knows, Benjamin is back. I already told the story, so I won't tell it again because Benjamin's back, but yeah, this guy's a complete.
Would either of the moderators like to respond?
Hold on 2 seconds. All I gotta say, he's not a sample of the majority of people that are conservative and not extreme right wing. Gumby tends to do this thing where he makes broad, overarching claims and cites stats that are not really accurate. That's, at least for me, Labubu, those aren't the people I work with at the local level, and they're not the people I have to interact with at the state level. They don't act like that. Don't get me wrong, we have plenty of crazy people in our party. I would never deny that. But I don't think Gumby is a representation of moderates or conservatives. Maybe he's a representation of the conspiracy far right-hand side of the aisle. But, at least from my work, I don't, and it's limited to geographical area. So, like, maybe what I see is not what everybody else sees, and maybe what you see is not what I see. But, like, I don't find that I deal with many people on the right who do stuff in the GOP that are, like, super big conspiracy theorists.
Well, Marshall, I'll respond succinctly, as I always do. You're completely correct. I don't speak for anyone. And the success of America is mostly because we have the retards are divided between two parties and the conspiracy theorists are divided between two parties. And in some countries, they're all in the same party. So the wonderful thing about America is the responsible people in both parties are usually able to defeat the retards and the conspiracy theorists. And God help America if the retards and conspiracy theorists all wind up in the same party, because they would win and screw the rest of us. And I'm done speaking.
Uchicha, you're new, and for some reason I have a mod badge, so I decided to poke at you and see what you had to think of the topic you were just listening to.
Well, I just got here. What have you been talking about?
We were talking about California urban management, like why low-density areas have higher prices, I think. And then we got onto this tangent about the right, and Labubu was making the example that somebody like Gumby represents a portion of the right. He never said substantial, and he never said a key portion, but a portion of the right, which I don't disagree with, but I don't feel like it described the people I work with in politics who are moderates or conservatives. It describes the craziest of people who I have to throw out of politics in my area. But I don't I live in a 95% Hispanic area. Like, it's a unique area, so maybe what I see is not what everybody else sees. So that was kind of the general trend of the conversation.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll say this. I think Ezra Klein has a good thing on California buildings, housing, rail. I heard that Texas, the cost to build like a square foot in Texas is like 4 times less than California. And from what I saw watching Ezra Klein, it has to do with like the regulations in California and like the special interests. So because of the regulations, you can get into this like perpetual suing hell.
It's the cost of California Democrats. Democrats, they use racism. I'll be honest, they use racism to hide their caste. And what I
don't know about that. But.
Well, they use their power wherever they have it to enforce laws that make it difficult for people who are poor to get ahead. And then they turn around and pass another law that makes
I
it easy
disagree
for
with that, considering I live in the South where a majority of black people live. And they're poor. Black people are poorer in states than blue states. So, objectively, less education, poorer, worse health outcomes. Look at Alabama, Georgia, Florida.
Do you know poverty line stats off the top of your head, or do you have to look that up? I'm just asking this. The question it raises in my head is like, in the South, what majority of black voters are lower middle class, and what majority of black what majority of black voters are upper crust, upper middle class, like lower middle class, and like what percentage is below the poverty line in these states? Because I'll give you an example. Where I live, poverty line is $21,500. We're the poorest area in my state. And I'm sure that in places in East Texas that have black populations, they experience poverty as well. I just don't know the number for it. Do you?
No, not for Texas. I think Alabama.
For where you live, do you know the numbers?
Georgia, Alabama, 20 something percent.
Live below the poverty line?
Yeah, or at or below, I believe.
At or below the poverty line?
Yeah.
What's the stats on saving right? The vast majority of Americans can't afford a $500 emergency. In the African American community, is that stat even higher or is it lower?
They can't. Most Americans can't afford a $500 emergency, but they'll rock a $1,200 phone.
Yeah, but look, in all fairness, Benjamin, I was asking the teacher, and I'm asking him specifically about where he lives. I'm curious about the numbers he knows, because I don't know those numbers.
I think the definition of poverty in America has changed a little bit. I think the definition of poverty in America is that you have to borrow somebody's Netflix ID on your iPhone.
No, I mean, colloquially, if you're having a conversation, maybe it's changed, but the measure hasn't changed.
We have kind of lost sight of anything substantive here already in Uchihala.
Well, let's tie it back to something substantive. Would you mind tying us back to it?
So, to back up, I think Meg Sita had a lot to say about the cost of housing in California, and I guess all I and Hanson were arguing here was that, well, I mean, if you look at it from a policy perspective, it makes sense, and the real problem in California is the policies that the government has chosen there, and that's why housing is expensive, and expensive housing makes people poor, and that's bad. And but you know, you got to blame the right people. So I don't know. Does Meg have any objections to it?
Ben, you've been pretty quiet. What do you think of all this?
What do I think of all this?
Yeah, you've been listening for a hot now. Like, what do you make of the conversation? Where do we get things right? Where are we overlooking shit? What shit did we not even bother to consider?
I'm trying to find construction cost per square foot. I can find a bunch of different things on here, but I'm trying to find it on a state-by-state basis. It's very hard to determine based on, you can get it on a zip code, but getting it across the state, because there's so much variance in states.
But you just pick a major city in the state. You pick a comparable area. If you
Sure.
do this in
Sure. But I find the conversation really fascinating, and I think that is like, we have these stations, and I think the cost of housing, I think, is the biggest driver of so much of what we're talking about. Like, again, I can also that I've lived in, but particularly here in Maine, there's so many empty houses and there's so much open land. It's not a densely populated area compared to a lot of the country, and yet there is so many people here that struggle with housing instability. Like, it's a little wild. I think that there's a variety of different reasons for it. I think the fact that we threw Airbnb out there just the way that we did it, and it completely jacked up the rental markets in a lot of areas, kind of had some effects that I don't really think were properly accounted for.
Again, this is the whole thing. It's like, Ben, like, using housing, having accommodations is not a problem. It's like Airbnb is not a problem. Okay, it's just another use of accommodations, and it supplies accommodations that people need. That's why they pay for them, right? And then, but why is that supply in tension with other supply of accommodations? Because it is too difficult to build the accommodations.
Sure, and that's where I would agree. Is like, if again, speaking for my state, but like, if I wanted to radically drop the cost of accommodation here in the state of Maine, I would blow away most barriers to entry when it comes to regulations. When it comes to, like, I would make this a very, again, similar to what Texas is doing. And I've talked to people in the real estate development field, and they're saying, why would I dump my money into Maine as opposed to Texas? We're also seeing this in terms of how difficult it is to be a landlord. And look, I'm all in favor of tenants' rights, but like, some of the protections here in the state of Maine are absurd. And like, what you're able to do as a landlord versus what you're not. And I have some experience in this field. It's just like, it's crazy. Like, the cost of getting people, bad tenants out is like, it's crazy. Like, it's just like, and again, tenants' rights are a good thing. Those protections are in place for a reason. A lot of them are. But the people that know those laws the best oftentimes are the people who are taking advantage of them. And so you're basically making it like you're taking away a lot of incentive for people to build with the intention of renting.
I mean, it depends, right? If it's easy to build more units, then maybe you don't care if there are like some tenants you have to write off, some units you have to write off. You know?
No,
and especially if the cost of building the unit is lower.
But if
the cost of maintaining it is lower.
If I'm a property owner, let's say I'm not a developer or anything like that, and let's just say for the sake of argument, I buy a 10-unit. I want to buy a 10-unit property, an apartment building, and say, oh, like one bad tenant can basically cut out most of your income potential. Like it's your margins are decent, they're not amazing, and so you're seeing a lot of quote unquote property management companies come in because a lot of people just they don't want to deal with the hassle of having to lawyer up and go through all of these different procedures if they happen to get a bad tenant. And there's a lot of bad tenants. That's just the nature of the beast. So if I'm looking to invest in a place like Maine, I might be looking at it here and going, I'm not really sure that this is where I really want to put my money.
Well, okay, but this is just repeating what you're saying, what you earlier said.
I mean, it is, but I was trying to answer your point about like why it's like, if you're able to own a bunch of units, then you're maybe not as worried about a bad tenant. And my point is, if you have a bad tenant, it doesn't, unless you're talking a large scale, it doesn't really matter how many units you have. It just, I guess it increases your...
But unless it's at large scale, right?
Right. That's my point.
Yes, but that was what I was saying, was at large scale you don't care, right?
Right. But again...
Okay, and then that is a way that people can be supplied with housing. Okay. So, like, I don't know. We don't have to make everything, like, super favorable to the businesses, you know?
Well, no, but what I'm saying is, like, okay, so a lot of your investments are coming from out of state, and a lot of your investments are coming from your big
okay, but those are things that are done at scale.
Right. So again, I'm trying to make life better for Mainers, right? Like I want to increase prosperity within my community, drop housing prices, but also encourage people who are here, and I want to encourage increase.
But dropping housing prices does not increase the wealth of the people there.
No, it
does.
If
you drop the housing price, then the people who are there have lost housing value.
Yes, which isn't going to increase the wealth because housing is not worth anything. So the allocation of money to housing is a misallocation. And also the people who own houses are generally weighted toward people who are not working anymore anyway. So like housing value is a bad thing. Housing should not cost money. Rent should be low. Okay? This is not a productive asset. It's just a place that people live. You want assets in the state to be freed up for productive purposes. Okay? Factories, buying a car, okay, people buying tools and things like that. You know? So yes, the people who own housing will take a haircut because they have put a lot of money into a non-productive asset. And we keep delaying that reckoning all over the country. And that's a problem. We cannot keep delaying that reckoning. The value of housing has to go down, or the more general way is it has to stand still for like 20 years.
Right, and so again, what you're seeing in a lot of these areas is not necessarily. This has always been the case. And Marshall, I'd be curious, or anybody, quite frankly, I'd be curious to know your experiences or the numbers, etc. on this. But like, it seems to me as though the wages have just not caught up with the cost of housing in these other areas, right? So
no, it's come to a place where healthcare, housing, and then I think like bare necessities like groceries are starting to make up between 15 and 30% each. I'm not sure of the exact statistic though.
Well, so it used to be housing was 20%. Like that was the golden number when it came to rentals. It was like when you were renting, say 10, 15 years ago, the golden number was 20, where you didn't want to spend any more than 20% of your gross income on housing. Now it's 30%. That's a very, very significant margin, especially if you're talking about what you're able to put away for savings to, potentially save up for your own, to put down on a down payment, those types of things. I mean, it's a huge amount, especially when, again, your wages are increasing, but they're just not increasing at the rate that you're seeing groceries and gas and these other things increase.
Yes, yeah. So you're talking about a very real problem there, but an unrelated problem.
Well, no, it's related in the sense that I agree with you, Jason.
No, please let me explain.
Okay,
it is not really tied to anything to do with housing. It is tied to do with the relative allocation of productivity improvements to capital versus labor. Okay, which is a different problem. But housing itself has experienced this big price increase relative to other goods, and that's because of all these protectionist policies.
Okay, I'm going to spice this up a little bit. I feel like we've been in first year doing really laborsome work, and we got to make this a little more snappy, a little more interesting. If you're in the short bus, you got to make an effort, get on the edge of your seat, pay attention, try to understand things on the first pass.
Listen, we can probably get their view. It's both directions and Zeleny, right?
Let's see what we can do with that. Zeleny, what are your views on the Democratic Department of Homelessness and Heroin Addiction? You think the Democrats? I figure that the best way to predict what the Democrats will do going into an election is they will increase homelessness as much as possible, and they will increase heroin addiction to the highest level possible. Probably in the city where they hold the Democratic, what do they have every year? Political convention.
Is none playing air hockey?
Someone's
noise. Wait a minute, we gotta figure out what None is doing just by listening.
It sounded like air hockey.
We need stories. It was not clear.
Oh, sorry, I was just begging. Was I off mute? It's not my bad, guys. I was just cooking.
So it's either cooking or air hockey.
Okay. I think she was probably killing the goat or something.
Exactly.
Is that a euphemism?
No, just getting it done. Okay, Derisive is here, Zeleny is here. Zeleny, I'd like to know if you think there's a more obvious thing the Democrats could do. Now, they might make Mamdani promote him to some senator for the midterm. That seems like it has a reasonable proposal, and then they'll have a Palestine Gaza Islam march with Mamdani at the front, a stack of Qurans going through New York. That could be one trick they could do. My theory is they've got a trick up their sleeve to lose the midterms, and we just don't know what it is yet. And I'm just looking for guesses, people who can kind of imagine what the Democratic Party will have to do. So they can load up the subways. This is what they should do. They should load up make the subways a heroin enforcement-free zone. I bet they could get maybe 20 heroin addicts per subway car. Maybe so there's just no extra seats. 3 seats per addict. What? So I invited you up. You got a better idea than loading up the subway cars with heroin addicts too?
Okay, but
where's the primary? Because
heroin isn't even available anymore. It's awful.
Nobody can afford heroin anymore, right? It's all shooting fentanyl. Okay,
I don't even think it's not produced anymore.
I'm booming here. I'm like a boomer. To be fair, all the kids in my class died of heroin addiction.
I was going to say,
it's definitely 90s and 2000s coded, but the Democrat needed a trick. Bill Maher said this on a show the other day. The 3 I's, which is Iran, inflation, and ICE. Those are three issues that Republicans are extremely popular on, and that's their end.
No, I understand. If the Democrats could just like hold still and not fuck up, they could probably get through the primaries in a pretty good order. But here's my guess:
I don't think that's the Democrats. To be frank, I don't think it's the Democrats' issue nationally. They're focusing on how bad Trump is and the Jeffrey Epstein files, when what produced wins for them in special elections, which was so extensive that they went down to the county level for the first time since 2010 for Democrats, was affordability. Hey, Donald Trump's full of shit. He was going to make the economy better. The inflation is worse. The oil prices are worse. This is worse. Your healthcare prices are worse. Right? And like that produced them big wins. Sticking around with Epstein, sticking around with the Iran war. Well, the Iran war is probably not a bad thing. But like the economy was the thing that had the most success with.
Yeah,
so
I like
pursue
this.
the economy,
I like this
they'll be
theory.
successful. If they pursue a hatred of Donald Trump, the Epstein files, and some sort of other weird shit, they probably won't be as successful as they could be.
They're going to follow the economy, right? Like you can almost see the ad. In fact, you're going to see the ad.
Yeah, Brent, the ads, I'm saying this because the ads write themselves.
They're sure. The ads certainly write themselves. And you have a good narrative, right? You have, Donald Trump. Gas prices are at $7 a dollar a gallon. Fucking Donald Trump talking about his goddamn ballroom, and you pay him $1 billion. You have. You just juxtapose all the things that are hurting Americans in their real life and juxtapose it on the bullshit this administration is actually focuses on, like wars in the Middle East that we're supposed to not have it, and you have
how much faith do you have the National Democratic Party will actually take those lessons and not like jump onto some obscure hobby horse? And I only say this, and maybe you heard me say this in the back room, but I was in D.C. several months ago, and I got to go to dinner with the chief of staff for Republican Congresswoman and the chief of staff for Democratic Congresswoman. And the Democratic Congresswoman said to me, "You know what the Republican saving grace is?" And I said, "No." And she said, the Democratic Party. And then she gave an example of a meeting she was in with some activists. And this is the example of the kind of stuff she's talking about when she says this. So I'll let you get right back to it because I think this is valuable to what you're saying.
Well, I agree. I was just going to answer it. I was just going to say I have all the faith in the world. The professional apparatus will follow my advice. I have absolutely.
Brent was under the misguided assumption that we wanted to hear. We needed to hear from Brent and not Marshall. Marshall,
I like him when he was answering my question.
You were telling the story about conversation.
Look, I like Brent. Brent and I know each other. We have a rapport. It's okay. Sometimes I interrupt Brent too much, and sometimes he interrupts me a little bit. It's okay. Like we've never.
Why don't you finish your story, and then you can invite Brent back up. How's that sound? I want to hear your story.
She was in a meeting, and they were sitting around talking, and she, like a staffer, was not snapping to. And she said, "Are you slow or something?" Not like, "Are you mentally retarded?" But like, "Are you having a hard time? What's going on here?" And the activists in the room spent the entire meeting talking about why that phrasing was the wrong way to do things. So it gets to the end of their meeting and nothing is fucking accomplished. Not a goddamn thing. And like the chief of staff's point was, this is the thing that happens to the Democrats. They perform well. They can't seem to get out of their own way. Right? In the same way, the Republicans in some states have that exact problem. But I thought that was very valuable, that as bad as the Republican Party is, saving grace to the Democrats, because they distract themselves from the truth, which was my point about talking about the economy over talking about a thing like Epstein or something superfluous, right? if they bow to the petty picking instincts, they will pick, I hate Donald Trump. If they go with the smart play, they'll look for the pocketbook and say, hey, this is about the economy. Donald Trump didn't tell you the truth. He fed you a line of bullshit and everything's more expensive. And, like, they'll win. They'll win on that. Because, like, I'm running into voters who that's their top issue. Right? But, like, I don't think we needed to, like, kick Brent. But I can understand why people
I didn't kick Brent. I just...
No, I think he left because we moved him down twice.
All right, he won't be missed. Trust me, he will not be missed. So, Caleb, I'm going to invite Caleb to join me in this fest. I don't know, Caleb. I'm looking for, you know what? I think that Caleb could speak to this. I think the Democrats have lost their way when it comes to Israel, Palestine, and Islam. And they have just not got a clue. So they're gonna come out and say we are against the war in Iran, and they're gonna stand there with their hands together and outstretched, with 13 people named Mohammed, and say we support the Islamic Republic of Iran. And this is just gonna be the end.
Well, and what is the problem with that, Benjamin? What is the problem with that?
What is the problem with the visual?
Yeah, what is the problem with the Democrats? No, listen. What is the problem with it being the end for them? What's the problem? This is not a problem. It means that we will continue with the foreign policy of Donald Trump and the policy of Donald Trump, which will be good. Okay, if we get 4 more years of that, it will be a positive thing. This is not a problem. I don't understand what you're worried about here. You should be telling your Democrat friends, stop trying to help your Democrat friends win an election and ruin the country, okay? They're just going to be delaying the hard work that has to be done to make this country great.
That's certainly one view.
Yeah, so what's the problem?
I mean, didn't Democrats do that a couple of years ago when they were, like, all the money they stacked behind specific Republican candidates that they thought were easier to beat? Is that kind of what you're talking about, Jason?
No, I'm saying I don't see what is the point of Benjamin's complaint. Yes, that the Democrats are this thing and then they're going to lose. And so what? Is that bad? Is there a problem, Benjamin, that you're trying to solve? Because let's say they win. What policies are they going to implement that you actually want to see them do?
Well, I would kind of prefer the government were run by somebody who wasn't a pedophile.
Is there anything else? Is that it?
Again, as I said, like
Marshall, hold on. Is there anything else, Benjamin?
How is that not enough of a preference?
But is that it? Is that all? You don't have any policy preference that is important to you?
I think that Donald Trump is corrupt in self-serving ways.
Okay, but what about policy preferences? Is there a policy that from the Democrats that you want? Because I hate to break it to you, you don't know. You honestly don't know the people you elect, what kind of criminals they are. Whether they're Democrats or Republicans. All right. And, the biggest criminal is usually the one who gets to be the nominee. I mean, that's just sort of finding the biggest criminal that they have.
Jason, don't Republicans want to persecute the LGBTQ plus population? So
only some people. I don't. For example,
in Texas, they're trying to make it illegal to identify as trans. It would be a felony. And so, Jason, wouldn't that be a problem?
Wait. Hold on a second.
He asked me.
Sorry.
And Labubu, okay, that might be yours, but I asked Benjamin what is his, right? And Benjamin has nothing, right? Do you see what I'm getting at, Labubu? Like, he's like, well, there is a big problem if the Democrats lose. And I'm like, okay, what's the problem? What is the problem? What are you going to be missing out on if the Democrats lose? And he can't say a single thing. He can't say it's something about Ukraine. He can't say, okay, the trans thing or anything else. Okay, he just.
I think Donald Trump is not offensive enough in Ukraine.
Yeah, but that's
Maybe
not.
the Democrat was.
Yeah, but that's not appealing to the national. It's not appealing to the national or state electorate, right? Like, I just finished saying, if you tie yourself to Donald Trump is bad, you lose those elections.
They want to vote themselves a cheaper price of milk?
No, that's not my point. If the Democrats sell their position to vacate Republican leadership as Donald Trump is terrible and he's a pedophile, they will lose. Because that's not what the American public broadly cares about. The American public broadly cares about overwhelmingly from like 10 or 15 different studies, not studies, research, that they're worried about the economy. Again, the Democrats' most success since Donald Trump has been in office has been, it's the fucking economy, stupid. It's not talking about Donald Trump being a pedophile. Like, to be frank, if the Democrats want to talk about Donald Trump being a pedophile and want to talk about Trump being an awful person, I will ride that all the way to a 3 and I'll be fucking happy about it because the Democrats bother to get out of their own fucking way.
Excuse me, can anyone explain me where is the proof that Donald Trump is a pedophile?
There isn't any, but this is also not consequential.
Because I've been hearing that for a little bit of a long time now.
Yeah, but we're not talking about that. The point of the comment was he thinks that's what people should vote on. That's not what people are voting on. They're voting economy, inflation, the price of gas, the price of medicine. That's what they're voting on. And so for the Democrats, who are almost certain to sweep one of the houses of Congress, the best thing they could do would be to argue about how Donald Trump lied about the economy. Hey, you thought we were crappy. You thought we were crappy under Biden, but by God, look at this dude. He promised you a better world, and what the fuck is he giving you? I don't hear those arguments. I hear Donald Trump's a pedophile. I hear he's an immoral man. I hear he's an authoritarian. Like, I don't hear the logical argument.
Can I ask you a question, Marshall?
Yeah.
So, let's just say, for the sake of argument, by some miracle, this war in Iran wraps up in the next month, or even 2 months. That would put us at mid-June, mid-July. So let's just say by mid-July, this war has wrapped up. I think you and I both agree, because we both have followed American politics for long enough to realize that the American electorate, not you and I necessarily, but the average American voter has a very, very short memory. Like, I think we could both agree on that.
You got a memory like a gnat.
Right. So with that being said, so let's just say that this war gets over, and I'll even just say 2 months in July, mid-July. And then all of a sudden the gas prices take a major, major shift down. I don't think that the Republicans, I agree with you wholeheartedly that I think Republicans lose one of the houses of Congress. I think that, like, if Donald Trump figures out, like, if gas prices take a serious downturn and shit suddenly becomes a bit more affordable, like, I don't think that it's doom and gloom for Republicans. I still think that they're going to lose. I just don't.
No, if the affordability somehow turns in our favor and it gets back to low prices in a booming economy, and your healthcare is not taking up 30% of your paycheck.
I just mean with gas prices. Like, I think the gas prices in themselves will do enough to get people to. Like,
yeah, dude. I think if gas prices calm down in more moderate districts, you'll have an easier time. But I also think the midterms for the Republicans are going to, in particular, depend on how closely they tie themselves to Trump. So 2 things. If the economy remains poor, the members that nationalize their race and say Donald Trump's the shit, he's the guy, they're going to be running on him, and they will probably do poorly. But if you're a congressional member and you're running on your district or your state, and closely tying your campaign to locality, you'll probably have a better time winning while the economy is poor. Now, if the economy goes well for some reason, and if like gas prices shrink and if grocery prices shrink, then you have a situation in which maybe you do partially want to tie yourself to Donald Trump because he's brought back the economy, right? A little bit of pain, like a year and a half worth of pain for 3 years worth of gain, if that's what it turns out as. But that, like, you could sell that. You can't sell a shitty economy. You can't sell a shitty economy if the other side really argues about the economy. If the other side argues Donald Trump's a pedophile and he's a shitty person, well, then the Republicans will probably maintain some control. But that's just because, like, the American public gets really tired of hearing, well, you know, my party has some problems and it's really shitty, so you should elect my party. Like, yes, mass groups kind of bow to that, but the individual American voter, when they get in the voting booth, they don't think about that stuff. At least my experience is they don't.
The reason I asked Marshall is like we have a very hotly contested Senate race here in the state of Maine between the long-term incumbent
Susan Collins and Graham
Plattner, who is most famous for having a Nazi tattoo that he just got rid of a couple of months ago.
Yeah, it was the SS Death skull.
Right. So, you can't turn on a TV or go anywhere without seeing Graham Plattner ad. And
God, you guys are gonna be ready when that ends.
Yeah, no doubt. And like Susan Collins is all of her ads are touting her record for all the things she's done for Mainers. And Graham Plattner's entire thing is I'm an oyster farmer. And he doesn't talk about democratic socialism. He doesn't any of that stuff. But he is he's extraordinarily radical. He signaled to the base that he is a democratic socialist and that's the route that he wants to go.
He's done with Tellerico.
Correct. Exactly.
Well, he's
but he's running this very like kind of more redneck, basically a more redneck. Bearded James Tellerico is kind of what he's modeling his, like you say, modeling his campaign after. So it's very, very interesting in a state like the state of Maine, which
they both come off as like that's the thing. Like, I don't think James comes off as genuine at all. I don't think in Texas, people consider his stuff to be genuine. Now, when you corner him on the Gaza stuff, and when you corner him on his view numbers, the approval ratings just drop like a fucking stone. Because what do you believe in that covetous, like, the billionaire shit belongs to me because I don't like the fact they have it? And, like, Texans don't tend to like being involved in international affairs in that way. Like, they want you to talk about the state. So, like, where he succeeded over Jasmine Crockett was that he talked about the state. He talked about what he could do for Texas. And he hid his progressive craziness inside of, I'm a former preacher, I've been a legislator, listen to me, I'm the calm dude in the room, right? Where, again, if you corner him, the perception when it's at a 30,000 foot level, people tend to like him.
I wanted to say on the Tellerico Plattner comparison, they are not comparable at all.
Why? Why don't you think they are? What am I missing?
Graham Plattner is an actual socialist. He's actually radical. He actually has these like revolutionary ideas for society. If you listen to his speeches, he actually does lay out his policy initiatives, such as abolishing private health care in America, not having options for public health care, but abolishing private health care as we know it in America. Another thing I noticed about Graham Plattner in his speeches is he uses actually a lot of Marxist terminology. He'll constantly be talking about the material conditions of society. Your regular politician does not use such terminology.
His speeches to whom?
Let me just finish, Ben. Can I?
Sorry.
Material conditions. I'm a Marxist.
create more fake ideas, right? Now, these are kind of things you put in time. We have a society, of course, you can make a full society. And Keller Rico is much more individual. It's built control, qualified democratic forces. He's like kind of and so I wouldn't consider the he's progressive for Texas. Their policy initiatives are different. Keller Rico has never called for abolishing private health care. He has called for options for public health care. They are different statutes, different uses.
But respectfully, like when you say that he's giving, Congress giving the speeches, who is he giving speeches to?
Well,
elderly white but I'm looking over his campaign platform right now, or his trying to what is his advertising right now? He's not touching policy. Again, his entire brand is I'm a rough farmer wearing oyster farmer who's just fighting for Mainers. And again, Susan Collins is running on record. Right? She's running on and saying, I'm fighting for Mainers and I have fought for Mainers. Right? So like I don't think the comparison is necessarily on platform. I'll let Marshall make whatever. He's more than capable of defending his position. The point that I'm making is Graham Plattner is very, very much like it's the style of campaign that he's running, not necessarily the policies that he's pushing. I don't think that the policies he's pushing. I don't think he's not running on the policies that he's pushing. He's running on the image. That's my point.
I would agree with you on that. In that, although he does lay out his policy initiatives, he's running on anger within American society. He's running on the discourse of American society. The structures are thinking.
He's picking up on the exact same discontent as Trump used.
Combat veteran, Marines, and Army, friend of working Mainer, foe of the oligarchy, husband, candidate.
He would be full blown, like out there on the way left, progressive in Texas. Lubu was right in one circumstance. Graham Plattner and James Keller Rico are not the same style of progressive. Graham Plattner sounds like he's able to be a little bit more socialistic. Keller Rico, in order to win here, can't do that. Texans don't like it. They like a little bit of progressive stuff, like Texas style progressivism. But you don't tend to, unless you're in the heart of each major city. From my experience, you don't tend to run into that. The folks you have that are progressive are not usually out communists. Now, interestingly enough, where I live, on the Democratic side of the aisle, there is a race between a gentleman who is actual Caribbean communist, or at least that's the way he advertises himself when you talk to him, versus a moderate, what we call that here, Tejano Democrat, which I guess would be more like a blue dog. So, like, they're socially liberal, fiscally conservative, religiously conservative. And the kid is a full-blown socialist, stands a decent chance to win. Now, he's gotten money, like most of his money has come from Austin, New York City, and Washington, D.C. from the Progressive Caucus. Now, I'm not sure what their campaign apparatus is called, but each caucus sometimes has a campaign apparatus. But to get back to the point, like I think Lubu was right. They are different style of progressives, and I didn't consider that in my analysis.
And once it's been in there, we take it out, redress it, and then put it back in the tan for another 20.
I also think what we're going to do now is Plattner should be looked at heavily by Democrats as a possible, again, solution to the masculinity problem. Because Democrats on a national level have an incredibly serious masculinity problem. They just don't know how to handle it. And if they can find a guy like a Tyler Rico who you can attach radical policies
The distribution of the pitch
and then
inside the
also
wineskin
have
must be uniform
an
to ensure
authentic
it is completely
masculine face,
waterproof.
then I think that helps them
When
hugely.
the pitch is well spread
Like
and gripping
you still
the hair
get to, you
grooves,
still get your
it's time
woman
to
and
fit
your
the muzzle
progressive,
and
like
the mouth of the skin.
like that
We
brand.
measure the
But like
midpoint so it doesn't
running
end
out
up crooked,
Tim Walz as kind of like I'm a football coach and all that kind
making
of thing.
sure that if
It didn't play at all. Like it just did. So I don't know. I'd be curious to know your thoughts on that, Marshall. Like, do you agree with me that Democrats have a masculinity problem on a national level?
I think there is too often, in my perception, of where I live. I can't talk about where you live. I can't talk about where Pro lives. I can only talk about where I live. My perception is, yes, the Democrats do have somewhat of a masculinity problem on the state level. On the local level, they're funny masculine. Julio Salas is not very masculine. But, okay, what I should say is, like, he gave me a LinkedIn handshake, and they gave me that impression. I shouldn't judge his masculinity based on his handshake. But where I live, I find less of a problem with masculinity in the local party. At the state party level, there seems to be a little bit of a lack of it. And in my perception of the national party, from the outside looking in, is that they do have a problem with it. Yes, there's toxic male behavior, and yes, it should be checked. But like constantly complaining about toxic masculinity, like just like reading about the clothes people make people's eyes glaze over, I think that also makes people's eyes glaze over. So, to answer your question, I don't really have a firm stance on the national issue other than a perception, at least in my area. No, the machismo stuff in the Hispanic culture is like ingrained into our politics.
So this is an Amazon worker.
Yeah, that's like masculinity down here isn't something anywhere
Amazon
anytime
is
soon.
going to robots instead of human beings. She's getting fired.
No, and that's why I say not state roles.
Yeah, my perception nationally is that they do, but it's like maybe as an overreaction to Republican rhetoric on the subject. But like, yes, they're liberal, yes, they talk about toxic masculinity. There's certain points of poking it, there's certain action of poking at people that make them do the exact opposite thing. I think there's some of that. Like, well, screw you, if you're going to say that's what I am, I might as well do that. I think there's a little bit of that, but like, I don't have a strong sense since I'm not in the Democratic Party. I like the opinion I would really be curious of is somebody like a Pro or a Royvis or a Boo Boo. Like I'd be interested in their views of their own party. I really don't feel like I have a good judgment nationally on it other than an emotional feeling. And emotional feelings are not always you make decisions with.
Yeah, I don't feel like that's a masculinity issue. Maybe I'm saying that because I'm Italian, but I think it's much more that the Democratic grammar or the logic of the grammar has been overtaken by corporate speak, and corporate speak brings upon its own logic of how to deal with politics. And you really saw that logic just engulf the Democratic Party for a while. And what Graham Plattner is doing is he's getting out of that logic of corporate grammar and going back to a more populist logic and a logic based on anger, right? A logic with
like Chewy P. Long from Louisiana.
Yeah, a logic that directs anger at the political class instead of trying to satiate the masses on behest of the political class. I think Female could have easily done it. It did not have to be Graham Plattner. He simply used the verbiage that is in vogue for the times, whereas other male Democrats, most of them don't speak like Graham Plattner. Even the machismo Latinos, right? They don't speak like Graham Plattner. African American Democrats don't speak like Graham Plattner. White Democrats don't speak like Graham Plattner on average. His grammar has been a break with the contemporary
logic of the Democratic Party that's been contemporary for at least the last, since Bill Clinton.
That's interesting.
It is similar to Trump, though, in that Trump broke with the grammar of the Republican Party, right? Which was the language of Jeb Bush at the time, or it was symbolized by the language of a Jeb Bush type. And Graham Plattner is doing that for the Democratic Party. The only difference is that I don't think Graham Plattner is going to do a crypto scam when he gets into office.
I don't think he will either, but I also think he has to be very wary of the state that he's running in, and I don't think that Maine, there's a lot of progressives in Maine, but I question whether or not, again, I don't think that he's not running on progressivism, let me put it that way. At least he's not doing so openly in his television ads and that kind of thing. He's running, I wouldn't say away from it, but he's certainly not running on it. I just don't think that style of Democrat doesn't play in the state of Maine. It just doesn't. I think it does to certain demographics of people, but not to the average Mainer. Maine is still a pretty independent state. It really is. Again, Susan Collins is the incumbent. She's a Republican. She's not a staunch Republican, but we just had Paula Page as our governor not too long ago, and Paula Page was basically MAGA, right? So, I don't know. Make of that what you will. Maybe he does. Maybe he has his cake and eats it too. I think, like Gavin Newsom, is trying to do that in California. I think Gavin Newsom, for all the criticism I have of him, and I have a lot of him, knows what positions are popular and which ones aren't. And he's willing to signal on certain policies, and he's not willing to on others. And he's trying to play the shrewd politician role. I get it. I think it's a smart play from him. He clearly knows how to play politics. That doesn't to say that he's a good leader or any of that stuff. I think he's a horrible leader. I think he's been an awful governor of the state of California. But with that being said, he knows how to play the game.
Jason, you're typing away pretty fast.
Yes, yeah, you guys are giving me a lot of good material.
For Big W?
No. But, so, look, guys, I guess I just don't understand why does Benjamin care so much. What does he want to see happen?
Problem with Benjamin. Half the time I can't tell whether he's being serious. Half the time I have trouble following him.
I was on a stage with him a couple of weeks ago where he was trying to argue against child labor laws and saying that we shouldn't have child labor laws.
Yeah, did he argued in another room? He argued in another room that America didn't spend the better half of the 20th century fucking around in Central and Latin America. Like, going to war, overthrowing people. He was like, no.
actual penetration, not having sex, the actual penetration, yes, if that person kills, there's no accountability. And by the way, there's no one ever caught in that in the entire history, so it just doesn't apply. You can't find 3 men seeing your wife getting fucked in.
Yeah, but every time they get killed, though. They get killed every time, though.
Well, it is something that even in the court, any court would understand that if you, for example, you see your wife, which you don't have any wife, but if you have a wife,
what happened to every single one of those killers?
It's going to go crazy.
What happened to every single one of those killers? What happened to them?
Accountability. There should be.
There is none. There is none. Because Islam is a piece of shit cult.
No, there is. There is.
There's
public sense. There's no death penalty. I'm pretty sure there's like some sort of accountability. So it's not like, okay, you kill your wife, that's it. Goodbye. It doesn't work that way.
Yeah, but you should get the execution. You should get
look, the death penalty.
You murder somebody.
Matter. You understand? Many people disagree with death penalty. Like I personally believe it's reserved mainly for the pedophiles.
You don't for Muhammad shouldn't. You should go back in time and kill Muhammad. He's a pedophile.
Reserved to the pedophiles.
Well, your prophet. Your prophet was
castrated.
But your prophet was a pedophile, though. Yes.
Look, this kind of religious debate, you can't just trigger that. So
no, it's not a trigger. It's a fact. Just hold on. I'm not asking it to. Your prophet was a pedophile. You cannot admit.
Look,
because you're dumb. It's not about respect. I'm not disrespecting nobody. I'm stating obvious.
Sorry.
Stating obvious. No. Stating obvious.
I grew up in a very civilized culture called Persian culture.
No, you did not. You did not. No. You never connect yourself with the Persian culture. Never, ever. Hold on. So explain to me, was Muhammad a pedophile? Yes or no? The answer is either yes or
I don't know. I have no idea about what you just explained.
Hold on. I didn't claim it. Hold on, Rafi. I did not claim it. It's in your own source in Islam, most reliable sources. I did not claim nothing. It's in your own source. So now the answer that I would like to hear from you is either yes or no. Was he a pedophile? You can say no, you can say yes.
Well, it depends. Like, is Jeffrey Epstein Ashkenazi Jew?
I don't think. Yeah, he was a pedophile. Jeffrey Epstein was a pedophile.
Well, is it the same Jeffrey Epstein Ashkenazi?
No, Jeffrey Epstein is not a prophet. It doesn't matter.
What's the Ashkenazi Jew?
Your prophet is a prophet. All right, guys. I need you guys to be quiet. It doesn't matter. You asked me about Jeffrey Epstein. I told you, yeah, it was a pedophile. So it doesn't fucking matter.
Ashkenazi Jew? Do you condone the fact that he was an Ashkenazi
every terrorist? Hold on, Rafi, hold on. Every fucking terrorist groups are Muslim. So should we call every Muslim a terrorist? So shut your fucking ass up and answer the fucking question, you piece of shit. Want to be here right now? Was Muhammad a pedophile? Yes or no?
Which Muhammad are we talking about? Like Muhammad?
Your prophet. All right.
He's a piece of shit.
Your prophet. Was he a pedophile? Yes or no? The answer to this question. The answer to this question is either yes or no.
I don't know. I have no idea.
How do you not know?
Well, I don't know. I'm not interested about the religious theology. Unlike you guys, I'm not interested in that talk.
You're interested in your mom getting fucked in the ass, or what are you interested in?
I'm interested about today's pedophile, which is an Ashkenazi Jew from New York called Jeffrey Epstein. I'm more interested about
there is millions of Muslims raping little girls in Europe. Every day.
We can look it up together. Are they
every day? Every fucking day.
Which group of people? Ask ChatGPT.
Every day. Muslims.
Are you gonna answer?
Are you gonna answer the question? Was your prophet Muhammad a pedophile? Yes or no? You can say no. You can say yes. I don't give a fuck. I want to know what you think.
Muhammad was a people. I don't know about this kind of topics. Do you know?
We definitely know. He married my chef, dude, and fucking not. You simply ask me a question, but you're not capable. of answering it. You know why? Because you know your mom is a whore, your sister is a whore, and you're gonna
fucking doing. I don't look at good fucking bitch ass motherfucker. You see, this is how they are, bro. You don't have to just give them. Why the fuck you give them the opportunity to fucking?
I'm confused.
You have to ask him a question. If they don't answer the question, get the fuck out. Suck my dick all fucking day long. That's it. How you doing, Drew?
Yo, yo, yo. True Social. That's vibe code creating one. Yeah. Not related, but I came to Norfolk, Virginia, and the hotel doesn't have parking, so I had to park down the road, and then they're like, oh, your parking expires at 2 a.m., so now I gotta go move my parking. It's so ridiculous.
The hotel charges for parking? Is that?
Yeah, they charge $30 a night, so I park like down the road where the mall is, like literally down the road, and they're like, oh yeah, it's paid, but it's only $10. And but it expires at 2 in the morning, so I gotta move it somewhere else. It's ridiculous. Or I gotta go back there and renew it. Mm-hmm. So dumb. Why do they charge so much for parking? It's incredible.
Right, it makes sense if you're like in downtown Chicago or Manhattan or something, but is Norfolk, Virginia like that dense?
No, it's just they do it because they can, right? You have a car, right? We can make some extra cash. I mean, like New York City, if I stay at the Marriott Marquis downtown, it's $72 per day.
Right.
But that makes sense, right? If I go to a garage, it may be $35, $40, but it's a couple of blocks down. But, you know, that hotel convenience is worth it. I mean, in this case, you know, it's a little bit of a walk, but I mean, who cares? Right? So, just this is the inconvenient part of it.
I'll be right back.
Guys, now that serendipity's gone. I'm just kidding. Monica, happy Mother's Day. Damn, she's back.
I told you so.
To his brother, right? And as soon as he gets to his brother, that horse, when he gets to his brother's horse, leads him right to the finish line.
I've told you 100 times. Half of them are rigged.
Yo, that's crazy. And then she gives him the full purse, $300,000.
Can you imagine? What is the first prize? They go in millions. They don't go in hundreds of thousands.
The trainer gets a purse of $300,000 of a percentage of the 10 million or whatever it was.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, so she didn't even keep the purse. She didn't care.
Why should she? 300,000 is like $300. In her world. His world.
Where is she now?
Is Daniel around? Daniel Nero?
I'm still confused what that guy was trying to say.
He's just saying, like, how great Mafia is. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
You love Mafia?
I don't love Mafia. I don't hate him too as well. Because I don't think, like, it is so much necessary to go there which will create chaos in your
But
mind.
it happened now.
The thing is, like, for me, you know, whatever is necessary to become a Muslim, to be on Iman, that's it.
See, there are two ways of looking at this. You're either with Ali or you're against Ali. If you're with Ali, you're if you're against Ali, you're a kafir. Sorry.
I'm with Ali. Doesn't matter.
And then you're a kafir.
It doesn't matter. We're not a normal man.
Food there, so cheap. I mean, it's like $1, $1.50.
It's how much healthier. I've been to China. It's beautiful. Their food has no GMOs. Like, oh Lord. Their food has absolutely no chemicals. Super processed.
Okay, yes, I do agree. Certain foods are not, but I would say
I
the
want
meats
to
are not great.
I'm back. I want to ask JD this question. JD, do you support Israel?
I honestly, I don't really care. I think we should just keep apart from everyone else. Not keep apart, but like, we shouldn't give them money. We shouldn't give anyone. And I mean that by everyone. So I don't really support them.
Okay, do you Israel has a right to exist by ethnically cleansing Palestinians?
I mean, that's their business. I just don't think we should be involved. We shouldn't give them missiles. We shouldn't give them bombs. We shouldn't give them intel.
America was the first country to recognize Israel as a country in 1948. Up to 2018 was giving them aid. Israel was the only country that could cash in the aid money and use it for their personal expenses.
Yeah, and I'm against that. I don't think we should give them anything. I don't think we should do anything.
The question is, I'm talking about the entity. I'm not talking about the Jews. The Jews, Christians, Muslims that lived together side by side prior to 1948. Does Israel have a right to exist by genociding Palestinians? I'm talking about the entity. You know,
I guess what they're doing. Is just my opinion.
It's not that they're doing right now. It did not start 7th October. It started a long time ago.
Yeah, no, it's been going on for thousands of years.
No, it's not thousands. Not thousands. We're talking about the establishment of a state called Israel. All right, the modern state. We're not talking about the biblical because I don't believe in their biblical. Okay.
Okay.
I don't think you believe in the biblical. Are you evangelical, Christian?
No, not at all. But I know that there hasn't been peace in the Middle East for a long time. I'm just saying
there's no peace in the Middle East is due to Israel.
And so what I think it is, and I totally acknowledge that they only exist because of America funding them, but I'm saying we shouldn't.
But not just America funded them. 1947,
NATO.
Harry S. Truman received letter bombs by a stern Jewish militia gang from Palestine. Right? And Harry S. Truman still went ahead, became part of the UN partition plan, and arm-twisted other nations to be part of the UN partition plan. That was supposed to be a recommendation
But what the Jews did, they shoved that down Palestinians' throat, and they forcefully did the ethnic cleansing and established their disgusting state called Israel. So what I'm telling you, prior to 1948, they were living side by side. There were skirmishes prior to 1939. In 1939, British came out with the white papers, and they said no more Jewish state, no more Jews buying up the land, no more migration of the Jews. What did the Jews do? The militias, they started doing a bunch of terrorist attacks against the British mandate, because these fuckers even approached Hitler. Hey, can you come and help us get rid of the British mandate? And the Nazi said, no, fuck no, we're not coming. So my question again to you, look, my question to you, okay, just listen to the question. We're talking about the entity. Does Israel have a right to exist by ethnically cleansing Palestinians? Does it have a legitimate right to exist in the Middle East?
Okay, so your question is on the premises of morality or strength? Talking about like
morality from Palestinian perspective, from their lenses, from everything, even from my own perspective. Does Israel have a right to exist by ethnically cleansing Palestinians, by starving children, by killing people, by genociding people, by not just genociding Palestinians, killing massacres in Lebanon, killing people in Iraq? Okay, go on, answer. No.
So what I'm saying is, morality says no, they don't. But the world doesn't work on morality. It's like natural selection and kill or be killed sort of thing, which is not morality, just how it operates. Now, I will say the United States has a huge role in the fact that they do exist, in the fact that they have strength and weapons and wealth to do so. So we're not innocent or absolved or apart from this whole entire morality thing. But the fact that they do have weapons and have capability, it sucks. Like, it sucks. I mean, it just sucks from a humanitarian perspective. I don't want people to die. No, not at all. But, I mean, are you going to try to argue that they have strength? Well, of course they do. But why do they have strength? It's because the U.S. keeps giving them money, which I'm totally against. I'm totally against giving every other nation money, too.
Hey, you just gotta say fuck the Jews, bro. That's all.
I don't have a problem with the Jews. I have a problem with Zionist scumbags. And yes, there were Jews that did the ethnic cleansing. These were Zionist Jews, by the way. And yes, those are problematic. Same thing with Zionist Christians and Zionist Muslims and Zionist. Anybody that's a fucking Zionist scumbag.
I think anyone.
Well, the problem with that word Zionist. Yeah, the problem with that word Zionist is they spin it and just say, well, we just want our own Jewish homeland. I think it's better to say globalist Jews. Like, that's pretty good.
No, so the Zionists would mean that you're talking about Zionists, which means the people that believe in the establishment of the state, people that believe in the state for the right to exist, people that that support the state of Israel, people that don't look at genocide as genocide in Palestine, people don't look at that this is a colonization project, people don't look at it as apartheid system. So people that live in fucking denial and Delulu, they live in a fucking la-la land, they're Zionist scumbags. So even the one that serves the fucking idea that genocide in Palestine is Zionist Jews.
Yeah, there's like a second definition.
I'm adding Jews to the Zionists. That's Zionist Jews.
I just say fuck Jews.
we don't have a problem with the Jews. There's good Jews, there's bad Jews. There's good Christians, bad Christians. There's good Muslims, bad Muslims. It's not about it's not about targeting one party. We have a problem with people from Jewish paradigm or Christian paradigm. They believe supporting the state of Israel. It's called Zionism. And this political Zionism, it's not religious Zionism. But evangelicals, I don't know where the fuck these people came from. They pretty much corrupted the whole book. Like, how is this a fucking holy state? It was established by ethnically cleansed. It was established, by atheist agnostic mothers. They didn't even believe in scripture.
What do you say to them Jews that are like, well, I'm a Zionist because that just means we want Jews to have their own homeland?
Yeah, that That's called believing in political Zionism. Political Zionism, we have a problem with. But the religious Zionism, I don't have a problem with it. They can believe in whatever the hell they believe in. But the political Zionism is the one that's massacring people, genociding people. The political is the biggest problem we have right now.
That's fair. Yeah, it starts with the Federal Reserve in America that's owned by Jews.
I don't know, man. There's a lot of this thing.
The Federal Reserve it's not even, they say federal, it's not even actually our government entity.
Right. I just say we keep all Jews out of power in general.
I mean, I don't think
that's that's not. There's about I would say there's about I don't know. I would say probably 10, 20, 30% of Jews they're anti-Zionist. They're small numbers, but we can't just generalize that they're all Zionist. Religiously, sure, they're probably all Zionist. But then you have a lot of even inside Israel. You got 1/3 or 2/3 of the population. They're secular Jews. They don't even practice the religion. They don't believe in religion.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing. Okay, so atheist Jews, secular Jews, they like communism, right? And then you have the religious Jews who also want to enslave mankind. So in general, Jews want to enslave mankind. They're guilty until proven innocent. So out of power. That's the answer. The National Socialists did a great job of that.
I don't know, man.
I'm not a huge fan of just generalizing people to, you can't do this because, that's segregation essentially.
I mean, you could add Zionist to it because that's the problem. That's what we have to address him. Because if you go for the Jews, then what about the Jews that are siding with Palestinians? Well, what about the ones that are anti-genocide? What about that are anti-Israel? What do we do about those?
I'm sorry, what?
There's Jewish folks out there protesting, and they're anti-Zionist, they're anti-Israel. What do we do about those Jewish folks? Huh?
When their whole religion is... Yeah, but that could just be a facade.
No, but how is it a facade?
Position.
Bro, you're
just to say, oh look, hey, we're
you need to go to a different McDonald's, bro. Go to a different McDonald's, man. Go to a different Starbucks or some shit.
Okay,
go to a different Starbucks.
You just have
Yeah, go to a different Starbucks, and then we can have that conversation, man.
He just seems to be a hater of Jews.
I told him that.
Yeah, not all tigers. Not all tigers are dangerous, right?
Not all tigers are. Oh my God.
That was
it's the same thing.
That was gold.
Go to a different Starbucks or McDonald's, bro. The Wi-Fi ain't working, bro.
I mean, you can make that promise, but the half measures anywhere.
Okay, just be quiet for a second. Honestly, you're making. You are honest.
Use a good people to just.
JD, we understand that.
It's pro-goyism. It's pro-goyism.
You're making a fool out of yourself right now.
Yeah, I mean, you guys can keep smoked in Palestine and talking about, we're just against Zion.
You're definitely a goy. You're definitely a goy.
Well, we're all goys.
I'd like to say something. Okay, I have personally lost family, property, people I love due to this war and many wars above, and I don't have the views that you have. You are just a bigot. You are a bigot. It is disgusting, and I won't stand for it. It's absolutely disgusting.
Neither would I stand for this kind of garbage.
It's garbage, and it has nothing. And you have no right to talk like that about any type of person. It's absolutely disgusting.
Imagine
Bro, you need to go to a different McDonald's or some shit or Starbucks, man. We can't hear you, bro. Go to a different McDonald's, man.
This is a problem. It's a half measure.
No, go to
Not all
Starbucks
tigers
or something. Oh my god.
Oh, back to the Tigers again.
This guy might use a different Starbucks. Go to different Starbucks, man.
Starbucks is too expensive.
Just for Wi-Fi.
Starbucks is too expensive.
Hey, what's up, Chris?
Oh, just for Wi-Fi? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm driving.
Internet's not good, man. No bueno.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me now, though? It should be all right.
It's going in and out.
No, we can't. You can't. You just stop.
Okay, I'll get it. No problem.
Okay, yeah, see if you can fix the internet and then come back. No problem. What's up? You okay?
Yeah, I'm here because I'm hearing.
What's your situation? Because that's what you hear? You don't love me?
Yeah, I'm here to ambush the pro-IRGC.
I thought you respect me and love me. What is this?
I'm here to ambush the IRGC supporters. That's all I'm here.
Sam is definitely IRGC. You can go after Sam.
I am not IRGC for the purposes of the AI
look at his voice. Look at his voice. Look at his voice.
Purposes
Sounds like IRGC.
I am not IRGC. USA.
Anyways.
Can you hear me?
See.
No, we still can't hear you. Stop trying.
No, you're lying. Okay, so I'll just say this. Just look at National Socialist Germany. They took care of it. It was no problem. That's the solution. And I'll just mute up.
Good idea. Jim.
Al Jazeera is reporting on this, right? So Al Jazeera is reporting Donald Trump slams Iran's response to Washington's peace proposal as totally unacceptable. Then you have Kuwait and the United Arab Emirates say they detected several drones in their airspace, while Qatar says the commercial cargo ship was targeted by a drone in its territorial waters. Iran's military has issued a new warning to the U.S. and Israel, saying that if aggression resumes, they will certainly face other surprising options. Israel's bombardment of Lebanon continues as Hezbollah claims more attacks on Israeli troops. The baby killers, 2 Lebanese medics, and a civilian are killed in an Israeli attack on emergency response centers in Bint Jabal. Oh. How do you say it?
Bint Jabal.
Bint Jabal. Son, you can do it, man. You speak Arabic.
Bint Jabal?
لا جبال
for us, Bint Jabal.
You're Zbal, Sam. You're Ibn Zbal. Live tracker. Okay, we got the state media. Okay, Iranian state media says U.S. plan meant Iran surrender to Trump's greed.
Oh my God, they said the word greed?
Yeah.
Oh wow. This is Al Jazeera.
Yeah, Al Jazeera is reporting from the Iran state. They're reporting it from the Iran state media.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's Irene. Yeah, the talk.
Yeah, Al Jazeera is named.
Left the practice of a hardcore like Islam.
Like the Baha'i and all that. Yeah, Baha'is run
they run their own way. But even the Ismailis,
Ixnay on the information made.
What? Who shared information about you?
I'm just remembering recent conversations about oversharing.
About hating Trump.
Why not overshare?
Yeah, and and let's look at some of the things Trump has done. People say he's not doing a lot, but we got SCOTUS rules against the racist maps, right? We got Dems losing those racist DEI seats like all over the place. New GOP seats in Florida, Tennessee, Texas, Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi, Missouri, South Carolina. The Democrats' rigged map in Virginia was tossed out. It says, I guess, Somalia fraudsters. Remember that, man? Them fuckers are getting raided, including Elon Omar. I think she's getting fucked next. Dr. Fauci, he's probably going to get arrested and indicted soon. Comey has been indicted, which is pretty awesome. Act Blue is under investigation. Southern Poverty Law Center is indicted, and they're fucked in the ass. John Brennan is under investigation. Fannie Willis under investigation. It's I'd say the fucking Dems are like on life support here, bro.
I think they're sinking. I mean, I can look on X and I keep.
Is he really gonna resign?
Yeah, I guess supposedly because he got crushed in the election. I don't know.
He did. Yeah, he does.
Yeah, he sounds like he's gonna resign. But what was I saying? Just that the Democrats. Like I keep being told by the opposition that they're not doing anything wrong, that they're above board when it comes to elections and like corruption, like it's all on the Republican side. But I go on X and I'm like, dude, like every day there's like a new person that's under fraud investigation or child pornography or whatever. So it's like they think it's one-sided. It's not. Like, both parties do this shit. Yeah, so I don't know. They keep those lines up. Keep doing that,
Yeah. I mean, I don't know, man. It's kind of wild, dude. It's gonna be. I don't know. Here's something I'm kind of disappointed about. Okay. We have the left pretty much on the run here. We have them against the ropes, bro. We're winning all over the place. But then we got these dumb fucks who supposedly are on the right, like Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens and Pepe and Nick Fuentes, who I think personally was being funded by the Southern Poverty Law Center. I think Nick Fuentes has been a plant the whole fucking time. This is what I'm getting at, I guess. We're making so many strides here. We got the left on the run, yet we got these fucking idiots who want to die on this Jewish kill, who want to die because they hate Israel and Jews so bad. They're ruining the movement. Like, what the fuck? Like, we have got these assholes on the run. We're trying to make a difference for the country. Look at the bigger picture. Yet we got these idiots like Pepe and motherfuckers who are so worried about this Jewish Israel fucking shit and don't even want to admit that at least Israel is defending our interest, unlike our allies who we have our other European or our European allies who we have asked for support. They don't want to do it. The Jews, Israel is actually fucking coming to bat for us. So I just wish, man, that we would focus on the bigger picture of saving this fucking country. But no, as soon as we get a win, we got idiots like Pepe who want to fucking die on this hill and ruin the whole movement. I think it's fucked up, man.
Well, the left and the right have a J-word question problem, and if you listen to the left, like they go deep into J-word conspiracy constantly, and it doesn't really matter what the topic is: indigenous rights, neocolonial things. Like they have their list of grievances, and then they say, "Oh, so you don't stand for gay black men?" Like if you listen to Isaiah or whatever his name is, Goat or Ban or whatever, everything ultimately becomes, "Oh, so you don't support black women? You don't support gay black men?" Like it's the same filibuster hypnosis. It's entertainment. But the scary part is the size of the audience. If you look at that politically correct room for the past like 2 days, 3 days, huge numbers. So clearly, like the left is top heavy, and the right is it's just not dense. There's no density in it. So that's why I think Donald Trump has to truly MAGA America, and
it's all the same people in that room. There was like I counted probably a half a dozen new voices that new people, and that's being in the hallway pretty high up there for hours, So I wouldn't say that it's completely like
a complete
No, it's not an echo chamber. Eventually they mellow out, but did you listen to the movie? Because that guy was fucking hilarious.
That was a shit show. Can I piggyback on what Matt said, though? Really, like, John, I know you've said, like, yeah, there's so many more leftist retards than there is people on the right. That's not necessarily true. It's just that a lot of people on the right have, have got values and don't waste their time on this app arguing with a bunch of nonsense. And, and so I feel like I'm one of the few people on the right who does entertain that. And I shouldn't, but there's a lot of good valued people on the right who just won't fucking waste their time with this app, bro. And these people on the left who sit there and bitch and cry every day about, oh, we gotta change the system. It's a good dopamine hit, but they're never gonna do anything. I mean, 5 years fucking later, they're talking about the same fucking shit, bro. It feels good. It sounds nice.
Well, I heard them admit that they're actually completely engaged in propaganda creation, and they know it. And they say it's dangerous to have these debates. We shouldn't have these debates. It exposes us. It's dangerous for us to even talk about these things. So they know that they're just ruthlessly, creating echo chamber propaganda. And that guy, the movie, fucking, oh my God, it was so funny.
Well, the thing is, that guy is supposedly on our side. So it's like, how do you, we have to, I don't think we have to agree with the shit show he is. Like, he was just completely didn't know anything. But he also has, I don't know how to describe it. He's kind of like the vestiges of, just fighting back. I don't know, John. If that's how I could describe it. I don't know, we're still at that point where we're fighting retardation with retardation. Does that make sense at all? I don't know.
No, because it's an Isaiah show. It's a goat show. Like, he is the energy. He is the audience. It's his show. And then you have First Lady, who chimes in with her ridiculousness. The whole thing is, it's just a show. Yeah, it's entertainment.
It's not too much on First Lady, though.
She's actually warning they had nobody in their room because Goat was in Hurricane's room. Hurricane had 80, 90 people, and they had 20.
Yeah, Goat is definitely the voice there. And what's funny is he's supposedly the smartest leftist there, but if you do your research well, you can fucking make that guy look like an idiot. Which, I have done a few times. So
I know. Scott, welcome to the stage. It looks like you're new to the house. We're perfectly okay for opposition if you have a different opinion. I don't know if you wanted to speak, but I just wanted to welcome you.
Hi. Can you hear me? This is the first time I'm using these earbuds.
Yeah, you're fine. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm from Washington State, so I'm basically on the far left, I think.
I'm from Montana, bro, so I'm not far from you. I'm from my family lives in the Spokane area, so.
Okay, yeah, well, I normally don't focus too much on political stuff, but I know it definitely has an effect on everybody, so I think it's definitely good every once in a while just to get involved and, share your opinion and, your thoughts and stuff, because we're all in it together. So.
But you raise a good question. I've always kind of wondered, if we didn't pay attention, would it really matter that much? I don't know. So you're saying that you're kind of dipping back in. Have you ever been involved in it or not, first of all?
I think just personal life experiences, I wouldn't normally draw a direct connection between, political activity and government stuff. But my fault, I come from a military family, so, it affects sort of the way, we move around and, look for work and stuff. So in that sense, yeah, it's definitely scary, looking at the situation and stuff, and it's almost like a roller coaster ride, right now it's nobody knows which direction things are going to go, so.
See, I felt that way with Obama. That's how I felt with Obama. I don't know why people are so fucking scared about Trump. I feel like we're in good hands with this man. Obama, bro, I genuinely felt scared. And then Biden, I really did. I knew that fucker was not in charge of nothing. So, I don't know why people you can't let the media convince you of this uncertainty, bro. That's what it is that they've been trying to convince people that he's Hitler, that he's fucking shit up. They've been trying everything, throwing everything at this man, trying to kill him, including. So I don't know, man.
But I don't think we're out of the clear. I think Scott is going to put a butt on this and give us his opinion on Trump here in a second. Because you are from a very left-leaning state, so do you want to just get to it and just give us a little bit of taste?
There you go, some music there. Well, I mean, the way I was raised. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Yeah.
So I guess the way I was raised, I actually have family who's not from this country. I'd say like half of it. My mom moved here from the outside, so she's basically, well, she's been here a while now, but I think she's still considered a foreigner. So I guess that in that sense, it always weighs on my mind, which way things are going to go. And I think because of that, though, I'm more of like a passive or, like just a follower, you know what I mean? Because in my situation, I don't know if I'd be comfortable rocking a boat and, standing up and, making mistakes and stuff and doing the wrong thing, you know what I mean?
So you said most of your family has voted for the Democrats. Is that what you just said? I did. Yeah.
I think most of the time they just stay out of it, but I do come from like a military family, so we're familiar with obeying, the rules and the regulations and stuff, and accepting the president and just going with it and trying to accept people.
That's probably true. A lot of the military families probably don't want to play the political angle of things, just because you always just stand behind the commander-in-chief at the end of the day. So I hear what you're saying. That makes sense.
Yeah, and for whatever reason, I always had this feeling in the back of my mind that, fights and arguments can escalate and stuff. And it's like, I really don't want to start any type of conflict, especially with all the stories going on, I don't want it to be a part of my life.
Hey, Marshall,
and I don't want to be...
Scott, if I may, are you Asian, bro? Like, I'm just curious because, I've never known anybody to be so, I don't know, I don't want to start any fight. I'm just curious. I'm serious. No disrespect to you, Asian.
No disrespect. You know that you're definitely smart, and I'm half Asian, half Filipino.
I can almost maybe tell by your voice, but also just by your demeanor. Asians tend to be calm and collected, but I know Asians can fight because, the Vietnamese, the Chinese, the Japanese, you guys are nice and smart, and calm and collected when you need to be, but when you need to fight, you guys can definitely fight. So, but I could just tell. So that's cool.
Yeah. I was always raised to just obey because they're familiar, at least on my mom's side, she's familiar with a lot of bad stuff going on, and she always told me, look, you really don't want to go down that route. So, just stick with it and do the best you can and stuff, and hopefully everything will just work itself out in the future. But
that's good.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we need more calm-headed people on this app. It gets too much.
Have you seen this Spencer Pratt in the California poll numbers? Because it's I just read an article about it, but California's polling numbers are trending Republican, and Spencer Pratt's campaign looks like it's crushing it. So if Karen Bass is,
Have you seen his videos, John? Yes. He's absolutely crushing it. Whoever his campaign dude is, man, he needs to do that for all.
Do you remember Spencer on reality shows? Because I remember when he was on reality shows.
Yep.
I remember when he was young, and he was always fighting with his girlfriend.
It's crazy. I don't know.
But anyway, good for him. He became an adult, and he sounds like exactly what LA needs, dude. They need someone to take that city back, and and that's awesome.
I put my ballot in today. I went for I went for Steve Hilton only because he's for governor, only because he's actually tied, and we just need to push him over the finish line. But there was Eric Swalwell still on the ballot. I'm like, what is going on around here? And actually, Barack Obama was on the ballot too. Now, that's a different story, but it actually is a different guy. But I'm like, what is Barack Obama doing on the ballot? His name is Barack Obama, but
I want that name.
On the ballot? I thought he resigned or whatever. What the fuck?
He did, apparently. He's not even in the... Yeah, they just maybe can't take him off the ballot or something. I don't know.
Right. He's there to suck away votes from somebody. So stupid.
Maybe, Yep. Exactly.
He's saying that, like, if he gets elected,
it's funny, man.
he's issuing a... Go ahead.
Go ahead, John.
I was just going to say, Spencer Pratt said he's going to do, like, a 3-week warning where, like, you know, if you're not in compliance, he's like, within 3 weeks there will be full enforcement, and like he will basically raid the city, you know. And they're talking about cleaning up Skid Row and developing it, and there's like a major fire downtown Los Angeles right now, and he's saying that because of all the DUIs and how they have to allocate fire and ambulance resources, like they can't even fight their fires. So it's like it really is. I mean, this is a big moment, and I really hope they take LA. This would be very exciting to get rid of Karen Bass.
That'd be great. Man. You know, I want to see these people cry. Apparently, 2028 is looking even better. That's why I like that picture you got there, Matt, and your PTR. I mean, that's 2028 is going to be even better apparently for us. So.
Hell yeah, dude.
But we won't have to care about it. I mean, but just as far as a Republican landscape, you know, it's just funny because, like, I was in that fucking room with Goat, and he's trying to gaslight people up, and, man, that just seems really, you know, really political. This just doesn't seem right. Like, yeah, and I was like, dude, of course. And then I started looking at the history of it, man. Like, the reason the term gerrymander came from a Democratic Jerry. Yes, and it came from a Democratic Republican, which is funny. There was literally a party that was the Democratic Republicans. So, I don't know. Technically,
they're not a party. They're still an existing party. They're currently the Democratic Party, which is why the term is Democratic and not Democrat, because the line of the party is the Democratic Republicans.
You always got that specific info, Marshall. Appreciate that. Yeah, you know, and so but we've been kind of
break down the gerrymandering part. Like, where did that come from? I heard somebody. I think maybe it was you, Mark.
So Albert, I think either New England or a little below New England, and he drew a district that looked like a salamander.
I have it here if you want me to read it exactly.
Yeah, dude, go ahead.
Yeah, I thought it'd be kind of good. So, all right. So I started. What I put into Claude was who started the redistricting fight, the Democrats or the Republicans, and it said the honest answer is both parties have done it throughout U.S. history. But the current redistricting war, the mid-decade one happening right now, was started by the Republicans. They're saying, but it was started by both. But let me just go to the history there. Elbridge Gerry, is a fascinating and somewhat forgotten founder. Here's a rundown. Born in 1744 in Marlborough, Massachusetts. You're a smart dude there, Marshall, you know. He was a wealthy merchant who became one of the more prominent and complicated figures of the founding eras anyway. So, what he did here, the gerrymandering district. The oddly shaped district his party drew to pack Federalist voters was so contorted that a Boston newspaper cartoonist drew it as a salamander-shaped monster and dubbed it the gerrymander. The name stuck permanently. So, yeah. But, you know, they were both, I guess Jerry was a Democratic Republican, which was the party founded by Thomas Jefferson and James Madison. So it's kind of wild.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
I mean, gerrymandering's been around, like you said, since the beginning of the country. And a good portion of the 20th century, the Democrats gerrymandered their states to give them overwhelming control of Congress for like 40 years, or at least the maps were set so they had an advantage to control the House for 40 years. And the most recent spate of redistricting in a more partisan fashion started with the Republicans in 2010 in Texas. The most recent spate happened in Texas, which there should be a note of caution for Republicans. These things could easily turn into dummy managers or get struck down as a racial gerrymander accidentally. Or if you're Louisiana, get struck down as a racial matter intentionally. Louisiana had some maps. They went to the appellate court. The appellate court was not enough. Per the Supreme Court decision, you can't draw districts based on race, and this was clearly drawn based on race to disfavor black people, and you can't do that. So,
but here's the thing, though, man. Is it's wild. I'm looking here, and that says that basically through the 1960s all the way up to the 1990s, the Democrats dominated this. They were kicking ass at gerrymandering, but it just changed. After the what? We're kind of cutting out there.
I said, yeah, that was my point. Gerrymandered the ever-living hell out of things for something between 50 years.
Yeah, it says after the 1960s elections, Democrats controlled redistricting in 21 states, covering 220 seats, while Republicans controlled only 7 states, covering 61 seats. That Democratic advantage held through the 1970s, 80s, and 90s, and they used it aggressively. But in 2010, the GOP launched a deliberate strategy called Red Map, specifically targeting state legislators in census years so they control past census map drawing. It worked. In 2011, the Republicans held trifectas in 17 states, covering 200 seats, while Democrats control only 6 states, covering 44 seats. Historic low for Democrats.
Right. So wait, there's 2 things. One, I thought I heard a while ago there was an effort by, maybe I'm thinking something completely different, of the Democrats, doing something for the long term, maybe like a 10-year plan, of turning, you know what, it's the swing state stuff. So Colorado blue, you know where I'm going with this, Marshall. You remember that plan? I forget the name of it, but it was a devastating plan.
2029.
What is it?
It's called Plan, I think it's called Plan 2029. And it's the Democrats' response to the Republicans' quote at 2025, agenda 2025.
Yeah, I think that's it. So I gotta look that one up again too. By the way, here
comes this Jew hater Pepe.
Here's my question. You know how we're always told if you live in a blue state and you don't like it, you can move to a red state. I'm assuming people could just move around in districts, right, Marshall? I don't see.
Yeah, that is unless your state is so gerrymandered that most of the districts are one party. Right, the way the Democrats were going to draw Virginia, one district would have been Republican. The way the Californians is gerrymandered, California, there's one Republican seat. The way Texas is gerrymandered, there's 1 or 2 Democratic seats. And at least for me in Texas, I think it's going to turn out to be a fucking dummy mander. Because when we made the maps, we based them off of 2024 turnout. And here's the problem. In midterms, you never receive as you do in eventuals. You just don't. Which means the turnout in the Rio Grande Valley voted red for the first time since 1960. It's not a reliable metric to make snap by. They should have used midterm years to draw them out. Essentially years. As a consequence, it could very easily end up in safer Democratic districts and more competitive Republican districts. The congresswoman I'm working for, she's running against a guy named Bobby Pulido, went from a district of 7 counties to a district of 1 counties. And it's one of the most competitive races in the country. It's in the top 5. Gerrymander, you're gonna get what you deserve when you gerrymander.
Okay, so you said in Texas they based it off the last midterms being
presidential.
Presidential.
They based it off 2024 because the Rio Grande Valley turned out like all 5 counties. It all goes off the Cameron, Willoughby, and Starr. We turned after Trump. by as little as 51.5% and by as much as 57.8% for the first time since Richard Nixon in 1960. And to draw the maps for the new districts, they used that data. That didn't account for like being on a presidential term and like having people like not think their approval is good. It also means she based it off high turnout without considering midterm, which are low turnout.
I thought they had to consider census data. I'm so lost right now. Like, is that part two? Or like I thought that was the big focus based on census data or no?
No, census data comes once every 10 years.
Yeah, I heard that our redistricting was based on that.
No, my friends in Todd Hunter's office, the map guy, told me that's how he made the maps.
They can decide how many like Congress people you can get based on the census.
Maybe is that the same thing though? I don't know.
No, Texas gerrymandered to get like 2 to 5 additional districts by shrinking Democratic representation in Texas.
It is in general version. Right, I got you. Okay, that's true.
Yeah, but here's the problem: the reduction of Democratic districts to Republican districts was made based on the thought the next election would be as high as 2024, and that's not true. It's never true. But I haven't run into Todd Hunter in a decade. If I ever run into Todd Hunter again, the first question I'm going to ask him is, why the fuck did you use the 2024 maps? Why didn't you use like 2022? Which would have predicted, which would have shown you low turnout, but would have showed you where you were in a midterm year. So that when you redistricted mid-decade, it had made more sense. Now, I'm sure somebody probably looped that data in. Right, somebody told Todd Hunter, hey, you should consider this. But for my friends that work for him, they're like, nah, he mostly used 24. And that's just like, that's not responsible for the Texas Republican Party. Like, the Texas Republican Party is massively mismanaging itself.
So is it fair to, like, okay, so did nobody see this coming? I mean, like, it seemed like this kind of just came out of nowhere, and obviously it sped up quite a bit with the Supreme Court ruling. But did everybody see this coming, that this like redistricting, basically war would take place? No, Marshall.
I think post 2010, people were thinking about what the next sugar drop was. After you got Jill v. Whitford, which was the case where the Supreme Court said we will no longer decide political gerrymandering cases. If a racial gerrymander comes before us, we'll absolutely decide that, but we won't decide a political gerrymander. And that tended toward Republican control most state delegations and most legislatures, so they drew maps in their favor. To a certain extent, we did exactly what the Democrats did. To another extent, in certain places, we didn't use the right numbers in Texas, and in places like Louisiana, it was blatantly racial. That's why the maps got struck down, because they disfavored African Americans. Like, they took not a majority-minority district, but like, it's called packing and fracking. So say you have like a city that's got like 43% black population, and it would make sense for that city to vote on its own, not because they're black people, but because it's a city. You want somebody to represent the city, and you want somebody to represent the rural, so you get both of those representation. Well, if what you do then is take that population inside of the city and chop it up into 6 places, you will be accused of a racial gerrymander. And this is being, so we'll see what it's being appealed for the second time. And so we'll see what the appellate court has to say the second time around.
It's not going to work out for them, Marshall. They're clearly doing gerrymandering this shit off of race, so it's not going to work.
No, I don't think it's going to work. I don't think it's going to work either. I think the court's going to strike you down and go, hey, we told y'all you couldn't racially gerrymander. You couldn't draw communities of interest or like majority-minority districts, but you also can't like acceptable.
Of course, you know that.
It's vote seeking. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, they do it as politicians choosing their voters instead of the voter choosing their politician.
Exactly.
Well, it was like, I'm not saying the right doesn't do some fucked up shit, here and there, but clearly with them, the gerrymandering, the fucking open borders, let all the amnesty, just the, they fucking.
Oh, and by the way, real quick, good point. It's really a big point of letting in a lot of illegals was eventually
for votes
to totally change the way the map looks. By the way, a lot of the ways.
But yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Because all of a sudden you have to make sure everybody's represented.
Well, I don't think it's.
Disagree with that a little bit, but
no. I disagree because I think it's about resources rather than people vote.
Democrats.
What are you talking?
No. What I mean is, we have a population of people who are here in this country legally. We just do because we live so close to the border. So if you bring in 13 million people and you divide them among us, chime in on they chime in on size of districts and the amount of money the federal government allocates to each state. They're going to go into a voting booth and vote for the Democrats.
Clearly that, because they've done their research, man. Like I was just about to say, for most immigrants, when they first show up, the first generation immigrants overwhelmingly vote Democrat because they believe these are the people that brought them there. They're not going to like, though, that like Hispanics are actually very conservative people, and second and third and fourth. But
I'll say,
What I'm saying is here is I'm just
Latinos. Mexicans are a lot different than Puerto Ricans.
Yeah. Okay.
Anywhere from South America.
Yes, but people that are
they're all mostly Catholic.
But as far as like no voting ID, that is absolutely so they can get votes. Mail-in voting, that is absolutely so they can get votes. Open.
Do you know mail-in voting was pioneered by Republicans? You do know mail-in voting was pioneered by Republicans in Washington State, right? And we did it as a way to win over the Democrats on the West Coast.
Well, mail-in voting was ramped the fuck up during
majority
COVID.
States like New Mexico, for example, that are reliable Democrat. They have an old Democratic machine there. I mean, they are reliably a blue state for the most part.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean the migrants are always going to go.
No, but this is and here's the difference between New Mexicans is New Mexicans have been there for close to 500 fucking years. These aren't most of the people in New Mexico are not the descendants of immigrants. They literally were part of New Spain.
They're natives, right? Hopi. It's Hopi.
Well, yeah, you have Navajo. I think is probably.
But the Hopi Indians that speak in New Mexico.
I think the largest.
Oh, I know they're
Navajo stretches into New Mexico. And so I think they're the largest.
Your internet, bro.
Yeah, Marshall, you got some fucked up internet, by the way, bro.
Yeah, we can't really hear your ass.
Scott, I saw you come off mic. Do you want back in or no?
Yeah, well, I was just gonna ask if gerrymandering is is that like a monopoly or
like a monopoly?
Yeah, no, I'm not exactly familiar with the term. I hear you guys using it a lot.
So gerrymandering means I draw a district in my political favor. So if I have legislative control and I'm a Republican and I gerrymander if I want to gerrymander the state, it means I'm going to change it in a way where Republicans have more of a say than Democrats do by arranging voters in districts in such patterns that Republicans are always the majority.
Okay, so you're saying like premeditated or just control.
Exactly. You said you're from Washington State, Scott? Marshall anything, right? Not that I'm aware of. They're not doing.
No, I'm not saying that. My point about
No, I know. I'm just saying general that you haven't heard them whine to do anything. Washington State or no?
No, I mean I haven't heard anything. Look, like mail-in like I'm a big fan of like the time, place, manner clause of the Constitution, which derives the ability to like the states. Now I can get on board with the national ID because we got Texas, and I really don't have a problem with it. And I think it's patronizing to tell people they can't get IDs. They're too poor and stupid to be able to figure it out. But I'm opposed to nationalizing things in terms of election issues aside from the ID. Like I don't think Washington should have more control. In the Constitution, they can if they pass a law, but I prefer the states to have the control. Now that's going to mean that you have a state like Minnesota who decides not to do ID, and a state like Texas who does decide to do ID, or you have a national law that only does ID, and then everything else is still up to the states. Like I think states should be allowed to run their own elections, and I think it's an important thing that elections be run by the policies they represent.
Well, I know that there are a lot of people who riot in the streets, but I don't know if that would be considered hearing. I don't know if you guys have.
No, you know when you go to vote, you vote in a district, right? Like, do you know your congressional district or state house district?
No, I don't really.
So let's just use your state house district as an example. I don't know which state house district you're in, but the state house district is drawn probably in Washington State, since it's controlled by the Democrats, favor a Democratic choice. So that means instead of the district being neutral, like 50-50.
Is it a district like a county or?
No, a district is considered the political geographical arrangement inside. Inside which are represented to.
Okay, so the decisions people make.
And now I feel like I'm making this too intellectual. You want to like?
Yeah, I mean, it's all right. Let's just simplify it if we can. So how it works: the party in control of redistricting, which happens after each census, draws district lines to either cram as many opposition voters as possible into a few districts so they can waste votes winning by huge margins, or split opposition voter concentration across multiple districts. So there are a minority in each one. For example, if a party has won 60% of the voters statewide, gerrymandering can still give Party B. So if Party A has won a 60% majority of voters wide, skilled gerrymandering can still give Party B a majority of the seats by concentrating Party A's voters into a handful of landslide districts. So I don't know. It's hard to explain, I guess.
Yeah, so you're saying though, like the district is basically which way you're voting. It has nothing to do with like the property line, the area of.
I think it's
drawn around political identity. So if you have, say, a major city that tends to vote blue, and you're in a blue state, typically the gerrymandering will look like taking from center blue city, which has lots of people, and lumping in the countryside has no people. Therefore, it's a Democratic gerrymander, and then they decide by how many points. Right? So go ahead.
In simplified terms, core idea is just dividing a large area into smaller chunks so each chunk has its own elected representative or governing body.
You're saying like the area of people.
Yeah, so like congressional district, there's congressional districts and then state legislative districts, right? Congressional district, each one elects a single member to the U.S. House of Representatives. There are 435 of them nationwide, with each state getting a number proportional to its population. So like me in Montana, for example, I have 2. state legislative districts. Similar idea, but for state legislators, most states have both anyways. Yeah, so like redistricts are redrawn every 10 years after the census, the census for, how many people we have as population shifts, right? Each district is supposed to have roughly equal population, one person, one vote. District boundaries are usually drawn by state legislators, which is why gerrymandering is possible. So that's what I say. Like the core idea is dividing a large area into smaller chunks, so each chunk has its own elected representative of governing body. I don't know. It's kind of weird.
By the way, is that put on people's ballots to vote on too? That was the other thing. I know in California we did that.
Depends upon the state and whether they operate through referendums.
Okay.
Like Virginia and California and a couple other states, they operate off referendum.
I didn't know some states don't do referendums. That's interesting.
Like Texas doesn't do referendum. Do constitutional elections, and the mid-decade gerrymander was decided by the legislature and the standing committees of the legislature, because we only meet every 2 years, and approval through the big three in Texas, which is lieutenant governor, the governor, and the speaker of the House. And that's a little bit different than, say, maybe how Tennessee draws maps. Tennessee draws maps purely by legislature.
So they're ready to all this. So the subcommittee, they could just throw up a subcommittee like they did. I forget which state it was. Was it the Virginia one that they threw up a subcommittee and they just started redrawing it? I don't know.
No, a special. It was a special session.
Oh, okay.
And the rule in Virginia is that when you pass a map, there has to be an intervening election to throw the bums out and replace them with new bums. Katie Porter and the Democrats in the state maintained the election was not early voting, which was already underway. The election was day of. And the Supreme Court did not like that argument. They're like, nah, it's bullshit. You can't do that.
I heard about that. And then you hear what they're trying to do, right? The congressional Democrats are asking the legislature to literally limit the age of the Supreme Court justices of Virginia. Did you hear that?
No.
Oh, shit.
But the Democrats have a habit of rediscovering limited government every time they're out of power.
I'll pin the article. It's insane.
Yeah, it's crazy, too. Like, yesterday, there was some guy who was talking about how we just need to fuck the laws and we just need to do it anyway. And that's what happens, man. That's why we get in this mess. Because as soon as, one gets power, they're going to cram it in the ass of the Democrats or the Republicans. And then that other party gets in power and uses it against them or changes it. It's not, the country ultimately, I think, suffers because of this shit.
They do the exact same shit to each other.
Yeah, exactly.
The reason the filibuster hasn't been tossed out by Republicans is because we'll get to cram the SAVE Act down there. They're going to get to cram several other bills down their throat. But what happens when they're the majority and they can then force shit down this road? And we have no protection against that.
Dude, they're going to try to go hard on us. They are.
No, I'm not saying. I'm saying the rationale in the party to protect the filibuster is if we decide to be so ambitious.
Yeah, you say the same thing over and over again, Marshall. I've heard you say this for years.
Yeah, you can either rebut it. You don't need to tell me I've been saying it for a long time. I know what I've said for a long time. It's not necessary for you to remind me.
He's just an asshole. Just ignore him.
It's projection, Pepe.
Marshall,
That's a you problem.
Go look at it, Marshall, what they plan on trying to do. Oh, Kitty.
That's wild. I think that when the Democrats eventually do get power back, dude, this is why, I don't want to get religious here, but I don't think America's going to be around in the end times.
Well, on this app, they love to say when things go back to normal. I hear it all the time in Politically Correct. When things go back to normal. We're never going back to normal for these people. We have opened Pandora. We're not turning back. Their reign is over. The is never coming back.
I am mad at you, John, for not beating the shit out of that punk ass bitch Illumi. He keeps ruining every theology room that I'm ever a part of. And the fact that you're stronger, smarter, wiser, cunninger, like you're goofier, like you could do it, John, with a snap of your fucking finger.
Got it, Kitty. Okay. Well, don't know what to tell you, Kitty. Maybe you're your own worst enemy, Kitty. Maybe you are your own worst enemy, Kitty. Hello?
John, take care of this guy.
John, you bitch, okay?
There's no stopping R-word clown world people.
No, and that's not going to go over really well. He's going to be clown world. He's going to be an insistent asshole.
No. Marshall, you don't even know who we're talking about. Is this a guy named Illumi?
It's Cynic Mikhail. See, people just repeat themselves. Oh, we got Augustus in the house.
No, he doesn't stop, John. He doesn't stop. And you're the only person that can fucking fix it.
Okay, Kitty, just take a deep breath and relax. You know, we've been witnessing Clown World on here for many years now. Nothing's new.
I'm gonna kill him, man. I'm gonna kill him, John.
The only word you'll get from me, next
time. Just saying, you probably shouldn't say that on an app that records you and a specific prohibition in saying those very things.
Hey, Marshall, grab your vagina and go fuck yourself. Okay?
No, really.
If you want to get your account clipped, that's your fucking business, not mine. I'm just telling you, that's the kind of shit to get your account clipped.
70 fucking accounts, more than John's had. So go fucking kiss my fucking
little right missing a point, which is like, if you don't want to lose the account, don't say dumb shit like that, which is clearly a violation of terms of service.
Not only that, dude.
Wait. Don't scare.
Oh, no.
Don't scare.
Listen, no, this is like...
Hey, Kitty. No, Kitty's my friend. Kitty. Hi, Kitty.
He's my friend.
How you doing? I got it. Please. Marshall. I got it, my brother. I hear you, my preacher brother. Kitty. Hello, love. There's a way that we talk. I know. You're passionate. I know you're passionate. I know. No. I'm just as passionate as you. How you doing, love?
I'm fine.
Okay. Happy Mother's Day to you. Okay. It's your world. I just want you to know, right, that the things that you're hearing, right, will engage you into type of vortex that will push you in rhetoric where you will, right?
I have some of the smartest minds. I know.
Just work with me. Just can you please work with me? I know. Just work with me, Kitty. Work with me. I'm here for you.
Augustus is here, Pepe's here, Matt's here, John's here. We're good.
Yeah. I love it. And I'm just checking on you, okay, Kitty? I'm worried about you, Kitty.
Fine.
Oh, listen, man, let's not center on Kitty.
That's all. Can we just wait?
Oh my God, bro!
Let me work. Moan. It's me, brother.
Let's have a
conversation. It's me, brother. I'm not hurting you, brother. My patriot brother.
Don't give a room,
no. Shut up. Yeah, clean out.
I ain't gonna let no homosexual tell me to shut up. The fuck up.
Oh shit! All right, let the man fight.
Fucking hit it. Let's get off the way. I smack. You know your fat ass hasn't taken a bath in a couple weeks. You know it.
Man, I'm in Missoula, bro. I've told you that many times.
Yeah, I know. You're in Missoula, you fat fuck.
Yeah, well, I'm fucking where?
Arizona.
Yeah, I know exactly what city though. I'm not gonna dox you. So, but you know what?
Hey, Mom, you need to stay that shit, Mom. Come on.
Go ahead. I'll keep together.
Keep it political, bro.
I'm just saying, bro. Like,
no, brother. Brother. Come on, brother.
No, King. Listen, I
hear
say,
you,
bro,
though.
let's stop centering on this chick, bro. Like, but I will say
it
this.
ain't about centering
The
on
reason
the chick,
why
brother.
the reason why Marshall is saying that, and John, is they've like it's true, man. You realize that this app is just a data collection app, right? It's for
it is.
It's for large language
but that
models
doesn't
and for
mean
the
that
feds.
you need to mine that data too.
I'm
you don't
just
need
saying,
to be John Kitover. We got John right here. He does that.
And
he sells it, but he doesn't do what you do.
Yeah, listen what I'm saying.
Come on, brother.
Threatening people on here will get you nowhere, bro. It'll either get you arrested
you're doing it,
or kicked off.
Everybody gets upset.
Oh my God!
I'm gonna go as soon as I go to my Missoula. Next time I'm up there, I'll take a detour. Okay, and I'm gonna drag you out of your work. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull down your pants and spank you in front of all of your fucking coworkers. You fucking bitch. You fat fucking slob. You better watch your fucking mouth.
I'm about to get out of here. This room is dangerous. I thought I could go into the white room and be like more safe than like the black room. But the white.
I believe it. It will go and show those house, bro.
Wait, when the white rooms are more dangerous than the black rooms? It's time for me to get out of here.
We are more dangerous to the dark side.
I'm about to go.
Nah.
Don't go.
I'm about to get the fuck out of here. Look.
These white people are really
mad.
They're all right.
No,
It's all lip service.
You get a car.
You get a car. I'm about to get a bus.
Hey,
you hear me? Look.
Just don't say
the girl that I love just waved me. I'll be back. Hopefully you guys haven't destroyed each other.
Go get that pussy. Go get that
pussy. You know I will.
We're gonna act like we don't know each other.
Wow, dude. Anyway.
There we go.
She's safe in here. She's a
white guy is the right guy, King.
She's safe.
I'm
She's
white.
a white woman.
I'm white.
You guys hear me? Hey, love, how you doing, buddy? There you go.
Nah, man, we can't hear you, bro. Go back on
Hello? Can you hear me now? Yeah, no, you're.
No, keep trying. Keep trying one time. It's still breaking up, bro.
What?
Listen, Matt. I need John to get shit on this Illumi guy.
Oh, dude, shut up.
We'll get him soon enough.
Okay.
Promise. Anyway, where were we? Where were we?
I just want to say, it hasn't been
Gerrymandering. We're talking about gerrymandering.
Gerrymandering, and I think, dude, things are looking good for the republic, for the country. The Democrats, we got them on the ropes, and then we got fags like Pepe who want to focus on Israel and Jews. They're rooting the movement, bro. Think about the bigger picture, asshole. All right, that's
I haven't said one thing about John on this stage. The fuck are you talking about? We're talking about gerrymandering. We're talking about internal politics.
Yeah. Today earlier you were too busy talking with those Muslims, by the way. What the hell were you doing, you anti-American
Muslims today?
In the Iran room, bro. Like she's sick. You sick bastard, Pepe.
She's Palestinian. She was the only Muslim in the room, and it was other Jews in there. What the fuck are you talking about?
Gotta stop entertaining these people.
Illumi is the one.
Okay, you gotta listen to what Pepe says sometimes. The other day, he said he is a 1990s Democrat. That means Pepe stands for abortion, open borders, and every other issue that Donald Trump has fought against.
90s Democrats were anti-open borders.
That's correct.
Yeah, okay, sure. Okay, yeah, okay, yeah, okay. Just because you say it, it's true. Put a link in the chat.
26 years, I voted Republican. Unlike a lot of you cocksuckers that ended up, I don't want to be a Democrat.
No.
I've always been a Republican voter.
If you were a 90s Democrat, then you were a pro-cigar. Okay?
I'm for closing the border. I do think that I'm 100% anti, socialism, all of that shit. You don't let Wall Street, but you do have to check Wall Street and big corporations. They don't get to just bleed everybody dry. You have to care about the American worker too. You know, it's that kind of stuff where I would be like more of a '90s Democrat. But the Albrights, they largely had the same ideas. They weren't really MAGA-ish.
I need Matt to ding the bell on the fact that you, as far as concerned, keep your cigars, Clinton, away from this little pussy cat.
Oh my God.
I will not stick it. I won't stick it in your cooter. I'll stick it in your bum.
Wow. I thought we catch the cooter in. Wow. This is it. I thought it was a cool.
Yeah.
I think they pissed on the same cool. I guess
I don't know. I had to miss
Let's not get personal.
Oh, we can talk about my ovaries. You want to talk about my ovaries?
No.
The problem at your age, they're probably not working, so it's fine.
Mother's Day. Come on, that's not cool, man. It's hard to try to be nice.
If you a little punk ass bitch, why don't you? No.
I don't acknowledge. It's what
Father's Day letter.
I knocked up a bunch of specs and they're not to call me father. I don't even want them to be seen near me.
Now, Father's Day's right around the corner. Let's talk about Augustus's kids. Let's talk about your kids.
My kids are in Mexico. They're fine. I hope.
Oh, wait, shit, he was fucking silent, Pepe. Augustus fucking silent.
That's a good way to avoid child support. That's a good,
Yeah, they can't come. They'll get deported as soon as they try coming here and suck my fucking.
I have kids. I don't know what you're
talking about. Suck my fucking dick.
Jesus.
You dirty foul mouth bitch. Watch your fucking mouth.
Oh my God.
Jesus. As a man, honestly, at the end of the day, I got kids. I celebrated Mother's Day with my wife.
Yeah, you don't take care of them. Which wife? Where's the wife?
Oh, here's a wife. Here's a wife, kitty. Oh, he at least topped you there.
No, he doesn't. Yeah, go ahead.
He's married.
Yeah, are you married?
No, you're not, kitty. Shut up.
Yeah, I have a wife.
Pepe, just because you're homosexual, of course you're on the man's side here, bro. Come on. Stop that.
As a man, I'm telling you now, kitty, the way that you're speaking to other men in this room.
Go ahead, man. Again, want to talk about.
I just want to say, Augustus, I'm really happy that you had a great day with your family. That's beautiful. Tell your wife I said Happy Mother's Day. And
Matt, fuck with me again, and Ann will fuck with you, Augustus.
What's that, Ann?
Matt, I'm so glad to see you back on the app. Me and Joe Hero have missed you dearly. Without you, these halls are extra annoying. Extra annoying.
Let's fucking go. Let's fucking
Did you take a little break?
Happy Mother's Day.
Happy Mother's Day, Ann.
Matt, did you do something?
Thank you.
Happy Mother's Day.
No, Matt's been here. I've seen him.
I haven't been around, but it's not hosting rooms.
You just ain't been starting rooms. Yeah.
Hosting rooms is a pain in the buns.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, don't even get me started.
I know. Yeah.
Pain in the bones.
Oh, look at Joe Hero's calling. I'm going to tell you.
What happened to that Persian woman, bro? What happened to that Persian woman, Sarah? That was always talking about how she was the voice of Persian. She was sure that. What happened to that chick?
She'll be back.
Fuck you, Ann. I fucking love you, Ann.
Sarah, hopefully Sarah's getting fucked right now because I feel like that's like probably something that balances her. Like there's something about her, the rate she needs a strong man to caress her in the right kind of way, and I feel like that would get her under control. I'm saying you have to be a bull, and you have to be able to stroke her and caress her in all the right ways, and you can get her to calm down. I just have a hunch about that one.
Them Persians are all crazy.
But where are they? That is a good point. I mean, in fairness,
they're disappearing.
These rooms going ham on everything, and now they're
well, I'm disappointed by both sides. I think both sides are hiding. Even the IRGC is hiding. The IRGC supporters are hiding because IRGC side is hiding because they're not doing very well, and also the pro-Iran. take the have a civil war.
There's Sarah. There she is. Sarah, come up here.
You're not gonna fucking do shit.
Sugar tits, get up here. I was talking about how I know what needs to cure you and balance you. You need a nice, strong man to have lots of rough sex with you and to calm you. That's calm down. And hopefully you've been getting that. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, now this is fucked up, man. I was wanting to start a room today. If you were Iran, can I ask a few of you guys? Terrorists here, so I think we should be able to answer this freely. If you had the keys, if you were controlling, what would be your strategy to eventually prevail against America? Not even win, just prevail again. What would be your strategy, if somebody, please?
I think they're giving up right now.
Are you talking about what strategy would Iran have to do to win?
So No, man. No, listen, man. That's not true. Listen, Iran still got quite a few missiles. Their country's vast, and they have their nuclear stockpile still. But so this is what I would do, and this is fucked up. This is very fucked up. I know it. I'm listening, but just for entertainment purposes, if I was Iran, I would threaten to say, if you continue with this war, we're going to give our 60% enriched uranium to our proxies, and you will not know who those are. And these proxies hold the world hostage from Britain, from Paris, France, to New York, or whatever. If you continue war, our proxies will get this enriched uranium and do dirty. If they give their proxies this
you don't want to get. They wouldn't want to give it to their proxies because you can't trust them. But
dude, that'd be so scary.
If you're asking if I was Iran and I wanted to do what I wanted, ideally, I mean, this is not my. Was interested in only Iran remaining in power as an Iranian, or I should say as an IRGC member. I imagine I would want to inflict a lot of damage on Israel if possible. I don't know if they can do that. But my goal would
destroy Jerusalem, although they don't really care too much about Jerusalem, but it would just destroy too many Palestinians. That would be so counterproductive.
We're talking about what would you do to actually prevail here?
Sure. So imagine, okay, so that dirty bomb. First of all, I don't see how they get that into Israel. Period.
The only use for an atomic weapon is for deterrence. So it's like
no. My scenario. Listen, this is true. You release 60%. So listen, man. We know. I have pictures of it. They can carry these.
Oh, he's got those inside. Go ahead.
Listen though. They can carry these. Bro, I have pictures of their casks that they carry that shit. It's not that big. Like you can carry it in the back of a large 1-ton pickup, or even smaller.
How do you get that to Israel?
Well, they love their Toyota.
You don't have to do it to Israel. Brother, you can just hold world hostage. We're not talking about
Israel has nukes, and I don't know how to put it. You use something like a dirty bomb, which it's unprecedented, and let's say you take out any large number of people, the nuclear option perhaps is on the table. But what will happen is you will get an absolutely merciless, devastating fucking strike against Iran, and that is when you probably would get a buy-in from the American public to put boots on the ground, and they will stomp the living shit out of Iran, and then all of the European countries, similar to like Afghanistan and Iraq, they'll join in and they will obliterate Iran.
But listen to me, Pepe. Think about this scenario, okay? Remember, we talked about it the other day. North Korea has stated that if we attack North Korea, not only will they launch a nuclear bomb now, they just changed their constitution if we assassinate Kim Jong-un, but they will start attacking Seoul, South Korea with artillery shells.
That's been known for decades.
Anyway, so listen to what I'm saying, dude. Have some control. So this same scenario, what if all of a sudden a proxy a proxy jihad group that the Iranians gave 60% of their enriched uranium to, and they say, hey, do you want to continue this? We will open these casks on the edge of Paris, France, edge of London, UK, right in the heart of Manhattan. If you continue this, we will deny you these areas for hundreds of years, because that's what a dirty bomb is. It's not an explosion, it's nuclear contamination, nuclear fallout. That has got so heavily contaminated, so fucking, off the charts.
Sure, I can tell you what would happen.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I can tell you what would happen then. So all of these countries are not very happy with Israel and don't like the war in Iran. As soon as Israel does that, a direct attack or direct threats to their countries, and of course, they're going to be really worrying about their health and their future and their safety. They are going to go, they are all, look, Europe, the European countries, NATO, and of course, America, Australia, New Zealand, us going into Iran, that's it. There's no the IRGC will no longer exist. They will not remain in power. They will be fucking crushed. Okay, and it's going to be, instead of maybe a few days, it will be perhaps a week or two until they're just decimated, and we're having to literally drown all of the rats out everywhere they fucking hide. But that is how the war will go. There is no winning this. We outnumber them. Okay, numerically, we all outnumber them. They have no real fucking allies. China won't go to war for them. Russia won't go to war for them. But everybody will go to war with if they did something like that against the UK and France.
I have somebody else here because Pepe is so certain and stuff. He's not listening when I'm saying.
Oh my God, dude.
Hi guys, can I speak with you, please?
Yeah, please. If you're from Iran, please speak to us, please. We need full knowledge of what is happening.
Go ahead, Miriam.
Let's introduce myself first. I am Miriam Muhammad Karim Amina Talai. I am married, guys, with Muslim men. And also, I am baby Muslim girl. I am 22 years old. And also, my husband is 26, 27 too, okay? And I am so happy with my husband. He is amazing to me. And
okay, great. What the hell is this?
Please keep going, keep going.
And
this is another beater.
No, hold on. Go ahead. Tell us how much your husband loves.
Thank you. And also just
yeah.
Oh yeah. I'm sorry, you were saying how your husband loves you?
Continue, please.
Gonna free ride one bite at a time. We're gonna get the nuclear material and shut down their crimes. Because Netanyahu's on TV saying the war ain't over till we get their nuclear material.
I want you to know I have a hand I have sex with every night. I love it. I call it Angela. Angela. I love it.
And there's a Sharmut in fucking Missoula, Montana that he needs a white boy who likes to get his butt plowed, and I do it all the time.
and also just
Oh, she really serious. She gonna keep going. Okay, she holding up the character. Let me go on mute. Let me see where this shit goes. Hold on.
and also he's
Give me your love.
he's just in IRGC سپاه پاسداران جمهوری اسلامی ایران and he just soldier of Iran and he should do that and like you guys, like every man in the world, guys, he's so kind, he's friendly. He loves me a lot.
What's the way about my hand, dude? I'm talking about hand about this thing about that.
I cannot understand you.
This app is also an ESL training simulator for people who don't speak English so good and stuff. I think all the non-native English speakers in ESL, challenge people who come here to try to improve their English language skills and also spew their propaganda, and their own mental illness and hate onto everyone else. Project truly is what this app is all about. Hello?
Shut up, you fucking retard. Thinking of mental people.
Sex with my hand every night.
Man, cool. What's up, man? Cool.
Light candle.
Oh no, I'm just kidding. It's kind of scary. Stop doing that.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's funny. What's up,
man? Cool.
Hey, what up, buddy? What's going on? Marianne, land, or are you done, or what's going on?
I'm John Kitover with the John Kitover.
I cannot understand you. Repeat that, please.
Oh, I can't understand you either. So we're good. Just mute up. This is all good, man.
Hey, man, happy Mother's Day to everybody, and Mother's Day right here in Philadelphia, 1908. The first Mother's Day.
Are you a father?
Worldwide. Yeah, I'm a father. Yeah.
Do you pay child support or alimony to any of these hoes, or are you married to her?
No,
she's not a hoe.
No, I have children. Yeah.
I don't pay a goddamn dime to those bitches at all. Amazing.
I just pay for my kids, man.
I don't even do that. You know what's funny? Yeah, thank you. That's the funny thing is we get to do things. There's rooms all day about black men getting bitched at because they're poor fathers. But here I am, like guilty as hell, and nope, don't give them a goddamn thing.
They don't give you no grief, huh?
I just want to know why you guys keep picking the whores. Like, you could just solve all your problems picking.
No, because they're in Mexico. They can't do anything. I was like, okay, come up here, bitch, and get it. Come get your money. Come get it. Come here. Woohoo! And then, but she knows she'll get deported, and that's my plan.
You know what they call the whores in Mexico? You know what they call the whores in Mexico, Pepe?
Putas.
No, they call them mangoes. Yeah, where the mangoes at?
Call them tortas, man. The big ones.
Tortas. That too.
Yeah. No, listen, I think I'm going to Vietnam. The only thing I have a problem with is they eat dogs, right? But dude, like, the Vietnamese girls love Americans. And I like boats, bro. I love boats. So, I think I'm just going to go to, like, the southern part of the country. And,
Hey, Mount, make sure you go legally.
Of course I go legally. Yeah, they eat so many dogs, it's disturbing, and cats.
When the Vietnamese mafia ends up putting you in the bottom of your boat, you'll know that you made the wrong choice.
They don't have much of a mafia in Vietnam.
Oh, really? They don't have mafia in Vietnam. Have you been to Vietnam, Little Pepe? Little Pepe, have you been to Vietnam? No. Okay, I rest my case.
Have you?
Yes, and I know somebody, and I know an Army veteran whose business was taken over by the Vietnamese mafia, and he was run out of the country.
That's not fucking.
Sex tourism. No. Cambodia, Southeast Asian countries in general have been a place where Western people go, because there is quite a bit of poverty there, where they will go and they'll try to adopt children or whatever stupid sick fuck and shit, and then they rape little kids. That's what they do. It's a pedo's paradise out there.
What is
Southeast Asia?
The whole place.
When it comes to Thailand, Vietnam, so they call it sex tourism for a reason. People go.
Any time in history has gotten 95 to 99% approval. Voting. Democratic Republic of North Korea.
No, that's 99.9. I think you got 100%.
They're called the Democratic Republic of North Korea.
Marshall, I get your point, but people. Like the majority, however the numbers are coming out, the majority approves them. No matter what. Even if it was fair elections, you would still win. There's just nobody else that they're going to vote for.
That's not the point. That's not the point.
You can't argue that they would elect somebody else if he's getting 95 to 99% of the vote.
This was my hair 6 months ago. This is my hair now. I'm so happy I caught this flash sale and stocked up on
there might
Zelda.
be not fair elections, right? And he's saying with fair elections, meaning I'm acknowledging elections
Flesh and blood
correct.
manifestation.
Yeah, what about
No
Navalny?
political savior.
Here's some
No
polling
economic
data. You want
savior.
some polling data on
No
these?
false pastors and false teachers.
Okay,
Realize that the kingdom of God is within you.
reported
That
Putin's
kingdom is
presidential
the
job
consciousness
approval
of the
at
living
80 to
Christ.
82%
It is yours.
in early
Worship the one God and worship
2026.
Him only.
So
Russia's state pollster, VTCOM, reported a lower figure, roughly recently 65 to 66% approval in April 2026, down from the low to mid 70s earlier in the year. Kremlin-linked polling, another agency, showed 73% recently.
So, anyways, it's over 60%, which you would still have the majority, and he would still be the president, correct, Jakob? Is that what it's showing?
That's just his approval rating. What it doesn't show is he's running against person X who would win.
Got it.
That's what it doesn't show.
Yeah, like if you were to run against Alexander Navalny, what would the vote be?
Exactly.
Okay, I don't know. But yeah, okay, it makes sense. My bad. Yes, that makes sense. Okay.
But Rafi, it wasn't what I was saying. In the last 20 years, whenever Islamic Republic was killing us, Putin and Russia were on its side. They supported it all the time. All the time they supported our killer. Okay, no, what I'm saying is that the